and not just one hand, right? So don't be naive that if you do just defend with one arm, attack with the other, he's just gonna stand there for you. Not at all. We always have to analyze and plan and check what is his motions after the first defense. And here are the 3 most common mistakes what people do while learning how to protect themselves.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, and remember, a single move can save your life.
Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. It's 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live with the latest stories in the region. We begin with breaking news from Israel. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have confirmed yesterday's reports that the remains of an Israeli hostage have been located in Gaza to be handed over to Israel today at 4 p.m. local time. The Prime Minister's office responded, saying in light of Islamic Jihad's announcement on locating remains of a slain hostage, Israel takes a very grave view of the delay in handing them over immediately. This constitutes another violation of the agreement. Israel demands the immediate return of the 3 slain hostages whose bodies are still being held in the Gaza Strip. Israel's northern front is flaring up again, with Hezbollah in Lebanon vowing to respond to Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is only a matter of time. Massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Haitham Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's strike on the outskirts of the capital. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabatabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. All this just days before Pope Leo's arrival in Lebanon, a visit many hope will bring stability amid a fragile ceasefire, even as Hezbollah rearms and rebuilds its missile arsenal and Israel continues targeting arms depots. Last night, a senior Hezbollah official at the funeral warned the Zionists should be worried. Israel has reportedly told the Lebanese government it will press ahead with operations to weaken Hezbollah and expects cooperation in removing the group from south of the Litani River and beyond, despite high alert status. No new instructions have been issued to residents in the north. The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line in Gaza. For weeks, combat teams from the Nahal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. IDF engineers have encircled multiple underground routes, collapsing hundreds of meters of tunnels and crushing the infrastructure above ground. In just the past week, more than 60 targets were hit, including 15 shafts and 40 buildings used by Hamas. Inside these areas, troops found a Hamas flag, rifles, explosives, magazines, and stockpiles of weaponry, proof of a terror network still operating beneath Rafah. Commanders say dozens of Hamas operatives remain trapped since the collapse of the previous truce. The clock is ticking as they are running out of food and air. Over the weekend, 17 terrorists crawled out of 2 tunnel routes, 11 were killed in intense fire exchanges, and 6 were captured for interrogation. Yesterday, another 2 were shot dead.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. כשהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה שתי המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים, ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם, עד הניצחון.
President Donald Trump says he will formally designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, a move he promises will be done in the strongest and most powerful terms. The decision follows new warnings that the Muslim Brotherhood is advancing a long-term plan to spread its influence across the West. Founded in 1928 in Egypt, the group has been linked to extremist movements including Hamas, which calls itself the Palestine branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. The White House confirmed the designation after Trump's comments were first reported by the news and amplified online. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu immediately welcomed the move and signaled that Israel could consider taking parallel steps. The Brotherhood is already outlawed in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Jordan. The new U.S. designation is expected to target the Muslim Brotherhood in the country. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation ended its troubled 5 months of aid distribution in the Gaza Strip. Executive Director John Ackery says the goal was to meet urgent needs, prove a new approach could succeed where others failed, and pass on a functional model to the international community. The creation of the Civil Military Coordination Center, or CMCC, marks that moment. Distribution efforts were marred by near-daily incidents, with the UN claiming over 1,000 killed, although the IDF says the numbers were inflated and troops fired warning shots only. Despite the challenges, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund distributed more than 187 million meals to around 2 million Gazans. By September, operations had shrunk, and promises to expand from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. Gaza Humanitarian Fund now hands over its model to the new Civil Military Coordination Center, hoping the international community will continue aid distribution while keeping it out of the hands of Hamas. Joining us now is Reserve Major General Elliot Chodov, a political and military analyst, and Dr. Kobi Barda, an expert on American history and geostrategy at the Holon Institute of Technology. Thank you, both of you, for joining us here in the show. Lebanon, let's start with that. Hezbollah will feel a need to retaliate to Israel's strike, but can they? What is their condition after not just their losses from the war with Israel, but also diminished support from Iran and growing opposition in Lebanon? Let's start with you, Eliad.
Hezbollah certainly would like to respond, and they're capable of responding. The question is whether they'll make the decision. In my opinion, they won't directly. On the one hand, they need to maintain their honor, their face, after not only the most recent taking out of their chief of staff, but of ongoing Israeli strikes, air and ground, some better reported and some not so well reported, all throughout Lebanon. The question is, are they willing to take the risk of a massive Israeli response in terms of not only airstrikes, but possibly even a ground invasion? And in my opinion, they won't. What they are more likely to do is operate in a zone of what is generally known as operating below or beneath deterrence, and that is maybe attacking Israeli troops in Lebanon, an ambush or something like that, possibly out of Syria, a terrorist attack in another country, possibly Europe. But I don't believe that we're going to see rockets, for example, being fired into northern Israel or further, because that would elicit a massive response that they're just not prepared for.
Right. Dr. Barda, what do you make of Hezbollah's standing at the moment in Lebanon with the Lebanese public and also the Lebanese political establishment? As we've heard for the first time, in the wake of the war, that there were more and more voices saying that they don't want Hezbollah dragging Lebanon into wars with Israel.
So the Trump administration is very hands-on on Lebanon. We've been seeing, actually, from the day that he entered office, Lebanon is a key factor, mainly because a lot of the people in that administration believe in the force of tourism endorsed by Israeli tourists. That is why we heard so much about figures in Lebanon, mainly in the government, talking about the option of enhancing Abraham Accords to his next phase, meaning Lebanon is going in. So the Americans really would like to see the removal of Hezbollah out of the equation. And that is why yesterday we've heard from the Americans that they said that Israel has the right to fight against the dangerous that the Lebanese army hasn't been taking care of. So if you're looking at the broader picture and you're looking at the option of the Americans backing Israel in any other decision that might come eventually, that proved some enormous pressure again on Hezbollah in their equation of what to do, where, and what. So at least for now, when you get to see that Israel has got the backing of the U.S., we're almost 1 year since the first scoring, if you may, of then President-elect Trump to force on the side that they will have a ceasefire. And it's a very fragile ceasefire. In one hand, Israel bombing whatever they want, but at the other hand, the Hezbollah is keep rebuilding its power. So we're into a very intense period of time, and we'll have to see in that equation what are the Hezbollah willing to gamble in that game eventually.
Certainly, things remain very tense in the north with Hezbollah. Let's take a look down south. Elliot, coming back to you, Israeli forces continue to fight and kill Hamas terrorists in Gaza, but only on their side of the yellow line. So it seems like Hamas is rearming, reasserting control in the rest of Gaza, just as Israel feared, no?
Yes, first of all, let's understand that the agreements in Lebanon and Gaza are very, very different. The agreement in Lebanon is an agreement that includes a ceasefire, and Hezbollah has been violating it since before it even went into effect. But Israel is responding to Hezbollah violations. So it's not truly a break of a ceasefire in as much as it's the enforcement of an agreement. What we have in Gaza is a ceasefire agreement, which also Hamas has violated from the very beginning, but that America is very, very hands-on in as much as it is in Lebanon, even more so in Gaza. So Israel is essentially not able to operate outside of what's called the yellow line, the area under Israeli control, and Hamas is doing there pretty much whatever they please. On the Israeli side, there are still quite a number of Hamas terrorists trapped, as was seen in your report earlier, and there Israel is the IDF is going in, holding them to the principle of either surrender or be killed or die of starvation or whatever underground, while the IDF is seeking out and destroying the infrastructure above and below ground that remains on the Israeli side of the yellow line.
Right. And Kobe, what do you think of the administration inside Gaza? How is that going for Hamas, and what are the chances of international forces or coalitions of wrestling away some of their control and some of their arms control? It seems from here, from the Israeli side, that doesn't seem very likely.
So obviously, we're only 1 week after the UN resolution. It's a very short period of time, and there's a lot to be handled before. But if we try to sum up, and again, under the disclaimer that it's only 1 week and it's not enough time to have a reassessment of what is the direction of going forward, then we do see that the Trump administration struggle with the idea of getting about 20,000 boots on the ground, mainly Indonesian and Azeris. But on the other hand, we do saw last week that in the EU, they already started to assemble the 3,000 Palestinians policemen. That was another part of this UN resolution. So if you're looking at the greater picture for now, it looks like the only one who are willing to go in is the Palestinian police, but they will take some time before they will go into their training camp. Whereas the other 20,000 are not part of it, at least for now. So we also saw some of the American soldiers starting to evacuate from Kiryat Gat headquarters. So there's a limbo in which we need to see. I think we'll need to have like a few more weeks before we'll understand whether the program of Trump, the peace board that he's chairing, don't forget, he put his name on that board. That's his whole prestige on that story. If he's managing to have like this rabbit out of the hat that nobody knows and comes from somewhere to save the day. So basically, I think that it's we still need to look. There's still time to measure, but the outline does not look so good on behalf of Donald Trump idea that there will be somebody that will go. So the other way that they're trying to do is now to filter the Gazan resident and start moving slowly behind the yellow line. So those residents will be able to relocate to that 48% remain under Israeli hands. And then it might be easier to the Israeli army to tackle the terrorists remain within that area. So it's kind of a division. But again, I think it's just too early to try and call out if it's going to a failure, to a success, or maintaining something.
Right, and I want to touch on an important issue concerning what's happening in Gaza, which is the Gaza Humanitarian Fund. We talked about it earlier, that they're shutting down, supposed to distribute aid and keep it away from Hamas. That was their program. Do you think it was a success or a failure? And the new alternative that's coming in, is it better or worse? Elliot, I'll ask you first this question.
It was a partial success in the sense that what was distributed wasn't handed directly through Hamas. Strategically, it was a failure because we're now at the point where aid is going to go in and it's going to be handed either directly or indirectly over to Hamas. So in the short term, it served its purpose. But if we're looking long term, Hamas ultimately comes out ahead in the sense that it outlasted the humanitarian fund and is now going to be on the receiving end, once again, officially or unofficially, of the aid that goes into Gaza.
But isn't that always the problem, that they always outlast any program, in a sense that nobody wants to get mired down in the swamp of Gaza endlessly, like this Gaza Humanitarian Fund, and those people who are in control of Hamas in the territory, they always have the patience to outlast whatever organization and also the Israeli military that operates there.
Well, as mentioned earlier, Hamas is an extension, it's the Palestinian extension of the Muslim Brotherhood. And you can say many things about the Brotherhood, but patience is certainly one of their watchwords. They've shown it ever since their founding nearly a century ago. Whenever they were under pressure in Egypt or in other places, they learned to step back, take a deep breath, even dive underground and come back up 2, 3, 5, 8 years later, rebuilt, reestablished. They have time, they have patience, they're in there for the long game, and Hamas is an extension of that, and we're seeing that precisely right now.
You talked about the Muslim Brotherhood over here. Kobi Barda, the Muslim Brotherhood now banned from the United States on the order of Trump. That is a significant move. This organization has been banned from many Arab Muslim countries, and now finally the Europeans first and now the Americans are waking up to the dangers of the Muslim Brotherhood. How significant is this, and does that put a dent in the support that Hamas can garner abroad?
So first off, as you said, it's very significant. I would even argue that this is the most important order signed by the President Trump. It do important to realize that executive order actually gives 45 days to the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Treasury to come up with a greater plan to tackle the funds of the Hamas or Muslim Brotherhood in the U.S. Now, we have to understand something. During the Oliland Foundation trial in Dallas, Texas, 2009, the world has then discovered that there is a pamphlet designed by the Muslim Brotherhood back in 1991, the 100 Years Program to Islam America. Now, when you get to look on the grassroots that they've been doing in the last 30 years. You see that there's a lot of already accomplished. And the most recent one is gaining the biggest city, the most important city of the world, New York, where Zoran Mamadani's mother is being supported by the Cultural Fund of Qatar more than 10 years now. And you see how they infiltrate, starting as low as the kindergarten syllabus, goes all the way to schools, and then we saw the bloody 2 years in campuses. So that is all being under the ticket of the Muslim Brotherhood, where the Qatar funding and the Turkish helping to laundry the money from here to there. And you get to see the organizations such as AMP, CARE, and Student Justice for Palestine, which are the local chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood in America, are being able to allocate donation from people in America, and then they ship it to Hamas. So part of the money that Hamas get is tax deductible by American citizen who donated that, and eventually it becomes as a weapon. So long story short, in that very important forward that President Trump asked his administration to work and try to tackle. They've been trying to do that before, but the last time that they went on it, it's like was the whole thing, and court did not like it. So now they're trying to have it little slivers, so it can be delivered through court. And it's only at the beginning will be very, very sharp and things that are very easy to tackle. But once it's there, this is a paralyze. That's why the Ministry of Finance on it. Think about banks that are not capable to wire money anymore. They have to go on laundering money like crypto, whatever. So I think it's very effective. We'll get to see that in the next few years. And it's a very good news to wake up this morning to the story that Muslim Brotherhood is finally are on the way to be banned from the American sphere.
Certainly a very significant development there with the Muslim Brotherhood that can be an extremely nefarious force, although countered a little bit by Mamdani's election in New York. We'll have to wait and see how all that plays out, and the American involvement in the region, because Trump is also sending some mixed signals. I want to thank you very much, Dr. Kobi Balda and Dr. Elliot Chodov, for coming on the show to help us break down these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
The Bank of Israel has cut interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate from 4.5% to 4.25%. The move comes as inflation continues to moderate and the economy shows signs of recovery following last month's ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza. The central bank cites a stabilized inflation environment and stronger economic activity as reasons for the decision. The last rate cut was in January 2024, where the bank sought to support households and businesses hit hard by the war, triggered by the October 7th massacre in 2023. Dr. Ari Brender, head of the research department in the Bank of Israel, is joining us now. Thank you very much for coming on.
Hi, Adi Brender, but thank you.
Sorry, Ari Brender. Thank you very much. So why now? Why didn't this happen before? Why now the change?
We've been tracking inflation throughout the recent months, and we have seen a slow convergence of inflation towards the inflation target. The inflation target that we operate under is set between 1% and 3% annually, and until the we had in early October, inflation was hovering about 3%. In September, for the first time, in August actually, reported in September, it entered the target range at 2.9%. And we've waited to see that inflation is actually being more anchored within the target range. This has happened in the last at 2.5%. So now it was easier to make a decision and lower interest rates this month. This has come alongside what we've mentioned as a key concern of the central bank, which is the situation of the markets. Now the markets seem to be calming down. The risk premium of Israel has declined substantially since the 12-day war with Iran in June. And also there is an expectation now in the markets that inflation will continue to decelerate in the coming months, although in a very volatile sense. And if we look more broadly at the economy, there is an expectation that the supply bottlenecks, which we see as the key driver of inflation in the last 2 years, will be relaxed if the geopolitical situation stabilizes, and in particular, if people are released from reserve duty in the army, coming back to work on the civilian front. That would allow businesses to expand operations without increasing prices, which is our target.
Right, so it does seem like Israel is kind of emerging from this wartime economy into something more stable, which of course can change depending on the situation with Gaza and with Lebanon. So you sound like, though, you have quite optimistic predictions for the Israeli economy in the coming months. I mean, they say predictions are difficult to make in this field, but what do you make of Israel's, let's say, recovering economy after the war?
Okay, so indeed, we are very cautious in our statement. We say that after 14 months, we feel confident enough to lower interest rates for the first time, but at the same time, we caution the markets not to expect a speedy, continuous reduction of interest rates. We want to see the things really materialize on the geopolitical front in particular, but the geopolitical front has a very direct effect on the economy. As I mentioned, the labor market, that's a key indicator, but also we enjoyed the border areas, both in the north and in the south, coming into higher level of operation, with citizens returning to their homes and to their workplaces there, and also at the same time moving away from the center, and in that sense lowering the pressure on the housing market in the center, just coming back to their homes in the north and earlier in the south. All these things are helping to lower the inflationary pressures, but there is, of course, a very volatile geopolitical environment that we are functioning in. One of the key factors that are affected by this geopolitical environment is the budget. The defense budget is the key source of demand pressures in the economy, employing people on reserve duty. They get paid, but they're not producing on the civilian economy. They're not in their factories, they're not in their workplaces, but they still get paid. So there is an inflationary pressure stemming from this. Direct demand of the military to equipment, to supplies, all these things are creating pressures in the economy. And we really have to wait and see that the budget that the government is going to hopefully decide on in a week and a half from now will be a budget that is indicating a reduction in the deficit, a permanent, stable decline in the debt to GDP ratio. So this would be a key element. Right now, still, we are very cautious because when we look at the labor market, we see very low unemployment. We see a high rate of vacancies. So businesses are looking for people to work, but they can't find them. And wages are increasing. So all these are sources of inflationary pressures. We hope to see that alleviated with a relaxation of the geopolitical intention, the security tensions, the intensity of fighting. But we really depend on that. We would also say that so far we see quite healthy expansion, even slightly more than that, of credit in the economy, especially for the business sector. Very low rate of defaults or indications for difficulties in repaying either mortgages or credit to households or among businesses. So in that respect, there is no urgency in lowering interest rates further. So we will move very gradually. But if things develop as we hope, and as we expect in our main scenarios in terms of relaxation of the security tensions, then we might move ahead with further reductions through 2026 in a very gradual, very cautious way, and very circumstances dependent.
Right. So basically, what I'm hearing is cautious optimism, but obviously, in this very volatile environment, it's not easy to predict the economy. And of course, there are things outside Israel's control, the global economy as well, which is wobbling, and Israel has its place in it. But still, we're seeing that Israel seems to be quite resistant, let's say, even in very volatile situations, to remain a somewhat steady economy. So I want to thank you very much, Dr. Adi Brender, head of the research department in the Bank of Israel, for coming on and giving us these updates about the change in the inflation situation in Israel. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel with our ILTV app as well. I'm Alec Pollard, and thank you very much for watching.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that are coming out of Israel from this past week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, New York City outgoing Mayor Eric Adams visits Israel. ILTV joins Israeli police for a thrilling exercise. And check up on this week's sports roundup. Eric Adams, the outgoing mayor of New York City, has visited Israel, and ILTV was here to cover his entire visit. Take a look.
I had the privilege of coming today to Jerusalem to meet with Mayor Eric Adams. He's about to become the former mayor of New York City. Mayor Adams stood steadfast throughout his tenure with the state of Israel, building ties strategically, economically, and of course, working with the Jewish community, protecting them and fighting anti-Semitism. Let's see what he has to say. This week, multiple mayors are visiting Israel as part of a joint delegation organized by the American Jewish Committee. Their goal, to deepen cooperation, show solidarity, and see firsthand the realities facing Israelis after 2 years of war. Among them is a high-profile guest, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Adams made Israel his first international trip upon taking office. And now, as he prepares to leave City Hall on January 1st, he chose to return.
It's great to be here to just really, as I started my time in office, visiting Israel, and now as I conclude, I wanted to come back and just send the right message that Israel will always have a supporter in me as the mayor or not as the former mayor.
For Adams, the visit comes amid deep concern in the Jewish community following the election of Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, a candidate he has repeatedly warned could embolden anti-Semitism in New York.
Going after all of those items I put in place to let Jewish New Yorkers know that there's no place for hate. As you stated, the IRA definition, having an office to combat anti-Semitism. We are not going to allow hate to fester in our city in general, but specifically for Jewish New Yorkers, which has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel.
Adams has urged Israelis and Americans alike not to panic, but to mobilize.
So important for New York, for Jewish New Yorkers to fight. People need to know the true story of what happened on October 7th. To reclaim our young people, we must utilize social media. Social media has been used to spread anti-Semitism. We must use it to ensure that we build tolerance and love and respect for all groups, particularly to stop the spread of anti-Semitism.
He has also called on Israel's leadership to send a powerful symbolic message on New Year's.
What I encourage the Prime Minister to do is to join me on January 1st when we bring in the new year. We do not threaten to arrest leaders of sovereign nations and our probably closest partner in this region.
Beyond politics, Adams warns that severing ties with Israel could damage not only Israel, but New Yorkers.
Israel is one of the leading countries when it comes down to technology and advancement of technologies, from artificial intelligence to cybersecurity and so many others. And so many devices and innovations they made that save lives. And so when you stop the progress of that continuing innovation and the partnership, you're not hurting Israel, you're hurting Americans.
Adams is leaving office under scrutiny, including a federal investigation. But he says he stands by the choices he made.
I was defending a city that I love, and when I saw a migrant and asylum seeker crisis that overwhelmed our city in the tunes of over $7 billion, I knew it was my obligation. They came after me because I protected the city that I love.
As for what comes next,
I want to go back to school, get my doctorate, I want to write a book, and I have some great business opportunities that are waiting for me.
while Adams drew most of the attention on the mission, other U.S. mayors told ILTV they came for the same reason, to stand with Israel and with American Jewish communities back home.
We feel it's like probably the most welcoming place for Jewish people outside of Israel. We're reaching out to our brothers and sisters in New York and saying, if you don't feel comfortable, which is right now we're hearing a lot of, come to Miami Beach.
And for Aventura, Florida,
Aventura stands with Israel yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
And Israeli police are conducting exercises to prepare for any type of potential attack, including in residential areas. Now, ILTV's India Naftali joined one of these exercises, which, if you ask me, is pretty cool. Take a look.
Today, Israel's specialized police units are training for a mass casualty event in a residential area. It's something we hope will never happen, but something the country must be prepared for nonetheless.
What's taking place here today is part of a two-day district-level drill bringing together some of Israel's most advanced police units, including Yamam, Yassam, and Magav. Unlike standard counter-terror training, today's exercise is built around unpredictability. Officers are being tested on how they think, how they react, and how they adapt when nothing goes according to plan. The goal is to force split-second decisions under intense pressure, the kind of moments that can determine the difference between life and death in a real urban attack.
We are here to train for a fast urban attack scenario. Israeli police force is the first responder on all the scenes. We know that from October 7th. So we are here doing dynamic training to prepare our people for every situation that can rush to us in the real life.
On the ground, the drills are intense and highly technical. Officers are moving through streets, maneuvering around parked cars, schools, synagogues, and residential buildings. This morning's scenario began with reports of gunfire, triggering a rapid search operation. Minutes later, a simulated red alert was declared, meaning they are under rocket fire. One officer was marked as injured by shrapnel, and teams had to treat him under pressure while continuing the mission. These are not routine situations. The scenarios are designed to be messy, chaotic, and real, pushing officers to use critical thinking, check their gear, and operate in conditions that are impossible to replicate in a classroom or a shooting range. Commanders here say that timing is crucial. After nearly 2 years of constant operations during the war, this is one of the first opportunities for multiple units to spend 2 full days training side by side. They are taking the lessons of October 7th and building them into the curriculum. Because, as they tell us, what becomes natural in training is what saves lives in real life.
And speaking of security, you have to check out Israel's latest installment of aerial security. Meet the Iron Beam, advanced technology based on laser beams that are now joining Israel's fleet of aerial defenses. You have to check this out. This is the Iron Beam, Israel's latest development of air defense. Co-developed by Elbit Systems and Rafael, the Iron Beam is a laser-based system built to destroy incoming missiles, rockets, mortars, UAVs, and aircrafts, so any aerial threat can be intercepted by the Iron Beam. The Iron Beam will join Israel's other aerial defense systems, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, and the Chetz. But what makes the Iron Beam stand out as the most effective air defense system? Each interceptor of the Iron Dome for short-range missiles and rockets is estimated to cost the IDF approximately $40,000 to $50,000 per interception, while the Chetz 3, which is geared to intercept missiles outside of Israel's atmosphere, is estimated to cost around $4 to $8 million US, this according to Globes. With Israel close to ending a second year of war against hostile neighbors, Israeli defense spendings have skyrocketed, significantly impacting Israel's economy. But now, with the newly functioning Iron Beam, each interception of the laser system will cost only a few dollars in energy, meaning not only are interception capabilities now significantly better, the IDF also saves tens of thousands of dollars per interception in the process. The Iron Beam has also been dubbed Or Eitan, or in English, Eitan's Beam, this in memory of fallen soldier Eitan Oster, who fell in combat in Lebanon and whose father Dubi Oster helped develop the system. And recently, ILTV hosted the executive director of Kolel Chabad as he shared recent operations of the organization and even shared some inspiring messages. Have a look.
For over 200 years, Kolel Chabad has been a lifeline for those in need across Israel, providing food, medical care, and critical social support. Joining us now, all the way from New York, is Zalman Duchman, an executive director of Kolel Chabad, to share how the organization is continuing its mission of compassion and care, especially during these challenging times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So, Kolel Chabad has been serving the community for decades, well, more than decades. What makes the organization's mission so vital today?
Kolel Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel, the oldest continuous Jewish charity, started in 1788 by the first Chabad Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman. And we've been working through ever since, continuously operating, serving the land of Israel, working from the diaspora, raising money within the diaspora to serve the land of Israel. Over the past 2 years, we've experienced the war, etc. And I think that what is most vital today is the continued long-term support, that we're here for the long run. During the war, there was an emotional outpour of support from the lovers of Israel. And obviously, there's the flip side that we see very strongly. But those people that love and care for Israel have been there, outspoken with their voices and their dollar supporting Israel. And now that we hope that we're going to enter a time of quiet, that we have to remember that has to continue. And this is something that represents Kol Chabad specifically, that there's a lot of pop-up programs that popped up during the war, but now we're in it for the long haul. So I think we've been there for the long haul, and we plan to be there for the long haul going forward.
Absolutely, for another 200 years and beyond. And what are some of the biggest challenges of those you serve that they're facing right now, and how is Kolel Chabad addressing them?
One of the most affected populations, besides the many widows and the orphans and families and the trauma, is the elderly. The elderly population, especially those people that this is not their first war, especially Holocaust survivors, that their childhood was during a war and the traumas that it affected them. People don't know, but there's over 100,000 Holocaust survivors still living in Israel. And this is really, so to speak, our last opportunity to see them off their last years in dignity. And we've been with this generation for a very long time. And I think it's it's a very vulnerable population as they age and as they get older. And even some of the most basic things of food is they are relying on non-governmental organizations to provide for them food. Non-government NGOs are much more effective and efficient at doing it, especially when you have non-governmental organizations working together in collaboration. We believe that is one of the most important populations that we focus on, especially with making sure that they have daily meals. They live alone In Yiddish is word fargin. They don't fargin themselves to cook, to dirty a pot for one piece of chicken. They can't afford it sometimes. Going shopping is a problem with them. So delivering a hot, fresh, cooked meal to an elderly survivor. But then there's more than that. There's an entire young generation that weren't exposed to Holocaust survivors. And they don't know them, young students. So we have a project that every single Friday, we have volunteers. It's done from college-age students and high school-age students, that they go visit elderly and they bring them a meal for Friday and for Shabbat. But the objective is more than just a meal. It's for them to sit together and to spend time together, to talk to each other. Sometimes there's a language barrier. These speak Russian, the young generation speaks Hebrew, but love knows no language barrier. And it's an extraordinary program. And we're now leading up to a few weeks before Hanukkah. We hope to reach literally tens of thousands of such volunteers to find that are going to go visit, to light the menorah with the elderly people. A lot of them did not live their life through it because they lived their life through communist Russia and didn't experience what Hanukkah is. And they only came in older in age. They came to Israel, the blessings of celebrating Hanukkah, and we plan to do that. And the reason why we could do that is because we have an ongoing connection to these, because we visit them every single day and we bring them food every single day.
So a beautiful program. And I want to ask, because I see that you've brought with you also a very special coin. So can you tell us about this coin?
I brought a special coin that was minted specially for Kol Chabad, a challenge coin. And it says on it, Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon. This is a verse from the Bible that he garbed himself with tzedakah.
Hold the coin up so our viewers can see. Oh, you have two.
I brought two. He garbed himself with tzedakah as scale armor. The scale armor, and the Talmud explains that just like scale armor, every single piece overlaps each other. And if it's missing one piece, it allows a vulnerability in that section. Same too when it comes to the challenges of helping the poor. No one person could take the entire responsibility on their own. But no one could say, oh, my part doesn't make a difference, because every single part is necessary. Just like scale armor, if you're missing one section, it creates that vulnerability. That is what this challenge coin is, that for those that participate. And this is a unique gift that we would like to give to anybody that wants to participate in the food security project of helping the elderly, to feed elderly people. You could go to either on the QR code, I understand, on the screen, or they could go to our website.
So that's my question. If our viewers who are watching right now, if they want to help, what's the best way that they can do that?
So obviously, if they're here in Israel, we have Pantry Packers, a volunteer project where we have thousands of volunteers. But all those people that watch around the world could go to our website, or they could go to the website on the QR code, and they could sign up to be able to serve an elderly or Holocaust survivor. And the first 1,000 people to click this code, we will send them in the mail a challenge coin that says on it, that has it inscribed, Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon, for them being part of this scale armor, this protection of protecting the elderly, especially within their older age, in this special thing.
Incredible. So our viewers, you can scan the QR code on your screen now and donate and receive, the first 1,000 receive a special coin. Zalman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. And one other thing we must always remember, that is our opportunity that we have to help these people in the most vulnerable days of their life as they age and they get older. And we will be able to tell our children that we made sure the heroic generation that built Jewish life what it is today, that generation of the post-Holocaust, the Holocaust survivors and that elderly generation, we took care of them until their last one around.
Absolutely. An important mission. Zalman, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And now it's time for our weekly roundup of sports news. And let's be honest, what update is complete without mentioning the incredible Deni Avdia, who is already being hailed as a true basketball star.
Avdia He'll settle for the three.
Just to clarify, Avdia just had back-to-back games with over 25 points and over 10 assists, with a career-high 13 dimes in last night's win alone. He is currently averaging 48.2 fantasy points per game, meaning he is being backed by the entire basketball community, so not just in Israel, but around the world.
That's a tough take and finish.
And Avdia is not the only athlete turning heads. Israel's Rivka Bayech is now a Taekwondo bronze medalist. This is Bayech's fourth European Championship medal. She recently secured medals in the 2021, 2022, and 2023 European Championships, making this year her fourth. Bayech competes in the women under 49 kilos weight class and is second only to the two Taekwondo megastars, Serbian Andrea Bokan and Russian Irina Rogozina. We absolutely love to see Israeli representation in European events. And finally, here's your way to support Israeli businesses, especially those of the brave pioneers of Judea and Samaria. Have a look at Blessed by Israel and indulge yourself in the goods created by Israel's heartland. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time. And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news and put a smile on your face and the news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Devo Klein. Take care of yourself, and thank you so much for watching.
And on a different note, we have with us in studio Shmuel Saket, the founder of the Dream Raffle. He joined us here in the studio last year when the Dream Raffle captured so much attention. And now it's back for its 8th edition, featuring a $1.2 million Jerusalem apartment and an early bird bonus ending November 17th. Shmuel, great to have you back with us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Shmuel, what's the idea behind the Dream Raffle? Tell us about it and how it has grown since we last spoke to you at ILTV.
There are a lot of Jewish organizations that raise money. As you know, you need to raise funds in order to function, in order to support the projects that you sponsor and so on. But we decided to raise money with a twist, and that is to give people the opportunity to fulfill their dream. That's why we call it the Dream Raffle. And by purchasing just one ticket, obviously you can purchase more, but enough is one ticket, you could win a $1.2 million brand new, fully furnished apartment in the heart of Jerusalem.
Wow.
That's a dream, and it's a raffle, the Dream Raffle.
So now this year's prize is huge. What can people win? Maybe elaborate on this apartment if there are other prizes. And what's special about this early bird offer before November 17th?
So first of all, the raffle will be held around Purim time. So people always say, oh, buy in February. Why should I buy now? Because there are going to be several early bird raffles along the way. The first one is November 17th, which is a $15,000 prize, cash prize. Someone could win that and also win the apartment. And if they don't, it rolls over to the next one. There's going to be another bonus raffle as well. So the earlier you buy, you're in additional raffles at no extra cost. That's number one. Number two, what's new this year is the apartment is fully furnished. We hired a professional interior designer, and she furnished the place. You could literally win the apartment at 11:30 and move in at 11:31. There's the refrigerator, the stove, the oven, the dining room set, chairs, couch. There's a sukkah. All the mezuzot are there. Bedroom furniture, closets. It's ready for the winner to move in immediately. The dream raffle.
Wow, that is a dream indeed. Now, where does the money from the raffle go, and how do you make sure that the whole process is fair and transparent?
So this is our 8th year, and we're very, very careful to really have full and complete transparency. The winning ticket is always picked live. We do it in front of an audience. We do it live. We live stream it all over the internet so people could see that there's no, great Yiddish word, feuerlechtig, any problems or anything, that we don't do that. 100% transparent. And what we do is we give the option to someone to either win the apartment, or if for whatever reason they don't want the apartment, $600,000 cash. Not bad for a $200 ticket. And again, this is yours forever. You could pass it to your inheritors. You could live in it, sell it, Airbnb, whatever you want. It is your apartment in the heart of Yerushalayim. No other raffle does this. And on our website, we have a list of all the previous winners. There are other raffles, I don't want to say names, who don't have this transparency. We do. You could see the winners. I interview every one of them. They're real people, whether they were from New Jersey, San Diego, California, or here in Israel. They're all real people winning this raffle, and that has changed their life.
That's incredible, Shmuel. Thank you very much. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. It takes 60 seconds. One entry could win you a home in Israel, and every ticket supports incredible organizations. And ILTV viewers, you get a bonus entry. Just use the code ILTV. In a busy weekend at the White House, President Donald Trump met with two very different groups. New York's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, who used his first meeting with the president to repeat his accusation that Israel is committing genocide, and a separate group of freed Israeli hostages, whom Trump called heroes. Our correspondent, India Naftali, is here to break down the contrasting moments inside the White House. India?
That's right, Sivan. Over the weekend, the Oval Office saw two very different meetings, each with a completely different message about Israel. On Thursday, President Trump met with freed Israeli hostages and their families, thanking them for their courage and calling them heroes. The day after, New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani met with President Trump. Mamdani used the moment to repeat his claim that Israel is committing genocide. The massive contrast between these two meetings, I would say, was striking. Inside the Oval Office on Friday, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani used his first meeting with President Trump to repeat a claim Israel strongly rejects, saying the Israeli government is committing genocide.
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and work hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated.
However, the day prior, a very different scene took place in the same building. President Trump met with a delegation of freed Israeli hostages who survived Hamas captivity for up to 2 years. Trump told them this.
You're not a hostage anymore today, you're heroes. We love you all, and our country loves you all, and the world is watching, and really, you're amazing people.
The hostages received a presidential coin from Trump himself, and the hostages thanked Trump for helping secure the ceasefire deal that freed them. The group included 17 of the 20 living hostages released in October. Among those highlighted was Matan Angrest, a freed IDF soldier who was held in isolation for much of his captivity. Trump said Matan was subjected to severe beatings, even losing consciousness. He went through hell, but he never broke. This is a living testimony to the toughness and heart of the Jewish people. The freed hostages used their meeting to send a clear message. The pressure must continue until the remaining 3 bodies of Dror Or, Master Sergeant Ran Gavili, and Sutisak Reinthalak are returned from Gaza. The visit marked the 3rd time this year Trump has hosted freed hostages from ceasefire deals he helped negotiate.
And today we once again have the pleasure of hearing from Yael Eckstein, president of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, as she brings us the latest highlights and inspiring updates from the fellowship's ongoing work.
Shalom from here in Israel. I'm Yael Eckstein, and here are two fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number one, the fellowship learned that in the city of Tiberias, there were many people who were suffering from food insecurity. After 2 years of war, there were people suffering. They couldn't afford food, and they couldn't find basic food items. And so the fellowship opened up a soup kitchen. And so now, in the city of Tiberias, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is distributing over 150 food boxes every single day to people in need. Number two, I want you to meet Valentina. She's 85 years old, and she's just one of so many people who get helped by the fellowship. She's been living alone for over 2 years since her husband died. She has no one to visit her, no one to help her, and we learned recently she doesn't have enough to buy both her medications, to pay her rent, and to buy food. And every single month, a volunteer delivers to Valentina a food box with everything that she needs. This is saving lives physically and spiritually. Well, there you have it, friends. There are two fellowship projects that you now know about. Join me next week, same place, same time, for more updates on what's happening here in the Holy Land at the fellowship. Shalom.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest headlines coming out of the region. We begin with breaking news from Israel. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have confirmed yesterday's reports that the remains of an Israeli hostage have been located in Gaza to be handed over to Israel today at 4 p.m. local time. The Prime Minister's office responded, saying in light of Islamic Jihad's announcement on locating remains of a slain hostage, Israel takes a very grave view of the delay in handing them over immediately. This constitutes another violation of the agreement. Israel demands the immediate return of the 3 slain hostages whose bodies are still being held in the Gaza Strip. That from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Israel's northern front is flaring up again, with Hezbollah and Lebanon vowing to respond to Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is only a matter of time. Massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Haitham Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's strike on the outskirts of the capital. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabatabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line. For weeks, combat teams from the Nahal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. Today, the IDF says 2 more terror operatives were killed after crossing the Yellow Line in northern Gaza, approaching troops of the 188th Armored Brigade and reservists of the Carmeli Brigade, posing an immediate threat.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. שהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה שתי המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים, ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל, ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם עד הניצחון.
President Donald Trump says he will formally designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, a move he promises will be done in the strongest and most powerful terms. The decision follows new warnings that the Muslim Brotherhood is advancing a long-term plan to spread its influence across the West. Founded in 1928 in Egypt, the group has been linked to extremist movements, including Hamas, which calls itself the Palestine branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is already outlawed in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Jordan. The new U.S. designation is expected to target the group's funding networks and global operations. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has ended its troubled 5 months of aid distribution in the Gaza Strip. The executive director, John Acri, says the goal was to meet urgent needs, prove a new approach could succeed where others failed, and hand off success to the international community. The American organization was set up with close involvement from Israeli officials and business leaders connected to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel says the goal was to ensure aid reached civilians while excluding Hamas, which it accuses of stealing humanitarian relief. Despite the challenges, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund distributed more than 187 million meals to Gazans, who number around 2 million in the Strip. By September, operations had shrunk, and promises to expand from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. The Bank of Israel cuts interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate by a quarter point to 4.25%. The move comes as inflation continues to moderate and the economy shows signs of recovery following months of ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza. That's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. Israel delivered a major blow to Hezbollah's leadership with a precision strike in Beirut that killed the group's chief of staff. Lebanon demands urgent international intervention. Israel warns Iran is nearly back to full missile strength, rapidly rebuilding its arsenal just months after June's war. And Israel approves a plan to bring home the entire Bnei Menashe community by 2030. Lebanon is calling on the international community to intervene after the Israeli strike yesterday on Beirut. Israel did not shy away from taking responsibility for the sharp escalation that comes amid a year-long U.S.-brokered ceasefire. More on this from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
Lebanese President Aoun is demanding strong international action to halt what he calls ongoing Israeli attacks following the targeted killing of Hezbollah's chief of staff in a suburb of the Lebanese capital. Hezbollah says 4 operatives were killed in the Israeli strike on Beirut, along with its military chief, Haitham Ali Tabatabai. Lebanese officials identified 5 total dead and 28 wounded after the strike hit a multi-story building, sending debris crashing onto the main road below. Following the attack, Defense Minister Katz said anyone who raises a hand against Israel will have his hand cut off. He vowed Israel will not allow a return to the threat levels that existed before October 7th. The IDF confirms it eliminated Tabatabai, Hezbollah's number 2, and its so-called chief of staff in a precise airstrike in the heart of Beirut's Dahia stronghold. Prime Minister Netanyahu gave the order.
צה"ל חיסל את עלי טבטבאי, רמטכ"ל ארגון הטרור חיזבאללה. טבטאי הוא רב מרצחים. ידיו מגואלות בדם של ישראלים ואמריקנים רבים. ולא בכדי, ארצות הברית הציעה פרס כספי של $5 מיליון על הראש שלו.
This marks the first strike on the Lebanese capital since July and follows recommendations from the defense minister and the IDF chief of staff. The killing of Tabatabai dealt a major blow to the Hezbollah leadership. Tabatabai has been a specially designated global terrorist since 2016 and had a $5 million reward on his head for commanding Hezbollah forces in Syria and Yemen and for leading the group's planned cross-border assaults on northern Israel. The Prime Minister's office said Tabatabai was responsible for Hezbollah's military buildup and armament efforts. The White House says the U.S. knew Israel was preparing to escalate strikes in Lebanon, but was not informed of the target, timing, or location of the operation.
המדיניות שאני מוביל ברורה לחלוטין. תחת הנהגתי, מדינת ישראל לא תאפשר לחיזבאללה לבנות את כוחו מחדש, ולא נאפשר לו לחזור להוות איום על מדינת ישראל. אני מצפה מממשלת לבנון לממש את ההתחייבות שלה לפרק את חיזבאללה מנשקו, כי רק כך יתאפשר לכל אזרח בלבנון עתיד טוב יותר, ורק כך תוכל להתקיים שכנות טובה, בטוחה, בין ישראל ללבנון.
The strike comes amid ongoing violations of the 2004 ceasefire. Israel says Hezbollah has been rebuilding its terror infrastructure, and the IDF has been carrying out frequent operations to stop it. A major figure in Hezbollah's hierarchy has been removed, and Israel is not saying this will be the last targeted strike in the Lebanese capital. The year-long U.S.-brokered ceasefire is facing its biggest challenge.
And now with this dramatic escalation in Beirut, where Israel's targeted strike has eliminated Hezbollah's de facto military chief and has prompted Lebanon to call for international intervention, I am now joined by Hussein Abdul Hussein, research fellow at FDD. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Israel eliminated Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, in the heart of Beirut. How significant is this assassination? We know he's been on the U.S. wanted list as well.
I think the top significance is that Hezbollah has been claiming that since the war stopped, it has changed its mode of operation, that it has weeded out all the spies in its midst, that Israel does not have any insight into how the organization is rebuilding itself. I think by taking out the top military guy, we know that all of these Hezbollah claims are just claims. Hezbollah is rebuilding itself, but it's still vulnerable to Israeli attacks.
Now, the IDF says this was a precise strike under direct orders from Netanyahu. Why do you think Israel would choose to strike inside Beirut now and in such a high-profile way, despite the fragile ceasefire that was in place?
Like Prime Minister Netanyahu said, Lebanon is not living up to its promise and its commitment that it signed in the cessation of hostilities last November. And if Lebanon is not going to do what it promised to do, that is to disarm Hezbollah, then someone else will have to do it. And this someone else happens to be Israel. So one of the sides or the parties will have to uphold UN Security Council Resolution 1701, the cessation of hostilities deal between the two sides, and the Lebanese, unfortunately, even though they promised and signed on it, they're not doing it. So Israel is stepping up, and at whatever cost. I think, Israel has to do what Israel has to do at this point.
From a military standpoint, how severely does this weaken Hezbollah's operational chain of command?
It does significantly. Apparently, this guy had some sort of talent that they deployed him to Yemen and to Syria. So his military expertise seems to have been vast. But this does not take out the whole chain of command. Of course, the chain of command was weakened in the last war between the two sides. But I think there are still a lot of Hezbollah generals that remain at large. And maybe Israel is still after them. But the organization still has the ability to wage war against Israel, which must keep this low-intensity war going between the two sides until, of course, as we said, the Lebanese state steps up and disarms Hezbollah.
So we're hearing the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, is asking for global action against the Israeli attacks. What is likely to happen next, do you think?
I think Lebanon lost credibility with the United States and with the global community. Lebanon promises things and it doesn't live up to them, and that's a big problem. And they go by the same template. They have changed the sequence of steps, the order of things. The agreement and the cessation of hostilities was Hezbollah to be disarmed, then Israel stops policing Hezbollah, and Israel withdraws from the 5 hilltops. Now the Lebanese are demanding that Israel stops policing first and withdraws from the hilltop, and then they might or might not disarm Hezbollah. This is not in the agreement. Everyone knows it. Washington knows it. And I think at this point, even the relationship, which was friendly between Washington and Beirut until very recently, has become sour. We've just seen Washington cancel all the meetings of the Lebanese army commander who was visiting Washington. So I don't think world capitals are taking Beirut's statements for real this time.
But where does this leave Lebanon's government? Can Beirut realistically disarm Hezbollah as Netanyahu demands, or is that simply impossible given Hezbollah's power in the country?
The Lebanese government has been as wily, as mercurial as possible on this. On one hand, they say that the Lebanese army does not have the capabilities to take on Hezbollah. And then when the United States approves $200 million in aid to the Lebanese armed forces, then President Aoun says, if we take on Hezbollah, there'll be civil war. So they're not sure which excuse they're trying to use, but what we know for sure is that there's no will to take on Hezbollah. Maybe they prefer that Hezbollah does it, which is not really that good anyway, but what we know for sure is that Lebanon is not moving on Hezbollah. And like I said, if they don't do, someone else will have to do it. And this someone happens to be Israel.
Hussein Abdul Hussein, thank you very much.
Thank you.
According to new assessments, Iran has already restored most of the missile stockpile destroyed by Israel during June's 12-day war and is now reportedly quickly approaching its pre-war inventory.
Israeli media reports Tehran is on track to field around 2,000 surface-to-surface missiles capable of hitting Israel within just months. Part of Iran's arsenal survived Israel's strikes by being hidden in deep underground tunnel networks, and since the war, Iran has worked around the clock to replenish the rest. During the June conflict, Iran fired over 550 ballistic missiles and more than 1,000 attack drones toward Israel. Another 1,000 missiles and 250 launchers were destroyed on the ground by Israeli forces. But intelligence officials warn Iran's next war plan is far more dangerous. Tehran supposedly intends to launch up to 2,000 missiles simultaneously, a saturation strike designed to overwhelm Israel's air defenses. While Iran apparently has not resumed uranium enrichment to previous high levels, it is rebuilding damaged nuclear infrastructure, including new fortified sites, among them a secretive facility nicknamed Pickaxe Mountain. Analysts say the combination of nuclear reconstruction and rapid missile replenishment signals a long-term Iranian strategy: recover, expand, and prepare for the next confrontation. Israeli defense officials now warn that any future war with Iran will be longer, harder, and broader, likely extending to Iranian-backed militias in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has ordered a new program to protect Israel's air superiority, increase long-range strike readiness, and prevent Iran from further advancing its missile and nuclear projects. Israel sees Iran's rapid rearmament not as routine military recovery, but as a direct countdown. A rebuilt Iranian missile force means the next war may not just be inevitable, but far more devastating than the last.
As we move forward here at ILTV, we're not just delivering the news, we're carrying out a mission. Every day we work to strengthen Israel's global voice and stand firm for Zionism with factual pro-Israel reporting. By subscribing to our app, you're joining us as a partner in this mission, and you'll get access to our new 24/7 channel with live broadcasts at the top of every hour. Scan the QR code on your screen to subscribe now. More than 2 years after the October 7th massacre, the IDF is now taking the most serious internal action yet. IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir has ordered a sweeping series of dismissals for senior commanders tied to the failures that allowed Hamas's attack and massacre to unfold.
The dismissals and decisions follow the findings of the Turjuman Committee, a panel tasked with reviewing the IDF's internal investigations into both operational and intelligence breakdowns before, during, and immediately after the October 7th assault. Among the most consequential moves, Major General Oded Basyuk, who headed the IDF Operations Directorate on October 7th, has been removed from reserve duty entirely. Major General Shlomi Binder, who led the Operations Division at the time and today serves as Chief of Military Intelligence, received a formal reprimand but will retire only at the end of his current term. Former Military Intelligence Chief Major General Aharon Khaliva, one of the first to publicly accept responsibility, was dismissed from reserve service in a phone call. He reportedly told Zamir he still expects a full state commission of inquiry. And former Southern Command Chief Major General Yaron Finkelman, who resigned after the attacks but remained in service, will now completely end his military career and be removed from the reserves. More officers are also facing consequences. The former intelligence officer of the Gaza Division will be dismissed. The former head of the IDF's Operations Brigade will conclude his service. And the commander of Unit 8200 at the time, Yossi Sarel, who failed to appear when summoned, has been dismissed from reserve duty. Even at the highest operational levels, reprimands were issued. Air Force Commander Major General Tomer Bar and Navy Commander David Sal Salama both received formal censure for preparedness failures, including the Air Force's inability to stop drones and powered gliders that disabled Israel's surveillance systems on October 7th. The Turjuman Committee's report highlighted widespread structural failures, from ignored intelligence warnings to gaps in the handling of Hamas's Jericho Wall attack plan. It found parts of the IDF's main investigation insufficient and stated that several critical issues were never examined at all.
כלל האנשים ששמם יקשר מעתה והלאה לאותן מסקנות אישיות הם טובי מפקדינו. כולם תרמו את מרבית חייהם לצה"ל ולמדינת ישראל. לרובם המוחלט יש נגיעה ישירה בהצלחות המבצעיות שצה"ל הגיע אליהם בשנתיים האחרונות. יש לנו אחריות כלפיהם גם כחברה. ההתייחסות שלנו אליהם תשפיע גם על דור המפקדים הבא וגם על אלה הנושאים בו היום. אל לנו להיות ארץ אוכלת מפקדיה. אין לנו את הפריבילגיה הזו. הולך תמים ופועל צדק ודובר אמת בלבבו. אמשיך להוביל את צה"ל לאורה של האמת ומתוך אחריות ודבקות במשימה.
Zamir says these are only the first steps and that full accountability requires an external, system-wide review. But the government continues to oppose a formal state commission of inquiry, arguing that the nation is too divided to withstand such a process during an ongoing conflict. Opponents, from former commanders to October 7th survivor groups, insist that anything short of a full independent commission leaves key political decisions untouched and risks bearing the most painful lessons.
Should convicted terrorists be executed? Israeli Public Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir says yes, and his bill just cleared its first Knesset hurdle with unprecedented support from some in the IDF and the Shin Bet. But as the next vote looms, critics warn the law threatens Israeli democracy, while supporters say it could stop future attacks and prevent another Sinwar from ever walking free. More from ILTV reporter Alec Pollard.
1 year ago, at this exact station of the Tel Aviv light rail, 7 Israelis were shot dead by 2 Palestinian gunmen, one of many deadly terror attacks that have occurred in Israel over the years. In this incident, the assailants were shot dead, but sometimes they survive and are given life sentences in prison. Should they receive the death penalty instead? Public Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir thinks so. His religious Zionist party have managed to push the proposed legislation through a first hearing in parliament, and for the first time have gained public support from officials in the IDF and Shin Bet security services. But as the second hearing approaches, opposition from lawmakers and legal bodies increases, claiming it infringes on democratic norms and won't achieve the desired deterrence. On the other hand, proponents of the law claim not only will it deter attackers, but also prevent deadly prisoners from being released in hostage exchange deals. Many such terrorists, with blood on their hands, walk free in exchange for hostages taken on October 7th. But this isn't new. Back in 2011, over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners were released in exchange for one IDF soldier, Gilad Shalit. Among them, future Hamas leader and October 7th mastermind, Yahya Sinwar. The proposed law would pass with a simple majority without a chance of appeal, the penalty administered with a poison injection within 90 days of sentencing. One compromise being proposed is that the death penalty will not be automatic for those convicted of terror offenses, but instead it will depend on the judgment of the judges in the case. For now, Minister Ben-Gvir has not ruled out that option. This law is one of the most significant pieces of legislation ever proposed in Israel and one of the most controversial. But in the aftermath of the October 7th massacre, it may have a chance of passing for the first time.
Israel has approved a new plan to bring the remaining members of India's Bnei Menashe community to Israel by 2030. The group identifies as descendants of the biblical tribe of Manasseh, and they are among India's last Jewish communities. Our correspondent, India Naftali, has the details.
Israel's government has now approved a 5-year plan to bring the majority of the remaining Bnei Menashe community from India to Israel. The decision, submitted by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Aliyah and Integration Minister Ophir Sofer, will enable about 5,800 community members to make Aliyah by the year 2030. Around 1,200 are expected to arrive by the end of 2026. There are currently an estimated 5,000 Bnei Menashe already living in Israel, most having arrived over the past 2 decades under previous government initiatives. The Bnei Menashe live primarily in the northeastern Indian states of Mizoram and Manipur, within the Kuki-Chin and Mizo communities. They are descendants of the biblical tribe of Manasseh, one of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, and are considered among India's last remaining Jewish communities. Under the plan, all new arrivals will undergo Orthodox conversion through the chief rabbinate. They will mainly settle in the north of the country, part of a broader effort to rebuild and strengthen the communities of the Galilee region following the war. Prime Minister Netanyahu called the move an important and Zionist decision, saying it will provide a boost to the north and help reunite families long divided between India and Israel. Aliyah Minister Sofer praised the decision as part of a wider wave of immigration in recent years, saying this Aliyah strengthens Israel's resilience, solidarity, and national renewal. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said the move marks a renewed connection of brothers who have carried the yearning for Zion for generations. A government delegation is set to travel to India within days to begin processing applications. The operation will be coordinated by the Chief Rabbinate, the Conversion Authority, the Population and Immigration Authority, the Foreign Ministry, and the Jewish Agency. The first phase of the plan is budgeted at 90 million shekels through 2026. The funds will cover immigration costs, conversion, housing and absorption centers, Hebrew language programs, and employment support, helping the new arrivals integrate smoothly into their communities in the north.
And so, as Israel approves this landmark plan to bring the entire Bnei Menashe community home by 2030, we are now joined by India Naftali to discuss this issue here in studio. Thanks for joining us, India.
Thank you so much, Sivan.
So let's, to begin, understand, for viewers less familiar with this whole, with this community, who are the Bnei Menashe? What is their story?
So the Bnei Menashe are a Jewish community located in northeast India. They come from the tribe of Manasseh. They were in the land of Israel 2,700 years ago. They were exiled by the Assyrians, and they've been out of the land of Israel ever since. So for generations, they've been keeping Jewish customs and laws, keeping Shabbat, Jewish purity rituals, and that is really their claim to Judaism. They're one of the 10 lost tribes, and they're about a population of 10,000. They're part of India's very small Jewish population.
And now, what does this decision actually mean? How significant is it that Israel has now committed to bringing the entire Bnei Menashe community, roughly 6,000 people, by the end of the decade?
So this is historic, Sivan. I mean, this is the first time that the government has ever approved such a large mass aliyah. If we talk about the aliyah of the Ethiopian Jews, they were brought in several operations and waves. And this framework that's happening with the Bnei Menashe to bring the remaining roughly 6,000 that are in India, it's happening in one go, in one framework. So this is the first time. There's going to be families that have been separated for 20 years who haven't been able to make aliyah, that have been in India, and who are now going to be reunited with the roughly 5,000 Bnei Menashe community members here in Israel. Now, for you to understand, I mentioned in my piece that they're going to have to go through a conversion process, a Orthodox Jewish conversion process. So you might ask yourself, if they're Jewish, why would they have to go through that process?
Right.
Well, the answer is this. So because they've been exiled so long in the diaspora for over 2,000 years, the Judaism they practice isn't exactly the same as rabbinical Judaism, which was created after the destruction of the first temple, and they left right around that time of the destruction of First Temple. So the Judaism they practice is from that time era. And as we know, that rabbinical Judaism was created afterwards. So now that we're going to see them, that their Judaism aligns with rabbinical Judaism that is considered halakha here in Israel.
Halakha, Jewish law here in Israel. So to make sure that everyone is aligned.
In the same practice of Judaism.
None of us are really 100% aligned,
That's
but
right.
more or less. All right, so the state delegation is flying to India within days, and the government allocated 90 million shekels for this first phase, covering conversion and housing and Hebrew education and integration. What challenges do you think that the state will face in absorbing such a large wave of immigrants?
Certainly the question of education, a lot of them come from communities where they don't have traditional education, so coming and finding job placement might be a difficult issue. But like you said, 90 million shekels is a huge pledge to make sure that these new members of our society have a smooth landing, and it's going to be invested in hopefully education, definitely housing, and they already have quite a significant community here to welcome them and show them the ropes.
And what are some of the actual community members saying about this big move?
Sivan, I know people who it's been their entire life's work for the past 20 years to bring this piece of the diaspora home to Israel. So for them, this is a completion of their life's dream. I mean, this is just the beginning of a historic moment of really bringing all Jews from across the world home to Israel.
Wow, fantastic. I mean, it will be incredible to see this new wave of aliyah of immigration coming to Israel, integrating, absorbing, and joining the Israeli public here in Israel, the Holy Land. Thank you very much, India, Naftali.
Thank you, Sivan.
Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. A thunderstorm and partly rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 18 degrees Celsius or 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, be safe, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome back to the ILTV News Podcast. I'm Mayan Hoffman, Executive Editor of ILTV News, and I'm happy to see all of our viewers and all of our listeners. I have with me today Mati Gil, the CEO of Ion Labs, a special venture studio located in the heart of Jerusalem. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
So I want to get started, by actually learning a little bit more about you personally, Mati.
Sure.
You and I have known each other a few years, but we've never really had the chance to talk much about life and family. So tell me, where are you from originally, and, who are you?
Who am I? That's a more philosophical question, but I'm an Israeli American. I was born in the United States in Ohio, so actually the real United States, the one between the two coasts, the real America, or America, like we used to say. And we made Aliyah when I was 12. We actually came here for an exploratory year and then decided to stay here, grew up in Jerusalem, did 6 years in the military, and then 4 years working in public service as a chief of staff to a minister in the Israeli government in the cabinet, and then decided to move over to actually gain some real skills in industry and move to work at Teva Pharmaceuticals. Chose Teva because it's Israel's best company, biggest company, but also the healthcare industry really called me in that aspect. So I am a lawyer by training with an MBA, but haven't actually practiced law, and was part of legal management for Teva, part of various different roles in the headquarters, until we decided to put together a whole program to help Teva reconnect with the innovation industry here in Israel, and that was part of the philosophy and the story of building Ion Labs partnership, which I'm sure we'll get into. But even more importantly, I'm a father of 3 children, husband to Chagit. 2 of my children are actually right outside here, so it's the summer times and we get to hang out with them more than usual. And so, yeah.
So, you mentioned Ion Labs. I talked about it for 1 second in the introduction. What is Ion Labs? Explain to people what this does.
So Ion Labs is a venture studio where we basically build startups upon the thesis of 3 things. Number 1 is that AI and computational technologies are becoming more and more important to the way that we discover and develop new drugs and bring them to market and hope to new patients. Secondly is that Israel is increasingly becoming an important place for drug discovery and development research because of that equation of tech becoming more important to the biotech equation. And third is that the way to build great startups is by doing a co-development model. And we brought into our partnership 4 big pharma companies, Pfizer, AstraZeneca. For them, it was their first R&D investment in Israel as part of Ion Labs, together with Merck and Teva that obviously have a long history of building startups in Israel and working in the Israeli ecosystem. 2 venture capital firms, Israel Biotech Fund and Amiti, each bringing in their respective expertise. And a research institute that we modeled our model on, which is called BiomedX, and the Amazon Web Service that brings in all the computational and cloud technology. And it's a public-private partnership where we work with the Israeli Innovation Authority and with their support to be able to help achieve our mission of building great startups.
Now, you mentioned that this was something that sort of came out of a role that you had at Teva. I actually didn't realize that. Were you the brain, was this your brainchild, and how did this actually start to evolve?
So it came out of an initiative that actually the catalyzer was the Israel Innovation Authority that recognized this opportunity that I mentioned about the convergence of AI and engineering technologies with biology and chemistry. So first of all, this is actually credit to the Israeli government. I can give a lot of examples of the Israeli government doing things that are wrong. This is something they got right. They set a strategy, they put out vehicles, and they sought partners that would want to create such a venture studio. And the IA, the Israel Innovation Authority, actually came with this initiative. We at Teva, when I was there at the time, were in the midst of actually helping to build up a new innovation strategy to build future growth engines for Teva Pharmaceuticals, actually at a time when Teva was at its worst financial crises after a failed acquisition, and starting to look at how we could bring in new science and new technologies. And so the initiative that the government came with actually fit our agenda of trying to bring in AI and machine learning capabilities into our efforts. And we identified this as it wasn't me. It was me and a bunch of team members. It was 2 other team members and colleagues from Teva that we then pitched it to Teva management and then pitched it to a bunch of colleagues at all the organizations that ultimately joined Ion Labs. And really as a brainchild that was built over hundreds of hours of Zoom back in 2020 during COVID, that amongst 6 different organizations that really came together to found Ion Labs, and then Amiti joined us later on, and that's how it really started.
And it's kind of wild when you think about even forget Israel even for a minute, just that AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Merck, and Teva are all agreeing to work together. Yeah. Seems pretty groundbreaking that they're willing to play so nicely in the sandbox, especially when we're talking about the potential of new drug development, which is obviously what they do and the biggest moneymaker for them. Now, walk me through a little bit about the different cohorts and the way that this has evolved. I mean, as you mentioned, I remember it sort of starting during COVID. It was a slow time, and then all of a sudden around 2022, as COVID was winding down, we started to hear a lot more about Ion Labs and cohorts coming to the country. Yeah. So tell me about some of those cohorts and what have been the foci of them.
Yeah, so what we do at Ion Labs is we try to connect between 3 core elements that are necessary to build a great startup in our environment. Number 1 is that they're addressing a big, validated problem statement that's an industry-wide problem statement that, if it's solved, will be the basis of a great startup. Number 2 is that we have a great technology and team to be able to address that problem statement. And number 3 is that we're the right place. So meaning that we have the commitment from at least 1 or 2 of our pharma partners to help mentor the team, support them from day one, provide them with anything they need, including doing early POCs, or what we call killer experiments, to validate whether or not the technology actually works and to help them get on the path that they can prove their technology actually works in that aspect. So those 3 core elements have to exist in every startup that we build. And then we build them in one of 2 tracks. Either we build them from scratch, starting with a problem statement, and then seeking talented people, what you mentioned, cohorts, to actually come for a competition and compete both with their capabilities, their leadership skills, and their personalities, and their scientific and technology capabilities, but also with their idea. And then ultimately at the end of that competition, everyone pitches to our scientific investment committee, and we choose one to give a $1 million investment to as a pre-seed investment to help them get on the track for building a startup and reaching validation. The other track that we do, in addition to ION building with all the cohorts that we do there, is called ION seeding, where we said if we have all these competitors, like you mentioned, 4 competitors working together to build great startups in this space in Israel, if we have them all working in the sandbox nicely and compete and collaborating, let's try to take it out for a spin to actually invest in early stage startups from their inception, but that address a challenge that we didn't think of. And there we can have our $1 million investment join a larger round, which we've done 3 times. And in this element, we're happy to make an investment in a great startup coming out of the Weitzman Labs, ready to commercialize, and that other funds can lead and we can join them.
Now, I was just at an event that you held recently. It was kind of a cocktail reception to kick off one of these other cohorts. It was for AI, the use of AI in drug combinations and determining drug combinations. So tell me a little bit about this concept. Why was this specific initiative one that you chose? Why was the problem you chose to focus on?
So we called it generative AI for target combinations. So basically one drug that can tackle multiple a combination of targets within the human composition. And that's a huge industry-wide problem statement. Now, it was a problem statement that was defined by members of my team on the scientific side that lead up these efforts with the pharma R&Ds. And they worked with the head of this space within AstraZeneca R&D. They identified this problem statement. They worked with him. He's not based in Israel. He's based in Sweden. He's a Japanese scientist based in Sweden. They worked with him to define the problem statement. And then he pitched it to the rest of the competitors and to Amazon and the VCs. And they all selected this as a big problem statement that if it was solved, and it's a very tricky one, if it is solved and you're able to build a technology to address it, has unlimited potential to develop new drugs and to work with the industry in that aspect. So the 15 people, actually 17 in this case, because we made exceptions because we had so many people applying this time, we brought in 17 candidates that worked with us for a week. We kicked them off with a cocktail to kind of convince them that things would be nice. But then the first day was a workshop. The days 2 to 5 were what I would call a boot camp because they didn't sleep very much. They worked very hard. They challenged themselves. They got a lot of feedback. All the mentors that are experts from the pharma teams worked with them, giving them guidance, and from Amazon, giving them guidance on what their solution could look like and how they could solve the problem. And ultimately, at that end of that week, we chose one, and we're in the process of building a new startup with them.
And so, it seems like one of the reasons that you need to do this is just because the pharmaceutical industry, while it's very large and very well funded, is also very slow and very inefficient. And also, most drugs don't even make it to market from, remember, 95%, correct me on the percentage. So, how do you think that your model, what you're doing, is going to solve that bigger problem?
So, ION Labs, just like any startup, has a great problem statement. Our problem statement is that it takes well over 10 years, over $2 billion on average, and with a 90% failure rate, like you correctly mentioned, of a drug candidate to actually be approved as a drug and be administered to patients. Now, that means that there's a lot of great science that is taking way too long or is not ultimately reaching patients to be able to provide them with health and with a therapeutic effective drug. And so that's what we're trying to solve, is by bringing in technology that is computational based, that has not been used in the past in our industry, whether it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, computational biology, computational chemistry, and combining that with the classic ways that we develop drugs, we're going to be able to shorten that timeline and bring new drugs to market and lower that failure rate. So that could be by understanding disease mechanisms in a much more advanced manner, and a lot of the target discovery goes to that with the challenge I mentioned. It could also be in the way that we actually find a molecule and discover a new molecule that will target a drug, and that could be in biologics and antibodies that are more complex molecules, in small molecules that are chemistry-based, or as well in new modalities like cell therapy and the way that we edit cells and gene therapy and the way that we use CRISPR to engineer genes so that we can actually treat disease in a personalized manner for people and for rare diseases that currently don't have any hope for them. And then all the way through clinical development.
Now, you called Ion Labs a venture studio, and I'm wondering how it's that a venture studio is different from, let's say, like a standard incubator or an accelerator.
Sure. So a venture studio is when we come and build startups from scratch, and we provide them with all the services and the support for them to be able to actually build a startup from scratch, and not just, which is obviously hard in its own right, but an investor usually goes out and finds a technology and then provides them with capital and support for them to reach their next stages. Here we provide them with the industry and domain expertise, which we felt, especially in Israel, where this is still an underdeveloped industry here, biotech in Israel. We felt that especially in Israel, it is important to bring in this domain expertise from pharmaceutical leadership, from R&Ds of pharma that are not based here yet. In the manner that we see in every other industry in Israel. We felt that it was important for us to be able to provide them with support that's not just managerial, administrative, talent sourcing, and financial support, but also scientific support from day one so that we can bring in the best AI and technology experts that Israel has to offer into the domain of biotech, which is a very hard industry to succeed in as is. Here we want to help them with co-developing so that they can pair their AI expertise with the domain expertise of the pharmaceutical leaders that we have in Ion Labs.
Yeah, I mean, and you touched on something that's actually, I think, important for us to describe to our viewers and our listeners, which is the idea that Israel, we're known as the startup nation, and people are always praising our use of technology and the R&D and the development. But when it comes to biotech, we actually have not been leaders. We've actually kind of been lagging behind for probably a number of reasons, which I'd love for you to touch on. But one of the things that I found really fascinating at this event the other day was how everyone was speaking about how this could shift for Israel, and we could see a much brighter and bigger and even leadership future in biotech as we start to merge more AI or technology with bio. So talk about that. Why were we not leaders, and where do you see us going with all of
Sure.
this?
So I'll start with why we were not. Mm-hmm. And just to give you a story, so when the CEO of Teva, for the first time a non-Israeli CEO, came in 2017, late 2017, 2018, Kåre Schultz, who had worked for decades in the industry, in Novo Nordisk, in Lundbeck, where he was a CEO. He then came to Israel. And I asked him in our first meeting on his first week of the job, I said, have you ever been to Israel? And I thought his answer would be no.
Okay.
And actually it was yes. He surprised me. He had been coming to Israel since he was 15 or 16 years old as a volunteer on kibbutzim from Denmark.
Okay.
So he loved Israel. And he loves Israel. And then I asked him, have you had interest in investing in Israeli biotech, in Israeli pharma innovation? And he said, and I remember this vividly, he said, Mati, I am a big believer in the startup nation, but it's not for pharma. Now, this was his mindset as a pharmaceutical industry leader that had been coming to Israel at least once a year for decades. Wow. Now, why did he say that? Because Israel is a relatively young country, working with the pharmaceutical industry that's a legacy-driven industry that's been around for hundreds of years. Right. Israel's been around for less than 100. So the fact that we have Teva that has come out because of the Israeli science and ingenuity here that in business models is a minor miracle, just like our country is. But we have one Teva. And Teva never really forward integrated into people leaving Teva and then creating startups. And that's something we're going to try to address. So at the moment in Israel, we have all the ingredients. Mm-hmm. We have a great healthcare system. We have data. We have great talent, both on the bio and the tech side. And we have interest from global pharma to invest in Israel. But we haven't yet built up the industry. Now, what are we missing? We're missing capital at an early stage. We're missing talent that's experience, a whole cadre of CEOs that have actually built biotech companies and then gone on to build their next one and the next one and the next one. That's something we're missing because it's still an industry being built. And that is all going to be built. Now, even Kendall Square that I think we discussed.
That's
Kendall Square is in Boston. It is known now as the Mecca of the biotech industry. That's where the most investment goes into, and that's where all the pharmaceutical industry has all their R&D centers in Boston and pretty much a very small area around MIT and the Harvard and all the different science and universities that are there. They've all kind of established their centers there. Okay. Now, 40 years ago, that was swampland. 20 years ago, it was starting to be built and established. Right now, 40 years later, it is the place to do biotech research. Now, if we look at Israel and we say 10 years ago, Israel was irrelevant for global pharma, just like we mentioned in my conversation with Kort Schultz. Right. We're now 10 years later, we're starting to become relevant. You're starting to see a whole cluster of startups being grown. You're starting to see new startups come out of academia. You're starting to see more investment come in over the last few years. And multinationals, despite everything that's gone on here, multinational leaders like Pfizer, like AstraZeneca, and others, starting to invest here, some for the first time, Sanofi, some for the first time. And in 30 years from now, if we continue on this track, we will be one of the top hubs for biotech research outside of the United States of America. We don't need to replace Kendall Square in Boston, but even within 10 years, we can be one of the top 10 hubs for research in the biotech space outside of the United States of America, and that will be huge, both for Israeli science as well as for the industry here, for jobs that are created, for income being brought into the country, and for the capability to actually develop drugs that, just like Copaxone, that was developed by Teva based upon science from Weitzman and helped treat multiple sclerosis and turn it into a treatable disease, where 40 years ago was a fatal disease, and now it's a treatable disease that you can live with and have a relatively good life with. That's what we want to do in our industry, and that's what's unique about what we do here.
And AI is going to be able to help that, I would assume, because we have so many leaders in technology that this merging is really going to could potentially push us over the edge.
So what's critical for us in Israel is to combine the great research and continue to invest in great research coming out of academia, but to combine that with the leadership in technology and artificial intelligence that Israel has to offer.
Incredible. Now, I want to talk, though, a little bit about some of the present-day challenges, because unfortunately, we don't live in just the biotech bubble or, in our high-tech industry here. We live in a country where we have been struggling. I mean, I have to take COVID even out for a moment. That was enough for the world and certainly for Israel. But then very soon after we started to recover from that, we started with the October 7th massacre and this ongoing war that has been almost 22 months, as well as then, of course, the Iran-Israel war, which also 12 days, but had tremendous impact. Many of our leaders, the younger leaders in the startup community, are in reserves. How has all of this impacted the marketplace? I mean, are you feeling that people are either hesitant to come here to work with us, don't want to invest, or are the people locally they don't have the energy left after all the miluim, all the reserves?
Yeah. So I also did reserves for about 4 months in total since October 7th up north. Yeah. And just like everyone else, and we've had people within our startups that have been called up time after time after time. It's not easy. Yeah. Let's start with the good. Okay. We have 8 startups out of the 9 that we've created at Ion Labs, with 2 more being built this year. We create 2 to 3 every single year. And all 8 of them were established and launched since October 7th.
Wow.
Yeah.
When you say established and launched, that means they've got the next round of funding, or
They were either got the first round of funding or got additional funding since October 7th.
Came from Ion.
Just in the last 2 years.
Amazing.
So each one of those have been launched since then.
Okay.
It has not stopped our operations as Ion Labs, October 7th, even a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't make it harder. Yeah. So one of our goals was to bring in talent from abroad to build startups in Israel. That's obviously not as possible as it was 2 to 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. We do have, out of our 8 startups, 3 that were built by non-Israeli, non-Jewish entrepreneurs that chose to build their startups in the Ion Labs Venture Studio in Israel with Israeli teams, and all their teams are Israeli. Okay. And so they're Israeli companies built by non-Israeli entrepreneurs. Some were supposed to move to Israel and just didn't after October 7th. So having to manage these startups in a hybrid manner has obviously been a challenge. Yeah. But that's a challenge that is a minor challenge in the grand scheme of things. And in any case, we're in a global market. No Israeli biotech startup can actually stay just in Israel. So it just kind of catalyzes the process where you have to build hybrid management teams from day one instead of waiting 2, 3, 5 years and then starting to build it down the road.
So what about your global partners, though, AstraZeneca or Pfizer? I mean, I know, like, for example, Merck, as you said, had been here for many, many years. AstraZeneca, just a few years ago with ION, made its first R&D investment. Pfizer has been, I think, kind of both, right? It's longer, not as long as Merck, but certainly not as new as AstraZeneca. Are any of them expressing, though, concern or feeling like, do we want our name associated with this right now? Has that been a challenge at all?
Not at all. Actually, I was surprised after October 7th for the amount of outpouring of support I got from our partners that had got to know us, and tens, if not probably a couple hundred R&D experts from around the world, everywhere from Asia all the way through the United States and everywhere in between, reached out to offer their support and to ask how we were doing. They had felt that they were part of the ION Labs family in a broad sense of the manner. We got them all on a Zoom call 4 days after October 7th. They all re-expressed their commitment to continuing with the mission in ION Labs, and that's been the same ever since. That doesn't mean that there can't be opinions on a personal level. Like we know in Israel, you find 2 Israelis, you get 3 opinions. So I don't think that that's necessarily just an Israeli trait, or especially when you come to work with Israel. You feel very free to express that. But they came here for the science, and they came here for the technology. That was a driver in what brought them here. And as long as we in Israel continue to deliver great science and technology and great business for them, there's no reason why they should stop. And they're not stopping, and they're continuing to build new companies with us. And I'm very proud of our partners because they've been amazing.
It's very impressive. I mean, I have to say, because you certainly hear a lot about like the silent boycotts and people maybe choosing to sort of take kind of a step back, and so it's really wonderful to hear that kind of information. Now, I'm also kind of wondering on the other side, the government has obviously spent a tremendous amount of money on this war and has had to invest. Now, they say that will lead to further innovation, of course, down the line, but currently we're still fighting this war. Has the government had to drop any investment that it was already providing, or do you feel in general, because I know we have a lot of private investment here, that the government invests enough in innovation to drive these kind of markets forward?
So we have not been, our investments have not been cut at all.
Okay.
They've all been earmarked well in advance, and the government's a strong backer and believer in what we do. So thankfully, and we very much appreciate all the support we get from the government, which is not the majority of the capital. For every dollar that we've received from the Israeli government, we've brought in $4 of private investment, either in ION Labs or in our startups.
Is that standard, just out of curiosity? No,
okay. That's not standard, but within 3 years of operation. Really.
Okay.
So that's something that we've been able to build as a traction. That being said, to your second question of is the government doing enough? So first of all, we're very appreciative of what they do. And I think as an industry and a high-tech industry, not related to ION Labs, but as a high-tech industry, had we not had the Israeli Innovation Authority that injected capital into the startups right after October 7th and decided to double down their efforts with the support of the Israeli government, our high-tech industry would be in a different place because that needed that capital to come in and take the place of private markets that were not investing as quickly, because what venture capitalists do is they acknowledge where risk is existing. And obviously, if there's a geopolitical risk, that can have the same effect as others. So the IA has been tremendous in that aspect. Do they do enough? Not just the IA, but the Israeli government? I would say probably not. And that comes to the question of when you need to cut a lot of money in order to balance a budget or reach a point of a budget at a national level, just like we had to go through a Teva 7-8 years ago, you also need to create growth engines. Now, where do the growth engines of Israel come from? Israeli academia, Israeli education, and the Israeli high tech. Those are the growth engines. So any dollar put in and any cut to any of those budgets is going to go directly against the capability 5 years from now, 10 years from now, to actually build up a model society and a strong economy that will help do great things in the world and bring new science and technology. And science and technology, as we all saw during the recent war, especially over the last 12-day war, are at the core of everything that we were successfully done, even in the defense aspect, in protecting our home front, in all the in all the military successes and intelligence successes that we had. Science and technology are at that core. Coming out of the same universities, I'd also know how to build great startups in the biotech space. So we need to invest more in our universities. I'm very concerned that the budget by the government was cut for the universities. We saw the damage at the Weizmann Institute. We're going to need to rebuild that even stronger than it was before. Philanthropy can play a role, but the government needs to take the leadership there in investing even more than we have in the past into the growth engines for the future of our country.
100%. And we're going to run out of time, but I do want to ask you one more question. You know, if you were one of these young or even not young founders or researchers, somebody thinking to jump into this industry, they want to apply to Ion Labs to be a part of it, what kind of advice would you give them to get them ready so that they can be a future leader in this hopefully growing and robust industry in the state of Israel?
So I would say three things. Number one is fall in love with the industry, because our industry is the only one that you can actually solve big challenges, right? Connecting biology and technology is very hard. So these are tough challenges. There's nothing a great technological entrepreneur likes to do more than to prove that they can do the impossible. So this is an industry, number one, you can prove to do the impossible. Number two, fall in love with the industry, because when you are successful, it's the only industry that you can actually, by definition, bring great to the world and leave a positive impact in the world if you're successful. And you could be very successful financially, but by definition, if you're successful, you will also leave a positive impact in the world. And this is the only industry you could say that. There's a lot of industries you could do a lot of good in. This is the only one in healthcare, in biotech, that by definition, if you're successful, you will do good for the world. And number three is recognize, out of a place of deep humility, the need for domain expertise. So it could come from a format like Ion Labs, or it could come by partnering with a great scientific expert. If you're a technology expert, find your bio expert that you can partner with from day one, and understand it's going to be very hard, very long, and you need that expertise in order to be able to overcome the hurdles on the way.
Yeah. Well, Mati Gil, CEO of Ion Labs, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for inviting me. This is great.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest headlines coming out of the region. We begin with breaking news from Israel. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have confirmed yesterday's reports that the remains of an Israeli hostage have been located in Gaza to be handed over to Israel today at 4 p.m. local time. The Prime Minister's office responded, saying in light of Islamic Jihad's announcement on locating remains of a slain hostage, Israel takes a very grave view of the delay in handing them over immediately. This constitutes another violation of the agreement. Israel demands the immediate return of the 3 slain hostages whose bodies are still being held in the Gaza Strip. That from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Israel's northern front is flaring up again, with Hezbollah and Lebanon vowing to respond to Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is only a matter of time. Massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Haitham Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's strike on the outskirts of the capital. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabatabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line. For weeks, combat teams from the Nahal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. Today, the IDF says 2 more terror operatives were killed after crossing the Yellow Line in northern Gaza, approaching troops of the 188th Armored Brigade and reservists of the Carmeli Brigade, posing an immediate threat.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. כשהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה שתי המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים, ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל, ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם, עד הניצחון.
President Donald Trump says he will formally designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, a move he promises will be done in the strongest and most powerful terms. The decision follows new warnings that the Muslim Brotherhood is advancing a long-term plan to spread its influence across the West. Founded in 1928 in Egypt, the group has been linked to extremist movements, including Hamas, which calls itself the Palestine branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is already outlawed in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Jordan. The new U.S. designation is expected to target the group's funding networks and global operations. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has ended its troubled 5 months of aid distribution in the Gaza Strip. The executive director, John Acri, says the goal was to meet urgent needs, prove a new approach could succeed where others failed, and hand off success to the international community. The American organization was set up with close involvement from Israeli officials and business leaders connected to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel says the goal was to ensure aid reached civilians while excluding Hamas, which it accuses of stealing humanitarian relief. Despite the challenges, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund distributed more than 187 million meals to Gazans, who number around 2 million in the Strip. By September, operations had shrunk, and promises to expand from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. The Bank of Israel cuts interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate by a quarter point to 4.25%. The move comes as inflation continues to moderate and the economy shows signs of recovery following months of ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza. That's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and this week we're taking a look at the bad faith attacks on Christian Zionists, which were spearheaded by folks like Tucker Carlson. We'll speak to Sandra Hagee Parker, the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund, to explore the theological basis for Christian Zionism, plus a deep dive into how the Islamic Republic of Iran continues to evade sanctions, even while the country is seemingly collapsing internally. First, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the Gaza Strip. A supposed ceasefire may be in effect, even though Hamas is currently in violation of it for many weeks, given they're still holding 3 hostage bodies. But the U.S. administration isn't letting that stop them from pushing forward with a proposal for later stages of this same agreement. This new international plan being pushed at the UN by the United States to govern the Gaza Strip, it would create a transnational authority that would control security, administration, and borders in the Gaza Strip. Now, already Russia has put forward its own version, endorsing Palestinian statehood, and both superpowers are trying to shape the future of Gaza from thousands of miles away. The idea that they're selling is simple: put Gaza under international control, bring in neutral security forces, remove Hamas from power, hold elections, and create a path to stability. But what they're proposing is not just unrealistic, it's dangerous, and it's been done before. Every time the West has attempted to engineer governance in highly radicalized or internally divided societies, it has failed. We've seen this again and again. The United States forced elections in Gaza previously, and Hamas won in a landslide. Then they carried out a violent coup against Fatah. In Lebanon, UNIFIL was supposed to disarm Hezbollah, with millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars being poured into international force. But Hezbollah is now more powerful than the Lebanese army. Iraq, after the United States invasion, descended into sectarian war and eventually gave rise to ISIS. Libya collapsed into chaos and militia rule after the NATO intervention. Afghanistan received 20 years of Western nation building and fell back into Taliban control the moment the United States left. The lesson is consistent. When the West imposes its own models on societies that are deeply tribal, religiously motivated, and politically fractured, the project collapses and leaves a bigger crisis behind. Now, skeptics may look at West Germany or Japan after World War II as examples of successful foreign-guided transitions, but these cases are not remotely comparable to Gaza or the Arab world. Both countries were already coherent nation states. They had functioning civil infrastructure, they weren't divided by clan-based or sectarian factions, and most importantly, they were not ruled by a radical Islamic theocracy or exposed to transnational jihadist ideology. None of the conditions that made Germany and Japan successful are present in Gaza today. And this brings us to a central problem. There is no real evidence that this international plan could successfully remove Hamas from power or disarm them. Not one country involved in this plan has explained how they would physically disarm a terror army that has spent years building bunkers, weapon stockpiles, and underground cities. And history shows why these promises should not be believed. United Nations Resolution 1559 ordered Hezbollah to disarm. It never happened. United Nations Resolution 1701 reiterated it years later. Never happened. Hezbollah only grew stronger. There's no reason to believe that Gaza would be any different. In fact, this plan sends the exact opposite message. It tells Palestinians that October 7th, which was not about statehood, but about erasing Israel, has resulted in international pressure for a new political process. That signal rewards terrorism and teaches that extreme violence leads to political gains. It undermines the few remaining moderates in Palestinian society and further destroys the authority of the Palestinian Authority. And let's not ignore the core of the conflict, Palestinian rejectionism. Every major plan for peace or statehood since 1937 has been rejected by Palestinian leadership. And polling shows that a large majority of Palestinians celebrated October 7th attacks. This is not a society prepared for responsible governance or peaceful coexistence. It's a society radicalized through education, media, and religious incitement for generations. No international committee can undo that in a year, or even in a decade. If the West truly wants to help Palestinians, it must do what this plan refuses to address. It must support the slow development of responsible leadership. It must end the pay-for-slay payments. It must reform textbooks. It must hold leaders accountable for incitement in Arabic. And it must make all aid conditional on real political reform. It must shut down UNRWA, which has spent decades entrenching radicalization instead of resolving it. The only path to a lasting future is when two sovereign nations decide their future together of their own will. It can't be forced from the outside. Every attempt to do so has failed, and this plan will fail for the same reasons. And now on to our headlines. We have a lot to unpack this week when it comes to Iran. First up, the water crisis in Iran has morphed into a direct threat to the regime's very survival. Tehran, with some 10 million residents, is preparing for regular water cuts as dams fail and years of mismanagement collide with a severe drought. Now, the situation is worse than the regime is willing to admit. According to the most recent data, only 23.2 billion cubic meters of water entered Iran's dams by August 2025. That's a drop of 42% compared to last year and represents one of the lowest inflows in recorded history. More than half of major reservoirs are at or below 50% capacity, and one of Tehran's key dams is down to 8%. Nationwide, 10% of Iran's dams are effectively dry. Now, groundwater data is even more alarming. Iran currently extracts approximately 57 billion cubic meters of groundwater every year. And of Iran's 609 aquifers, more than 300 are in critical condition. Per capita renewable water resources have collapsed from nearly 4,500 cubic meters in the 1970s to roughly 1,500 today, which puts Iran firmly below the global water stress threshold. Now, the incompetent government blames climate change, but in reality, it's actually because of decades of corrupt infrastructure spending, shoddy maintenance, and the diversion of water to elite districts that's turned this resource crunch into a full-blown political crisis. Protests are already beginning in smaller towns where tap water is running out, and citizens are angry that their basic survival comes after the regime's foreign terror projects. This matters for Israel, of course, and its allies because a domestic crackup inside Iran could push the regime to escalate through its terror proxies or even through its nuclear program as a way to deflect public anger. Now, the water crisis also reveals a central truth about the Islamic Republic. This is a regime that talks about exporting revolution and building proxy armies, but it can't even keep the taps running in its own capital. Well, the trouble from the Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't end with the domestic crisis. However, the regime has once again escalated maritime tensions in the region after the IRGC Navy seized the Marshall Islands-flagged tanker Talara in the Gulf of Oman this week. The ship was carrying approximately 30,000 tons of petrochemical product when multiple fast craft surrounded it and forced it into Iranian territorial waters under what Tehran claims is a judicial order. Now, this incident took place just about 40 kilometers off the UAE coast near the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important energy chokeholds on the planet. Now, the significance of this move really cannot be overstated. First, it's a direct assertion of power by the Islamic Republic in a critical global trade route, where approximately 20% of the world's seaborne oil passes daily. By seizing a foreign tanker mid-transit, the Islamic Republic sends a clear message that it can disrupt global energy flows at any time it wants, sanctions or not. This is maritime coercion. Second, this seizure comes at a moment of heightened regional pressure on Tehran. After months of Israeli and American action against Iranian proxy terror networks and infrastructure, the regime is signaling that while its economy is struggling and water reservoirs are collapsing, it still has hard power options that can create global consequences. Third, it's not an isolated incident. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a long history of using tanker seizures to extract leverage and retaliate against international pressure. Now, it's done this repeatedly over the past decade, and every time it makes one thing clear. Even under sanctions, Iran's maritime and oil networks remain active and dangerous. For Israel and its allies, this serves as a warning. The energy waterways are a key front in Iran's strategic playbook. The Talara incident is a reminder that the Islamic Republic can project power far beyond its borders, and that any plan to contain the regime must include maritime security and tighter coordination against Iran's shadow fleet, which I'll get into in just a few minutes. So how are they getting away with it? Now, most disturbingly, data shows that the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is under heavy sanctions, has actually peaked in oil exports in the month of October, begging the question, how? Let's break it down. The truth is this regime is still making tens of billions of dollars every year from oil. Not quietly, not secretly, but openly. This is the single most important financial story driving the security crisis in the Middle East. It's the reason the regime can threaten Israel. It's the reason Hezbollah remains armed to the teeth. It's the reason the Houthis are able to fire missiles. It's the reason Iranian drones reach Europe and Africa. And almost no one is talking about it or understands what's actually happening. Despite sanctions, the regime is still exporting well over 1.4 million barrels of oil every single day. Now, if the global price of oil is $80 a barrel, Iran is selling it at a discount that brings it to about $60 or $65 a barrel. That means the regime earns approximately $100 million per day, every 24 hours, and none of it is going to the Iranian people. It doesn't rebuild hospitals. It doesn't fix the collapsing water system. It doesn't help families who cannot afford bread due to 40 to 50% inflation. This money goes straight to the regime's military system and its proxy terror network. And how does Iran get away with this while supposedly being under sanctions? It's because the regime has spent 4 decades building a global sanctions evasion machine, a perfected criminal economy run by the IRGC. They operate one of the largest illegal shipping networks on the planet. Analysts call it the ghost fleet. These are more than 300 old and, frankly, unreliable tankers that constantly change their names, fake their flag registrations, turn off their tracking systems, and vanish from radar. They perform ship-to-ship transfers in the middle of the ocean, usually at night. They repaint the hulls. They falsify documents. They spoof coordinates. Some of these vessels even travel with navigation systems turned off, which, of course, is incredibly dangerous, simply to avoid detection. And where does all this oil go? Almost all of it goes to China. China is the financial lifeline of the Islamic Republic. Chinese refiners buy discounted Iranian crude that is marketed as Malaysian blend or Oman heavy or generic fuel oil. This is not speculation. It's thoroughly documented by Reuters, tanker trackers, and multiple United States Treasury designations. So to summarize, the regime sells illegal oil, China knowingly buys illegal oil, and the world pretends not to notice because cheap oil benefits everyone except the Iranian people and all those who suffer from the terrorism that this regime exports. Now let's talk about where that money actually goes. Once the regime gets paid, likely through restricted Chinese accounts, the funds are controlled by the IRGC. The Revolutionary Guards and the Quds Force command these revenue streams through networks of front companies and, allegedly, through the giant construction and logistics conglomerate known as Khatam al-Anbiya. The money is then distributed across the regime's terror portfolio. Now, according to U.S. intelligence assessments, congressional research reports, and U.S. Treasury designations, Hezbollah receives an estimated $700 million to $1 billion per year. The Houthis in Yemen receive between $150 and $250 million. Iraqi militias receive between $100 million and $200 million. And Hamas receives an estimated $70 to $100 million each year, in addition to weapons, training, intelligence support, and engineering assistance for rockets and drone systems. So when people ask how Hezbollah keeps stockpiling rockets, or how the Houthis continue firing ballistic missiles, or how the Islamic Republic continues to expand its nuclear program despite sanctions, the answer is simple. The Islamic Republic of Iran is still making money every single day, and sanctions are not being enforced. Now, here is the part that almost no one talks about. We could shut this down tomorrow. The only thing missing is the political will. There are 5 major pressure points that could crush the regime's revenue stream without firing a single shot. First, target the ghost fleet. Don't sanction ship names, which can be changed. Instead, sanction the hull numbers, which cannot be changed. If the United States and European Union banned 200 hull numbers from receiving insurance or entering ports, half of Iran's export capacity would collapse instantly. Second, go after the Chinese refineries that knowingly purchase Iranian crude. These facilities depend on Western equipment and Western financing. If even 3 of them were sanctioned, the entire network could collapse. Third, hit the front companies. Most of these firms in Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, and the UAE will collapse the moment they're listed by the U.S. Treasury. 4, seize ships again. When the United States captured the giant tanker known as Grace 1, it disrupted the regime's smuggling operations for months. Repeated seizures could deter the entire network. 5, cyber disruption. The IRGC uses specific Chinese bank accounts, cryptocurrency wallets, and payment pipelines for its oil trade. Cyber operations targeting these channels can cripple the entire machine. This is how you can collapse the Islamic Republic's financial backbone without a war, and how you force the regime to choose between funding terror proxies and surviving internally. The Islamic Republic is not sanctioned in practice, it's sanctioned on paper. And the moment the world chooses to enforce those sanctions with real consequences, Iran's financial lifeline ends. Now, jumping back to Israel, today we have a very special guest joining us to shed some light on the perspective of Christian Zionists after the recent fallout from pundits like Tucker Carlson, who now famously stated that he hates Christian Zionists and has been spearheading a hate campaign against them, along with several others who are self-declared right-wing pundits. Now, Sandra Hagee Parker is the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund. She's also an attorney, author, and public speaker. This fund supports a strong U.S.-Israel relationship, standing up to anti-Semitism, defending Israel's right to self-defense and self-determination. Sandra, thank you so much for joining us today on Axis of Truth. We're at a very unusual time in America, particularly, and in recent weeks, we've seen an alarming, well, what I consider alarming resurgence of blatant anti-Semitism in America, not only from Islamists, but from far-right extremists like Nick Fuentes. One of the most concerning aspects is that they're claiming to be Christian nationalists and to be supporters of President Trump. What's your take on this hijacking of Christianity that we see?
Emily, you said it exactly as it is. It's a hijacking. It is usurping the banner of Christianity in order to legitimize one's anti Semitism. And funnily enough, it's not new. This is something that has happened for centuries, whether you're talking about the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades, Martin Luther, Adolf Hitler. Every generation has tried and failed to use the banner of Christianity as a way to authorize them to say and do whatever they want to the Jewish people and after 1948, the modern state of Israel.
Now, how can Christians fight against this pernicious trend of those speaking in the name of Christianity, yet actively espousing anti Semitic canards and stereotypes?
Sure. Well, I think the first thing for every single Christian to remember is that the Bible is above the Constitution, right? Right now, we kind of have this like wrapping ourselves in the American flag and free speech and the First Amendment. And of course, this is America and we hold that value sacrosanct. But your party is not your faith. And MAGA is not the same thing as being a Christian. And being a conservative is not the same thing as being a Christian. And I can understand how people can get confused because sometimes the platform of the Republican Party or conservatism has wrapped itself in Judeo-Christian values, which is outstanding. However, it's up to the Christian to be able to discern when what is being said from their party or their favorite pundit contravenes the word of God. And when it does, the word of God prevails. So it's important for a Christian to know why they support the state of Israel, because if their favorite pundit or their favorite party comes against the state of Israel, they cannot be moved.
Now, you frequently cited passages such as Genesis 12:3, I will bless those who bless you, and Romans 11:1 and 2 in support of Christian Zionism as an aspect of Christian theology itself. Could you break down how you interpret those texts as mandating active support for Israel and how you respond to critics who say this interpretation conflates theology with foreign policy?
Well, first of all, Israel is not a policy issue for members of Christians United for Israel. It is not a political issue, it is a biblical issue. And for those of us that are old enough, we can all remember when American politics saw Israel the same way. Democrats and Republicans, independent, what have you, were pretty much unanimous in how they viewed the nation of Israel. So that modern politics decided to make Israel a policy issue is not on Christians. From Genesis to Revelation, the Bible is a Zionist document. Christians, non-denominational evangelical Christians specifically, believe the entire Bible is true. The Old Testament is just as relevant as the New Testament. The Old Testament we see as God's will concealed. The New Testament is God's will revealed. Of course, they are written to different parties, different persons, but for the same purpose. And when you read in the Old Testament, when people say Old Covenant, you know, those are all euphemisms for replacement theology to try to make you think that the Old Testament is not relevant anymore. If the Old Testament is not relevant anymore, then God is not a covenant-keeping God, and God is a promise breaker. The Bible is either all true or it's all false. And so Christians believe, not just with respect to what the Bible says about the nation of Israel, Christians believe that with respect to everything, the Bible is true. God has left us a rule book, right? And so we don't make the rules, we just read them. And the Bible is extremely clear about the covenant that God made with the Jewish people. The Bible says that God's name is in Jerusalem, that Israel is the apple of God's eye. If Israel is important to God, then it is important to a Christian. Similarly, in the New Testament, when Paul says, I am of the tribe of Benjamin, have I been cast aside? Certainly not. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. May they prosper who love you. I could go on, but you would have to have a faith that I am not capable of maintaining to go through the theological acrobatics to convince yourself that Christians have replaced Jews in the economy of God and that Israel is no longer important to God or Christians.
Recently, political pundit Tucker Carlson stated that he hates Christian Zionists, labeling some of their beliefs as a brain virus or even Christian heresy. Alarmingly, we also see a huge outpouring of support for Carlson instead of condemnation, even from many self-proclaimed Christian voices. Why do you think this is happening now, and how would you respond to these kinds of attacks?
Cowardice is why it's happening, whether one doesn't want to be ostracized from, I won't say the mainstream media because that doesn't exist anymore, right? It's about podcasts and all of these things. It used to be in news, if it bleeds, it leads. Now it's if it clicks, it sticks. And so it's hilarious to me that pundits, whose job is quite literally to have an opinion and to let their opinion be known, all of a sudden say, we're friends. I don't care if you're friends. Have them over for Christmas. It's irrelevant to me. But what do you say? What is your opinion about the views that he is espousing, about the views that he is legitimizing? As a pundit, your job is to either embrace or distance yourself from those. And I think evidence of the fact that Christian Zionists are here and not going away is the fact that Tucker issued a half-hearted, you can't even call it an apology. It's kind of like, that's not what I meant. Because whoops, millions of people don't like being told that they have brain rot. Because millions of people are actually educated on the Bible, and they see through his efforts to delegitimize Judaism, to de-Judaize Jesus. And, they're not going to stand for it. So we're only going to see more from the grassroots of Christians United for Israel, from the Christian church in general, whether you're a member of CUFI or not, that this is a bridge too far, because we believe that the creation of the modern state of Israel, the Bible says a nation will be born in a day. The Jewish people coming to live in Israel are proof that God Almighty is who he says he is. And if you do not believe that, then you do not believe the Bible.
Does this kind of rhetoric matter in terms of how Christian Zionists are perceived? And will it affect your position or the position of CUFI going forward?
I mean, in terms of our mission, our mission will always remain clear. We have always been willing to go where the fight is. When we started CUFI, people were like, are you kidding? Anti-Semitism isn't real. Like, this is not 1940. What are you doing? And so we will always go where the fight is. And if that fight is now to what I would call the right of the right, I still think that we're absolutely dealing with fringe elements in the Republican Party. Of course, the largest vulnerability being the young people. We have seen how the policies in the classroom that are taught become the policies in the public square. And we have seen that what happened in America's colleges and universities after 10/7 shows the influence not of organic activism, but foreign influence have on America's colleges and universities. You've heard the rumor and innuendo of, who Tucker may or may not be partnered with respect to his business in terms of their influence in media. You've seen in entertainment. Entertainers go to Qatar and the Middle East, and then all of a sudden come back, and comedians who have no business in foreign policy, much less a working knowledge, say Israel be genocide. And you can see the influence of the enemies of Israel. The church cannot be bought and will not be bought. And as such, it's our job to do what we can to combat lies with truth and to show anybody that has any questions as to Israel, its role in the Bible, the Jewish people, and our mandate to stand with them. It's our job to make sure that they understand that and to create a place for them to feel welcomed to express that view.
How would you respond to the claim that Christian Zionists and all Zionists are putting Israel first and not America first? What does America first even mean to you?
America first doesn't mean America only. The Bible doesn't say America first, right? I am a Christian and I have national pride. I am not a Christian nationalist. To operate at the exclusion of others, I think, is kind of fundamentally unchristian. However, when I hear America first, when I hear President Trump say America first, I know President Trump doesn't mean America only. And you can see Trump's actions to see that he doesn't think it means America only. And if you are truly America first and you look at it completely agnostically and you don't give any mind to any other nation other than your own, then the most rational and reasonable thing that you can do as an American is continue to ally with Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, to continue to invest in Israel, because America doesn't spend money in Israel. America doesn't give foreign aid to Israel. America invests to Israel with an ROI that is exponential. People say aid as if they have their hand out asking for help. They are doing us a solid. They are fighting our shared enemies. They are defending our shared values. And by the way, they are buying machines and tools that we make in the United States of America, quite literally job stimulus and creation, improving upon it and sharing it with us for free. So hate Israel all you want, but if you care about America and if you care about your nation and if you care about national security and if you care about maintaining the American exceptionalism that has so far been responsible for relative peace in the world, then you should continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with the nation of Israel and her people, because they are a large part of making sure that that continues.
As a final question, I want to ask you why it's important, not just at the theological level, but at a practical level, for Christians to stand with Israel and the Jewish people, especially now. I mean, would you differentiate even between the two, and why or why not?
It's a three-legged stool: God, Israel, and Jewish people. One doesn't exist without the other. And again, the existence of the three of them are proof that God is who he says he is, that the Bible is real. So to answer your question, though, we're not going to look at it through that righteous prism. Let's look at it through the rational prism. Again, we don't make the rules, we read the rules. And God doesn't differentiate between Jews and the nation of Israel. It's for God to differentiate and decide, but we aren't God, right? And so we aren't here to cherry pick who's Jewish enough, who's not Jewish enough, etc. The mandate is clear. And like I said, if you don't want to look at the Bible as a theological document, you don't have to believe in it. Look at history. What has history shown us? History has shown us that every single nation that has come against the nation of Israel has failed. And not only have they failed, they are in the dustbin of history. Of course, if you look at ancient history, you have the pharaohs, you have Haman, who hung from the gallows that he built for the children of Israel. In modern history, you have, we'll skip over the Ottomans and, all of those things, but go to more modern history, you have Hitler. Where are the goose-stepping Nazis? They're gone. You now have what we'll call the sons of Haman: Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. The day after the nation of Israel was born, it was attacked by 5 nations. Explain to me how a nation that was born in a day can defend itself against a larger enemy, against an enemy with more weapons, against an enemy with more people. A nation the size of Rhode Island that has been fighting a 7-front war for 2 years is victorious only because there is a God, he is real, and what he says is true. Whether you believe that or not, look at what history has shown us. If you come against the nation of Israel, including the modern state of Israel, things are not going to go well for you. And I want to clarify something, because I don't. Sorry, I'm editing myself. People say, you want to condemn the government of Israel, that doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic. You're right. Thank you, Captain Obvious. You're right. If you condemn the American government, does that mean that you're anti-America? Nobody condemns the Israeli government probably more than Israelis. So it doesn't mean that you can't opine or have an opinion about the policy decisions of the Israeli government. As an American, are you allowed to have an opinion? Sure, but you're not the one fighting and bleeding and dying for your country, nor are our soldiers fighting and bleeding and dying for their country. They've never asked us the same. So you can absolutely criticize the nation of Israel, its policies, what have you. That doesn't make you anti-Semitic. But when you are holding Israel to a standard that you don't hold any other nation to, including your own, then you might be an anti-Semite.
All right. Thank you, Sandra Hagee Parker of CUFI, for shedding some light on this issue.
Thank you so much, Emily, for having me.
And now, the good, the bad, and the ugly of this week. The good news today is that even the most chaotic corners of American politics may finally be waking up. President Trump has now publicly called Marjorie Taylor Greene a lunatic in a new post and announced that he will support a primary opponent against her. And honestly, it's about time. This is the same member of Congress who once blamed wildfires on Jewish space lasers. She's also built an entire career around internet conspiracies. She also loves to brand herself as America First, yet she focuses obsessively on Israel and aid to Israel, even though 99.7% of that aid is reinvested in the U.S. economy through defense contractors and joint security programs. That is not an economic burden, that is an economic multiplier. In fact, the entire U.S. foreign aid budget is only 3% of the U.S. annual budget. So what exactly is she fighting for? Her claims of patriotism evaporate the moment facts enter the conversation, and now even her own political allies are saying out loud what everyone else already knew. She is not a serious legislator. She's a professional agitator who turned Congress into a conspiracy carnival. Next up, the bad story of the week, Dave Smith, who recently appeared on Konstantin Kissin's Trigonometry podcast and arrogantly proclaimed that the Islamic Republic doesn't pose a threat to any of the Sunni Arab nations. Take a look.
I flat out reject the idea that Iran is an existential threat to any of those Sunni states in the region. But Saudi Arabia, who are we talking about? Jordan? Egypt? Like
UAE? I mean, if you speak to people in those countries...
Yeah, I'm sure they're concerned about them.
They're very concerned.
Yes, of course. And there's a Sunni Shiite beef that's been going on for many, many years. And there's a lot. But the idea that, like, the U.S. sock puppet states over there are really threatened by Iran, I just don't think is right.
They do feel that.
Yeah, okay, fine. But, like, I don't think they're right about that. I don't think Iran is taking over Saudi Arabia. Like, what do you mean existential threat here?
Yeah, I think Saudi might like a word. Seriously, though, this is a prime demonstration of how American comedian Dave Smith, who has never lived in the region nor speaks any languages of the region, has no formal education or experience in anything even remotely related to international relations, history, politics, or religion, knows absolutely nothing about the Middle East and particularly Iran, yet somehow still maintains the supreme arrogance of a Western-centric imbecile and thinks he knows better than those of us who actually live here. And now the ugly story for this week. The Babylon Bee posted a satire piece on Saturday mocking Megyn Kelly's sudden paranoia about imaginary Israeli assassination plots, playing on the 2024 exploding pagers operation against Hezbollah. They deleted it fast, but Kelly lost it on X, posting WTF, while her allies insisted that satire was a threat. This meltdown comes as parts of the American right increasingly fall down conspiracy rabbit holes, just like the baseless theories surrounding Charlie Kirk's death. But the real ugly here is Megyn's hypocrisy. She bashed Mark Levin this week for criticizing Tucker Carlson, yet refuses to condemn Candace Owens' open Jew hatred because, quote, she's the young mother. Tucker, she says he's a friend, so apparently friendship trumps calling out neo-Nazi rhetoric. She even mocked Mehdi Hassan when someone joked about pagers with him. Yet when she is mocked by a satire site, no less, she collapses. The right is turning into the very snowflakes that it used to mock. Well, that's it for this week on Axis of Truth. We'll be back soon with more interviews and more stories from the Middle East. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching and see you next week on Axis of Truth.
And in other news, they faced missiles, food shortages, and lockdowns, yet they kept going. Coming up now, the incredible story of how Leket Israel sprang into action during the war, feeding hundreds of thousands when no one else could. It's a tale of resilience, heart, and hope. Let's take a look.
During this war, as sirens blared and families sheltered in place, one thing remained constant: Leket didn't stop. While Israel's home front took heavy hits, Leket Israel, the country's national food bank, shifted into emergency mode, just as it had during past crises. Food sources disappeared overnight. There were no more leftovers from army bases or hotel buffets. volunteers couldn't safely reach the fields, but the need was still there, so Leket acted fast. With less rescued food available, the organization began purchasing food at full price, an expensive but necessary pivot to ensure no one went hungry. At the Leket Distribution Center, the usual 100 daily volunteers were replaced by just 15 at a time due to safety limits. Most were staff working around the clock to pack, sort, and deliver food to those who needed it most. They adapted their model, making fewer but larger deliveries, offering door-to-door service for homebound seniors, and distributing food cards when logistics made physical delivery impossible. Leket even expanded its mobile food pantry, bringing produce straight to central locations in towns where partner agencies had shut down. And now that the ceasefire is in place, Leket has returned to its core mission: rescuing fresh, surplus food from farms, hotels, and corporate kitchens, and getting it into the hands of those who need it most. The organization serves 415,000 recipients a week and works with 300 nonprofits across the state of Israel. They were there during the crisis. They'll be ready for the next one. But until then, Leket continues doing what it does best, because until there is no hunger, Leket won't stop.
Incredible resilience by Leket Israel. And here in the studio with us today, we have the pleasure of meeting Sally Pulat, Leket's Regional Director of U.S. Development. Sally, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Ladar.
So for those who may not be familiar, what is Leket Israel? And maybe you can also give us sort of an overview of the mission that you've taken on since October 7th.
Of course. For those that may not know, Leket actually means the gleaning of the crops, which is a biblical commandment that we need to leave the edges of the crops for the poor. Joseph Gittler started Leket a little bit over 22 years ago. He saw a gap between the amount of wasted food and how we needed to feed people across the country, the surplus of what we have. And that's how he started the organization. Our mission is to rescue nutritious, good food and get it to the people of Israel all over the country. And that's all Israelis.
And nutritious, I think, is a key word there.
Absolutely.
Now, you've launched a lot of special initiatives across Israel. Is there anyone that really stands out for you?
Yeah, we've done a lot of adapting and pivoting as the war's war within war. One that stands out is Leket Express, and basically that's a truck that we started about 3 years ago, and it became a grocery store when it went into neighborhoods that were poor neighborhoods, economically not doing well. And what we were able to do is we'd open the truck and we'd basically give people in the neighborhood fresh produce, which they were able to then turn into meals. And then the way we had to pivot with Iran, the war in Iran, is basically we started making boxes so that people didn't have to stand outside, and we had the boxes delivered as well as giving them immediately versus having people wait. Mm-hmm. So we changed our whole thing based on
the realities here.
The reality of the missiles coming down, and Homeland Security basically telling us that we have to be safe for the people that we're providing the meals to.
Yeah. And how have sort of the volunteers and the local communities, how have they stepped up since October 7th and, the war with Iran?
So it's pretty crazy because when it started in October 7th, a lot of flights got canceled. A lot of people couldn't come to Israel and volunteer. The Israeli population and the culture is so amazing that 65% of the population of Israel actually stepped up to volunteer.
Wow.
Through a whole bunch of nonprofits, and we were the benefactor of them as well. So I could tell you that people felt like they needed to do something that was important and contributed. So last year we had about 95,000 volunteers come into Leket and help us. The year before that was 80,000. So can you imagine, even with the war and the lack of flights, people were coming and wanted to be part of something bigger than themselves. So come volunteer. It's super important that you do that.
I mean, that's an incredible statistic, and I think also shows the resilience of the people here in Israel. And so, you know, for those now watching from abroad who perhaps are not in Israel and can't come help, you know, how can they help? What's a meaningful way for them to help right now if they want to?
Well, first of all, we'd love your help. Lekit is a nonprofit organization, and we survive based on donations from all over the world. So it's super important for us to have financial support to do what we do. We never stop. The missiles, the first war, anything that basically you would think would stop us doesn't. We serve, again, about 415,000 people a week, and that's up from 230,000 before October 7th. So that's a really big number of folks. So please help us provide meals to people who need it now more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally, for joining us. And for those watching, you can scan the QR code on your screen right now to help Lekit Israel bring food to everyone who needs it here in Israel.
Nefesh B'Nefesh, together with Israel's Ministries of Aliyah and Integration, of Health, of the Negev Galilee and National Resilience, and the Jewish Agency for Israel are back again with another MEDEX event, but this time in Australia. The wide range of services and opportunities featured at the MEDEX events highlight just how essential these gatherings are. ILTV's Devil Klein has more.
The MEDEX events are back and bigger than ever. This time it's the Jewish community of Australia taking center stage with the unique opportunity to connect and integrate into Israel's medical landscape. More than 100 physicians attended the MEDEX Australia events as Israel continues to expand its global initiative to recruit top medical talent.
The IMAP, the International Medical Aliyah Program, continues to grow and expand worldwide, and we're now in Australia. It is an honor to be part of this vital program and a privilege to meet such inspiring Olim.
Israel is facing a critical shortage of medical professionals, and the MEDEX events are helping to address that need. These gatherings offer physicians a streamlined, one-stop-shop experience, including credential recognition, job interviews with Israel's leading healthcare institutions, and guidance on grants, licensing, and relocation, all under one roof. The MEDEX events, an initiative of the International Medical Aliyah Program, offers a service unlike any other. And with the inauguration of the Australia MEDEX event, these opportunities are nothing short of revolutionary.
MEDEX has set up some interviews for me to be able to sit. I've been able to do my documents to get notarized. I've met with the Ministry of Health, so MEDEX has organized something that I can come to as a one-off stop, and I'll be ready to make Aliyah next year.
For some, MEDEX is more than just a networking opportunity. It also offers the chance to integrate into Israeli society.
The future for our children is Israel, and I also think that if you're going to integrate into Israeli society, you need to come over, you need to work in Hebrew, and I guess that's the only way you're really going to be able to improve your language enough to be able to fit in life.
Sometimes what sticks the most with the attendees at the event are the fast and efficient services that are usually a headache.
It's been incredibly practical. So just over there, there's 10, 15 different hospitals in Kupot Cholim that we've been able to meet with. So I've met with sort of 5 or 6 of them and gotten a sense of how they work and how I might be able to get a job there one day, and training and all that sort of thing. And I've got my degree with me here, and I'm in line to try and get it notarized as well, which just streamlines the process, which has been really great.
After multiple successful MEDEX events across North America and Europe, the IMAP program aims to expand even further, reaching even the farthest communities like the one down under. Israel's Minister of Aliyah and Integration, MK Ophir Sofer, said he expects the MEDEX events to grow rapidly across the globe. But it's not just the attending physicians that gain something from this event. The MEDEX event showcases another step in reinforcing national resilience, not only in security, but also in health.
At Emunah's Neve Michael Children's Village, one center is offering safety, healing, and hope to some of Israel's most vulnerable girls. Here's the story of how the Teen Girls Crisis Center is changing lives one girl at a time.
for girls who have endured unimaginable trauma, abuse, neglect, and fear. The road to recovery begins here at Neve Michael's Teen Girls Crisis Center. It's the only facility of its kind in Israel, a safe haven for girls aged 12 to 15 who have been removed from their homes by Israel's welfare services. Led by director Nadia Bobrovsky, the center provides emotional and psychological treatment, psychiatric care, and constant support, all designed to help the girls rebuild trust and find strength.
The first thing we try to give them is the feeling that they are wanted, that we waited for them.
When a new girl arrives, she's greeted not with judgment, but with love, a personalized sign, a small gift, and the reassurance that she is seen and accepted.
We don't judge them, and we accept them, and this is the first feeling we want them to get when they come to our center.
Each girl's story is different, but their needs are the same: safety, stability, and someone who believes in them. Many arrive in crisis, scared, withdrawn, and mistrusting of adults. But over time, something changes.
The biggest change that we see in those girls is the ability to trust people, to form a healthy connections that based on respect.
Behind every breakthrough is a dedicated team of therapists, social workers, and caregivers. And behind them stands Amuna, the organization that makes this work possible. For 90 years, Amuna has been at the heart of Israel's social welfare system, helping vulnerable children and families break cycles of abuse and distress. Through education, therapy, and love, Amuna builds lives of purpose and possibility. The Teen Girls Crisis Center at Neve Michael embodies that vision, ensuring that no girl is left to face her trauma alone.
They will get more tools and will be able to use those tools in the future whenever they get to another crisis or will have a hard time.
At Neve Michael, every girl is given the chance to heal, to hope, and to dream again.
Kolel Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel. For over 200 years, the organization has been providing food, housing, and critical support to families and individuals in need. ILTV's Lidar Gravelazi was joined by Executive Director Zalman Duchman to discuss their recent operations. Have a look.
For over 200 years, Kolel Chabad has been a lifeline for those in need across Israel, providing food, medical care, and critical social support. Joining us now all the way from New York is Zalman Duchman, an executive director of Kolel Chabad, to share how the organization is continuing its mission of compassion and care, especially during these challenging times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So Kolel Chabad has been serving the community for decades, well, more than decades. What makes the organization's mission so vital today?
Kolel Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel, the oldest continuous Jewish charity, started in 1788 by the first Chabad Rebbe, Reb Shneir Zalman. And we've been working through, ever since, continuously operating, serving the land of Israel, working from the diaspora, raising money within the diaspora to serve the land of Israel. Over the past 2 years, we've experienced the war, etc. And I think that what is most vital today is the continued long-term support, that we're here for the long run. During the war, there was emotional outpour of support from the lovers of Israel. And obviously, there's the flip side that we see very strongly. But those people that love and care for Israel have been there, outspoken with their voices and their dollar supporting Israel. And now that we hope that we're going to enter a time of quiet, that we have to remember that has to continue. And this is something that represents Kol Chabad specifically, that there's a lot of pop-up programs that popped up during the war, but now we're in it for the long haul.
Absolutely, for another 200 years and beyond. And what are some of the biggest challenges of those you serve that they're facing right now, and how is Kolel Chabad addressing them?
One of the most affected populations, besides the many widows and the orphans and families and the trauma, is the elderly. The elderly population, especially those people that this is not their first war. especially Holocaust survivors, that their childhood was during a war and the traumas that it affected them. People don't know, but there's over 100,000 Holocaust survivors still living in Israel. And this is really, so to speak, our last opportunity to see them off their last years in dignity. And we've been with this generation for a very long time. And I think it's it's a very vulnerable population as they age and as they get older. And even some of the most basic things of food is they are relying on non-governmental organizations to provide for them food. Non-government NGOs are much more effective and efficient at doing it, especially when you have non-governmental organizations working together in collaboration. We believe that is one of the most important populations that we focus on, especially with making sure that they have daily meals. And the reason why we could do that is because we have an ongoing connection to these, because we visit them every single day. And we bring them food every single day.
So a beautiful program. And I want to ask, because I see that you've brought with you also a very special coin. So can you tell us about this coin?
I brought a special coin that was minted specially for Kol Chabad, a challenge coin. And it says on it, Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon. This is a verse from the Bible that he garbed himself with tzedakah.
Hold the coin up so our viewers can see. Oh, you have two.
I brought two. He guarded himself with tzedakah as scale armor. The scale armor, and the Talmud explains that just like scale armor, every single piece overlaps each other. And if it's missing one piece, it allows a vulnerability in that section. Same too when it comes to the challenges of helping the poor. No one person could take the entire responsibility on their own. But no one could say, oh, my part doesn't make a difference, because every single part is necessary. Just like scale armor, if you're missing one section, it creates that vulnerability. I think a unique gift that we would like to give to anybody that wants to participate in the food security project of helping the elderly, to feed elderly people. You could go to either on the QR code, I understand, on the screen, or they could go to our website.
So that's my question. If our viewers who are watching right now, if they want to help, what's the best way that they can do that?
So obviously, if they're here in Israel, we have Pantry Packers, a volunteer project where we have thousands of volunteers. But all those people that watch around the world could go to our website, or they could go to the website on the QR code, and they could sign up to be able to serve an elderly or Holocaust survivor. And the first 1,000 people to click this code, we will send them in the mail a challenge coin that says on it, that has it inscribed, Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon, for them being part of this scale armor, this protection of protecting the elderly, especially within their older age, in this special thing.
Incredible. So our viewers, you can scan the QR code on your screen now and donate and receive, the first 1,000 receive a special coin. Zalman, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest headlines coming out of the region. We begin with breaking news from Israel. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have handed over the remains of one of the 3 remaining hostages in Gaza to the Red Cross today. The Islamic Jihad terror group said that the body it had been holding was found in central Gaza's Nuseirat area yesterday. Earlier today, the Prime Minister's office said the delay in handing over the remains constitutes another violation of the agreement. Israel demands the immediate return of the 3 slain hostages whose bodies are still being held in the Gaza Strip. Israel's northern front is flaring up again, with Hezbollah in Lebanon vowing to respond to Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is only a matter of time. Massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Haitham Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's strike on the outskirts of the capital. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabatabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line in Gaza. For weeks, combat teams from the Nahal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. Today, the IDF says 2 more terror operatives were killed after crossing the Yellow Line in northern Gaza, approaching troops of the 188th Armored Brigade and reservists of the Carmeli Brigade, posing an immediate threat.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. שהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה שתי המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים, ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל, ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם, עד הניצחון.
President Donald Trump says he will formally designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, a move he promises will be done in the strongest and most powerful terms. The decision follows new warnings that the Muslim Brotherhood is advancing a long-term plan to spread its influence across the West. Founded in 1928 in Egypt, the group has been linked to extremist movements including Hamas, which calls itself the Palestine branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is already outlawed in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Jordan. The new U.S. designation is expected to target the group's funding networks and global operations. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has ended its troubled 5 months of aid distribution in the Gaza Strip. Executive Director John Acri says the goal was to meet urgent needs, prove a new approach could succeed where others failed, and hand off success to the international community. The American organization was set up with close involvement from Israeli officials and business leaders connected to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel says the goal was to ensure aid reached civilians while excluding Hamas, which it accuses of stealing humanitarian relief. Despite the challenges, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund distributed more than 187 million meals to 2 million Gazans. By September, operations had shrunk and promises to expand from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. The Bank of Israel cuts interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate by a quarter point to 4.25%, perhaps a sign that Israel is finally emerging from its wartime economy. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Alec Pollard. Thanks for watching.
President Trump just greenlit the sale of America's most advanced warplane to Saudi Arabia, the F-35. Israel's once guaranteed aerial dominance now appears to be on the line. At the same time, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman says he's ready to join the Abraham Accords if there's a path to Palestinian statehood. That came only hours after the UN Security Council unanimously backed Trump's 20-point Gaza plan. Are Israel's war goals being achieved or slowly dismantled behind closed doors? Stay tuned for today's Israel Undiplomatic. Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev speaking to you from Jerusalem, and this week Ruthie Bloom is speaking to us from North America. She's in New York City. And Ruthie, did you get a chance to watch last night the press conference between President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince?
Yes, I did. What do you think about this? Listen, You know that I have mixed feelings about Saudi Arabia and about Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords. I mean, it's all well and good that there are deals and mutual interest between Saudi Arabia and the United States. But, you know, I'm concerned because though the Saudis are in this alliance against Iran, it's not clear that we can trust that that Riyadh won't turn on us later. And one indication is its ridiculous insistence always mentioning Palestinian statehood.
So Ruthie, I think you overstate the concerns and you understate the benefits of getting a deal with Saudi Arabia. And this is something President Trump wants. This is something that Benjamin Netanyahu wants. This is something that I think is good for Israel. I think it's good for the United States if it's possible to do. Now, of course, you raise the legitimate issue of does, when they say they're a Palestinian state, this is something that Israel's not going to agree to, not anytime soon at least. And so how are we going to have this breakthrough with Saudi Arabia? And I think the answer is, do the Saudis just want to tick the box? In other words, to say there's some words there, or do they actually expect it to happen? And many people, serious people, think that it's more ticking the box. They have to sort of tell their people in the other Arab and Muslim countries that they got something for the Palestinians, but it doesn't have to be something substantial. And here I'd remind you of the 60 Minutes interview that President Trump gave, like, what was it, 2 weeks ago now? And when he was asked specifically, well, the Saudis won't agree to peace without Palestinian statehood, he sort of gave a flippant answer saying that's just not serious.
Right. But you see, this is my problem. Whenever we say, well, these Arab leaders, they just have to tick the box, as you put it, or I would say they're talking to their people and they have to pay lip service to it. That's exactly what worries me. It's not that I don't agree with it. I know the Saudis don't care at all about the Palestinians. We know that because they never help them or do anything. We also know that the Saudis hate the Muslim Brotherhood, and that's who Hamas is, and we know that. But if the Arab leaders feel that they have to satisfy the Arab street, so-called, by paying lip service to that, well, what does that tell you about the Arab street? I mean, we've seen what happened with Egypt after all these years, where the government of Egypt, all those decades ago, made a peace deal with Israel, but the street in Egypt remained highly anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, the media, the schools, everything. That's what concerns me. Also, we know that this President Trump's 20-point plan anyway includes a clause about a path to Palestinian statehood. And we agreed to that all along because any conditions put on the Palestinians in order to be granted statehood, we know that they won't live up to that. They can't because it's not part of their ideology. They're not going to reform and they're not going to, so we know that that's not happening. And we know that Israel, most Israelis have reached the conclusion after October 7th that there's no way that's happening. Maybe in 1,000 years when you and I are long dead. Okay, we know that. But as I said, we have to be careful about getting all excited about, peace with our Arab neighbors when what it is, as you said, you always say this, mutual interest, that's well and good. But I wouldn't call it necessarily peace if the way to appease the street is by winking and saying Israel's behaving badly in Gaza.
The only real street that the leadership in Saudi Arabia has to worry about is the Saudi people. And here, because the Americans are putting all these sweeteners on the table, whether it's a defense pact, whether it's the F-35s, whether it's the 300 tanks, whether it's the upgrading of the military relationship, all these things together, whether it's the nuclear reactor or cooperation in nuclear, it's not clear to me what that is at this stage. But they can sell this deal to their people that they'll say this makes Saudi Arabia stronger and safer and we can protect ourselves better. And we've also enhanced our security relationship with the United States. So that'll be their argument to their people, that this is a good deal for Saudi Arabia. On the other issue that you raised, that it won't be a real peace, look, let's be frank here. Peace is often based on political self-interest. And I want to stress why it's in Israel's interest to move forward on this. Because I think we said it a few months ago on this podcast. Making a deal with Saudi Arabia is not just making a deal with another Arab state. Saudi Arabia has a special position in the Arab world. Saudi Arabia has a special position in the larger Muslim Arab world. It is the custodian of the two Muslim holy sites of Mecca and Medina. And if the Saudis move on Israel, if they normalize their ties, it'll not stop there. You'll have other Arab and Muslim countries following suit, important countries like Indonesia, other countries too. And if that happens, that's a game breaker. And I would argue, Ruthie, if one talks about defeating Hamas, so we're defeating Hamas militarily in Gaza, fighting this war, we've destroyed them, we've decapitated their leadership, we've destroyed their military machine. But the ultimate political defeat for Hamas, in my opinion, the ultimate political defeat for them is to have a country like Saudi Arabia recognize Israel, make peace with Israel, normalize ties with Israel. Because when a country of the Islamic credentials like Saudi Arabia makes peace with Israel, that is Hamas's worst nightmare.
Oh, no, there I agree with you totally. But by the way, when you say things like he has to sell it to his people, again, let's not kid ourselves about what kind of kingdom this is, all right? Sell it to the people? That sounds like you're talking about a democracy. You know, he's running for election. No, he's the crown prince. MBS is a crown prince. It's true, he says, he's modernizing Saudi Arabia. So, 5 minutes ago, he allowed women to learn how to drive, okay? And maybe in 10 years, he'll allow women to be able to leave their homes without a male escort. What I'm trying to say is make no mistake about who the Saudis are. We spend a lot of time saying that Hamas are barbarians, and they certainly are. And so is Fatah, even though you disagree with me on that a bit. But what I'm trying to say is are you under some illusion about what kind of regime you have there, where if somebody is caught stealing, his hands are chopped off? This is not the kind of thing, as I said, interests are well and good, but you always have to keep your eye on the ball with regimes that behave like that. They are barbaric, even though MBS is very classy and he knows how to talk to the West. But that's not a Western country, and by the way, not that I have such love these days for Western countries. I just would also like to point out something very ironic about the UN Security Council vote in support of Trump's the U.S.-led resolution on the 20-point plan that the UN passed overwhelmingly. What's ironic about it is that in the plan, it says that there's going to be a pathway to a Palestinian statehood. Now, remember all those countries at the UN that announced that they were recognizing a Palestinian state already. We're talking about Western countries, I mean. And so if they signed on to this, what they're saying is they're acknowledging that there's no Palestinian state. There's a pathway to a future one. So all they're doing is sort of undercutting their own recent declarations about how they're calling it Palestine. And you're talking about all these countries at the UN. And so that to me is kind of ironic. And also the good sign is that Hamas is against the resolution and against the plan.
So it's like if Hamas is against it, it's probably a good thing. And
Yeah.
I think there's a certain amount of truth in that. I'd like
Yeah.
to raise the issue that these same governments who recognize Palestine now vote for a resolution that says in the future there might be, if they meet certain conditions, a Palestinian state. I think that's typical UN and diplomatic hypocrisy, and we don't have to worry about that. That's what is it? That's part of the course. That's normal behavior. Yes. I'd like to raise though there are some very serious issues that there's been discussion on in Israel about people very worried about the Saudis getting top-rate U.S. military equipment, especially the F-35s. Makes a lot of people unhappy in Israel. They're worried about that. They were unhappy when it looked like the Emirates were going to get it. In the end, the Emirates didn't get it for different reasons, but the idea that Saudis would get that sort of top-tier U.S. equipment, and there was concern about the nuclear cooperation and so forth. But I want to say my opinion on this issue, right? I think it'll be incumbent on the United States, if they do go forward and if they do sell all this American equipment to Saudi Arabia. There's an act of Congress that goes back years now, which is QME. There's a guarantee by the United States to give Israel, maintain Israel's qualitative military edge. In other words, because we are outnumbered in our region and we're smaller than most of our neighboring states, and that we're, and we're outgunned often, we have to have quality against quantity. And that was an American commitment to maintain our quality. And F-35s gives Israel a huge qualitative advantage in the skies. Now, if the Saudis are supposed to get this equipment too, as part of a normalization agreement with Israel, as part of peace, I would hope, and I believe the Israeli government should be pushing for this very strongly, that there is adequate technological compensation for Israel in order to enhance and maintain our QME, our qualitative military edge. And I think the Americans should consider maybe giving us, now I'm not from the Air Force, but an Israeli wish list could include things like the B-2 bomber, which was so successful in attacking those bombers in Iran. I mean, if Trump wants to sell equipment and he wants to maintain our QME, he can do so.
No, absolutely. But here, don't forget that Trump this is nearing, it's not the end of his administration. Of course, he's got another 2.5 years to go. We don't know which administration is going to be in power in Washington in 2.5 years. Is it going to be a Republican administration? Is it going to be a Republican administration from the isolationist camp? Is it going to be from the more Israel-supportive Trump camp? Is there going to be a Democrat president? All of these things in global politics, 2.5 years is nothing. And so we don't know what's going to happen with all these promises from Trump toward Israel. That's one thing. The other thing is, Israel's need for qualitative military edge already presupposes war. It means that Israel knows it has to, in this region, it has to always have its powder dry because it's surrounded by enemies. Now, if peace is busting out all over, and if Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accords and other countries follow, theoretically, why do you need to have all these stealth bombers and all this stuff? Because what that means is that everybody acknowledges, tacitly and openly, that the Middle East doesn't have peace. It has quiet between wars. And, so my feeling is, okay, that's all well and good. But if we need a qualitative military edge and we need to guarantee it, it's because we know that there's not going to be peace, not for a long time, not forever. It's not okay. It's not like even after World War II, where you have Germany has peace with its neighbors and with America. In the Middle East, obviously nobody actually believes it.
Ruthie, I have a different perspective, as you know, because I think the two go hand in hand. I believe in peace through strength, which I think is something that American presidents have said over the years. But you have peace by showing you have the ability to defend yourself. There's no contradiction between saying that Israel wants peace with its neighbors, and we have to maintain our qualitative military edge. They go hand in hand. Your ability that you are strong actually deters war and helps keeps the peace. I think it's a crucial element. And so, once again, I don't see any contradiction on your larger point about we live in a region where the politics is a bit, there's not a democracy around Israel, and we live in all sorts of regimes, some of them totalitarian, some of them feudal and so forth in our neighborhood, some of them just old-fashioned military autocracies, yes, military dictatorships. But Ruthie, first of all, you yourself said a moment ago that we don't know what's going to happen in America when Trump finishes his term 3.5 years from now. Well, that's a good point, okay? We don't know what's going to happen in America. We don't know what's going to happen with our neighbors either. But if you have the assumption or philosophy that we can't make deals and make peace agreements with our neighbors because they're not democratic, well, we're not going to make peace with any neighbors because we don't have a single neighbor who's democratic. Let's be frank. That's the reality. And if you say, okay, before you said, women in Saudi Arabia have limited rights. They might be able to drive, but they can't leave their houses without a guardian and so forth and so on. I don't know what the details are. I don't keep a close eye on this. But if Israel waits for our neighbors to become Western-style democracies, well, we're waiting a long time for peace. We've got part of realpolitik is knowing what is possible and making the best with the hand you've been played. Now, our neighbors are our neighbors. Do we want to live with them in war or do we want to live with them in peace? And if it's possible to live in peace with them, that's obviously better. I also want to say something. I went to one of these Track 2 dialogues a few months ago between Israelis and members of, Arab countries. And there was a Saudi there who said very interestingly something like this. He said, all the West, he wasn't talking about Israel, but he was saying the West presses Saudi Arabia to reform, presses Saudi Arabia to make democratic reforms. Well, Saudi Arabia is reforming. Saudi Arabia is moving forward, according to his opinion. And there have been changes in many ways. Under the Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia has been opening it up and becoming more liberal internally, but it's still very much an authoritarian regime. And this Saudi was saying, if you open up the political regime, if you change the political system, maybe you're not going to have the stability that allows you to make this sort of steady reform process, economic reform, social reform, religious reforms. In other words, maybe we should accept our neighbors for what they are and work with them as best we can.
No, absolutely. I'm not saying you shouldn't work with them. I'm saying don't fantasize about some great peace. Now, I have to say, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, at least after they signed the Abraham Accords, we saw real change. We saw their efforts to encourage Israeli tourism. They even opened up kosher restaurants, things like that. Okay, that is already, the proof was in the pudding, and they really acted on it until October 7th. As soon as we were under massive assault from, let's face it, their own enemies as well, like you say, the Abraham Accords countries are anti-Hamas. But nevertheless, they right away jumped on the bandwagon of saying we were committing atrocities. And so that was worrisome. Now, Saudi Arabia is a different story because Saudi Arabia is nowhere near as quote unquote modern as the United Arab Emirates, for example. And MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, yes, he's very Western educated. He knows the West, et cetera, et cetera. But don't be fooled by him. He's no Westerner. And I'm not saying that you have to, that you can't make deals with your neighbors. Of course you can. What I'm saying is they're not to be trusted, as we saw after October 7th. And we already had qualitative military edge. Look what happened. It took 2 years. It's still going on. It took 2 years for us to be playing whack-a-mole with enemies from all over the place. And they were the Iranian axis. But did the other axis, the anti-Iran axis, help Israel? Not really. It was sitting and waiting to see who emerges victorious. What I'm saying is that don't be under illusions about those countries. The other tricky part about this is that, Iran, when the Shah of Iran was in power, he began reforming Iran. Now, he was hated for his opulent lifestyle and all this, but he actually liked the West. He liked Western movies. He was reforming, and that opened the door. Ironically, sadly, his reforms opened the door for the Ayatollah Khomeini, for the radical Islamists to take over. Okay, so that's another thing that can be happening in a country like Saudi Arabia, is that reforms backfire in that way as well. I'm just saying that that I would be concerned about Israel's not maintaining its qualitative military edge, because even when we had it, you say peace through strength. Look what happened on October 7th and afterwards. I'm not talking about just that day when Hamas invaded Israel. Hamas is a crappy little terrorist organization. I'm talking about the wider region and the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a massive operation globally. So all I'm saying is that I was extremely disappointed in the behavior of our Abraham Accords partners after October 7th. They should have stood by Israel without question, since they knew that this was Iran's axis. They are enemies of Iran. And yet, when it comes down to it, when it's the Jews, they're not so anxious to jump in and defend Israel as the state of the Jews or the Jews worldwide. And I said, that's all I said, is we cannot be under any illusions.
I'm not under any illusions, Ruthie, but I also look at the half glass that is full. Because you can say correctly that the Abraham Accords countries criticized Israel's handling of the war. I think the Saudis and some others, even accused Israel of genocide, like some of our European used-to-be friends would say the same things, yes? But let me remind you of the following. When French and British and Austrian and German airlines weren't flying to Israel, there were daily flights every day from the UAE to Israel and back, right? They didn't close down their air traffic. There were one or two odd days because of particularly bad fighting with Iran or something during the 12-day war and so forth. But for the whole, the UAE and the other Abraham Accords countries were much stronger on the relationship than some of our traditional friends in inverted commas. And that needs to be said. And if you say specifically about the Saudis, now, I don't know any military secrets. I've been out of government for too long to know any military secrets, yes? But I know what was reported in the international press. And it was reported in very authoritative sources that during the war with Iran, during the recent rounds of fighting with Iran, and especially during the 12-day war, that the Saudis were giving assistance indirectly, directly to the anti-Iranian coalition. So if they speak out and vote against me at the UN, but they're helping me win the war against Iran. And then, of course, there were the Israeli operations against the Houthis in Yemen. That's right on Saudi territory. There were reports of Israeli Air Force planes flying. I don't know if it's true or not, but the report said they were flying over Saudi airspace, that the Saudis were hoping to facilitate Israeli operations. So I think even in a situation of non-normalization, you can, from reading the international press, you can presume that Israel and Saudi Arabia are having tangible, mutually beneficial cooperation. And that's all I'm saying. By having normalization, we can probably expand that. Does that mean the Saudis are always going to vote with us at the UN? No, they won't. Most of the world doesn't. Will they be better and better positioned to help Israel be stronger and safer in the region? Will it help strengthen the anti-Iranian axis? Will it help strengthen those forces who are against the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas? Yes, yes, and yes. And so I think this is a road worth traveling on. I don't think, my eyes are wide open. I understand the limitations. I understand the sort of regime in Saudi Arabia. I understand that they need to be part of the Arab and Muslim world. I understand all that. But knowing all that, I still think we're doing much together, apparently, under the table today. We can do much more on top of the table once we have normalization. I think it can work to Israel's advantage. I think it can work to the advantage of Saudi Arabia. There was one issue that bothered me, and that was the talk when Biden was still president, that the Saudis wanted nuclear enrichment as part of getting a nuclear energy program from the Biden administration as part of peace with Israel. And there are Arab countries with nuclear reactors, but no Arab country has the ability to make enrichment. And the Saudi argument was that they needed this because the Iranians also had enrichment. Okay? Now it's very interesting. I'm reading between the lines here, and maybe I'm guessing, and I don't want to guess, Ruthie, but I don't have a choice here. No one talked about enrichment now in this recent visit at the White House, not publicly at least. Nothing was leaked to the press about enrichment. The Saudis weren't talking about enrichment. Is it possible, because in the 12-day war that Israel and the United States destroyed the Iranian nuclear program, that the Saudis are less under pressure to have their own enrichment capabilities? Maybe that's another indirect or direct outcome of the war against Iran.
Well, I certainly would agree they probably feel it's less urgent, but they are talking about nuclear power. Not enrichment, okay? But that's the first step, okay? So, again, you have to be careful. And yes, the Saudis and Israel have been working behind the scenes, cooperating behind the scenes for quite some time now. That's true. But my point is this, we always used to say how we would know that the Palestinian Authority had reformed, or, I hate calling them Palestinians because that's not what they are. They're Arabs who live in Judea and Samaria and Gaza. Okay. But what we used to always say for decades, we said the minute, and that started from the days of Arafat, the minute that they say anything in Washington, the minute we want to hear them say it in Arabic to their own people in their own language, not just to satisfy Washington or somebody else. And even though in today's day and age, you can translate any language into any language very easily at the press of a button, still, there is a difference between what MBS says in Washington and what he says in Arabic. And when we can trust that there's change in the air, genuine change, is when you hear leaders in the Arab world addressing their own people in Arabic about these issues and about reforms. That's when you can say, wow, there are winds of change blowing.
So I agree, and there are already the beginning of those winds of change, positive winds of change we've seen. And I think even you would agree with me, in the UAE, the way they speak about Jews, the way they're fighting extremism in their mosques and in their universities, very positive changes. Also in Bahrain, also in Morocco, countries where they have serious discussions about Jews and the Holocaust and the creation of Israel, and there's sort of anti-Semitic myths that used to be out there, part of the public discourse, that they've been discredited. I'm not saying they're totally gone. Of course, they're there in parts of the society. But as a government, as an official society, they are on a different level. And I think that should be the example of Saudi Arabia. And I think it'll be very important for Israel to see if we move forward with Saudi Arabia, and I hope we do, and I think there's a good chance we will. We have to look, as you say, internally, how are they talking to their own people internally about Jews, about Israel. I mean, ultimately, Ruthie, I mean, I'm not an expert on the Muslim holy book, on the Quran, yes? But the Quran talks about Muhammad fighting with Jewish tribes in the Arabian Peninsula, okay? Now, you can say, okay, if you want to be anti-Semitic, you say that's a sign that Muhammad had to fight the Jews because they were terrible people, yes? But it can also be a sign that actually the Jews date back centuries in the Middle East, that we're an authentic part of the region. The whole idea that we're some sort of foreign colonizers who came here and took, we had no right to be here, we had no roots here. It's rubbish, right? And it says so in their own holy book. If we get more serious discussions about that sort of thing, and I agree with you, I'm for a deal with Saudi Arabia, under any conditions. I think not under any conditions. I would say that I want that deal with Saudi Arabia. I think Israel can take calculated risks to get that deal. But after that deal is signed, I'll be very interested to see if Saudi Arabia follows the example of the UAE and we see this sort of education for peace and coexistence and for understanding, or if it's more like Egypt, unfortunately, our oldest peace partner, where you get a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel stuff in their education system. And then you ask a question, why is my people so hostile to peace? Because they're being taught to be hostile to peace.
Well, obviously, but Egypt, it's not just that that Egyptians are very anti-Semitic, and we see that again in their cartoons, in their, in their whole culture. We see that. It's not just that. We also discovered that Egypt was complicit in Hamas's arming and rearming, and even to this day, there are drones going over from Egypt with weapons into Gaza. Now, how is that ironic? Because Egypt so hates the Muslim Brotherhood that it doesn't want a single Gazan inside its borders and blocks it off and didn't help any of the so-called, Egypt was accusing Israel of committing genocide and unjustly attacking women and children in Gaza. Did Egypt take them in? No. Did Egypt let them come into even the massive Sinai desert? No. All right. But it isn't stopping them from sending weapons into Gaza while mediating, hostage releases. And the same thing with Qatar. Qatar was a mediator and complicit in the whole business, in the whole massacre, in the whole. So, they were negotiating for hostage releases and they were supporting Hamas. So this is what I mean about, being, you have to be careful about who you call your partners for something even resembling peace. And yes, there are interests. And yes, Saudi Arabia, as I said, the trouble with listen, recently Saudi Arabia has this annual comedy festival in the square where they used to chop people's head off. I mean, maybe they still do that, and I'm not sure, but it was nicknamed Chop Chop Square, and in Riyadh, where they have invited and paid lots of money to American comedians to go over and perform in a comedy club, and many of these comedians, took the money and went over there. Now, why was that problematic? The comedians, who it was all very well and good, the Saudis were happy to hear these comedians make fun of America, make fun of Trump, make fun of gays and women's rights and all that, because they're funny. These are comedians who hate woke. But guess what? They had to sign before before being allowed into Saudi Arabia, that the one thing they would not make jokes about is the Saudi regime. So, it's like that old joke about the Soviet and the American. The American said, I live in such a free country, I can stand on the White House lawn and say, screw the president of the United States. And the Soviets said, wow, what a coincidence. I can stand on the Kremlin lawn and scream, screw the president of the United States as well. So that's all I'm saying here. Be wary about all these reforms. And MBS, as I said, very elegant guy. And, Trump said, he's so handsome or whatever he says to him. And he knows his stuff, MBS. That's no question about it. But make no mistake, whatever reforms he's implementing are at such a snail's pace, as far as we're concerned, that, you're not even allowed to make a joke about the regime.
We're running out of time, but I would remind you that you said yourself that reform in these sort of countries has to be handled very carefully, because you mentioned the example of Iran and the Shah, that maybe reforms, if they'd been done more cautiously in Iran, we would never have had the Ayatollah regime. So just to think about that. I also want to say I disagree with you. I don't want to whitewash the Egyptians, but I make a distinction between Qatar and the Turks, who have an ideological affinity with Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and that sort of crowd, and between the Egyptians, who were complicit in allowing Hamas to rearm, but I don't think they were actually doing it themselves. In other words, all turning a blind eye or taking corruption or so forth or so forth. But there's a difference there, because as you said correctly, they don't like the Muslim Brotherhood, they don't like Hamas in Egypt. Is Egypt a friend of Israel? Well, we have a formal peace treaty, but the relationship could be a lot warmer, and it's not because the Egyptians have chosen it to be that way, and that's an issue and that's a problem. But because we're running to the end of our time, we'll have to say goodbye until next week, Ruthie. Because you're our person now in North America, maybe next week you can tell us what else is happening at the White House, but until then, look after yourself.
Okay, you too, Mark. Looking forward to seeing you next week.
The academic year is already in full swing, and Reichman University is welcoming a new class of international students from around the world. ILTV was at the orientation day at the Reichman campus to see it all unfold. Have a look.
Nearly 800 students from around the world began orientation week at Reichman University's Rafael Recanati International School. Students started the day by meeting their personal counselors in green shirts and their fellow classmates for the year ahead. The students then toured the campus before kicking off the orientation ceremony, where the students were greeted by head of the Rafael Recanati International School, Jonathan Davis, as well as Professor Boaz Ganor, president of Reichman University. Both shared inspiring words.
What we have going on here is 800 brand new students coming to Reichman University. They are part of the 2,400 students studying here from 90 different countries for full academic degrees, either BA or MA. and they stood up to be counted. And in spite of everything else that's going on in the world or in Israel, they stood up, came here, and they're about to begin their journey here in Israel.
After the opening ceremony, a massive corner filled with extracurricular clubs, activities, and opportunities was open to all of the fresh students. From creative workshops to sports, clubs, and so much more, the opportunities to expand beyond just learning was palpable. The Students' Fair was underway, but ILTV set out to settle a burning question. What compels a student to register for classes in a country that had not yet entered a ceasefire in the war?
For me, it was more about safety, like with all the fears that brought coming to Israel. Learning in the U.S. did not bring a sense of safety to me, so I was more compelled to come to a place where I feel a sense of community and safety all around me.
It's a good opportunity to study in English and finish your degree in Israel especially. And the best part about here, I think, is the culture. Because like such a different people are coming here from US, from Mexico. I met from Argentina also, and I'm from South Korea. I met from Hong Kong, and there's like a bunch of people, different cultures, and everyone's like integrating and becoming one and united.
I moved here 5 years ago to join the army originally. I came here as a lone soldier. And then I finished the war as well. I finished Miluim, and I figured it was time to start life and start studying.
Like Gabriel, Noam Harouche served in the IDF. But Noam was severely injured in November of 2023 when his tank came under attack. His injuries led to the amputation of his leg. But today, with his prosthetic, Noam joins the international school at Reichman University to pursue his passions.
I want to make a difference. I want to do something big. I think I have the shlichut, as they say, to do something big. I think it's the right place. I am going into Mshal, so I'm hoping that I can find myself here and do whatever I can just to make the biggest difference that I can make here.
These students are coming from around the world and from different backgrounds, but they all have one thing in common.
Go with the flow. It's not too bad. It's as bad as people say, but it's really, really not. You meet friends for life, people for life, skills for life, and it definitely shapes and builds you into a better person.
I understand it can feel a little bit scary and intimidating, but everybody in Israel has a warm heart, and there's a beautiful community here.
Come here, enjoy the Israeli culture, the Jewish culture. It's something that you wouldn't have any way to experience in anywhere else.
Well, 8 months ago, after the deadly rocket attack in the Druze community of Majd al-Shams, the families of 12 children killed are working to find purpose through spiritual and religious beliefs. Most media outlets will reshare their stories on the anniversary of the attack, but ILTV is dedicated to keeping their memories alive, no matter the time of year. ILTV's Shosh Bedrosian reports from the border of Israel and Lebanon and speaks with the families.
The crisp air in Majd al-Shams is masked through the joy of children playing on this soccer field. It's a place that is filled with life and hope in this small Druze community that sits on the border of Lebanon.
When I was younger, I used to always dream of traveling and living outside of Israel altogether. But now, I can't imagine, leaving this town.
20-year-old Mila Sha'ar has lived here her whole life, and this field has always been a central fixture in it.
The thing he loved the most in the world was soccer. If you see how many footballs he have at home, you'd go oh my God, he has so many.
Her youngest brother Milar was always decked out in soccer jerseys, wanting to become a professional player one day. That's why on July 27th, it was no surprise the 10-year-old wanted to spend the evening doing what he loved the most.
Since my grandma died, every Saturday we went somewhere, the whole family, my uncles, cousins, everybody. We were all there, we were having so much fun. And since morning, my brother was like, my friends are calling me, they're at the field, I want to go there. And I had work at 6 p.m. So when it came time that I want to leave, I told him, okay, I'll take you with me.
Sha'ar was the last one in her family to see Milar alive that day.
Hi everyone, my name is Milar.
As the funny, kind, and bright boy would soon be the youngest victim of a Hezbollah rocket attack. Just 18 minutes later, sirens sounded, and with no time to spare, the rocket directly hit the field while children played on it.
To be honest, like when I want to go to sleep, as soon as I close my eyes, I started seeing that day. Like it all like start coming back to me.
Sha'ar said she couldn't reach her brother and found out he was rushed to the hospital.
When I made it there, I went to the room that he was in, and I saw like where his knee, like he had a big chunk, you know, like of meat, like gone. A few minutes later, when we went in there, he was unconscious. We couldn't talk to him. He was all bloody. And yes, just like a half an hour later, maybe, they told us that he passed away.
A light dimmed for 12 Druze families that day as the lives of their innocent children aged 10 years old to 16 were brutally cut short. A turning point in a deadly war that now thrusted the tight-knit ethnic Druze community into the center of it. With nowhere else to turn, the families began to rely on each other and created this shared space to grieve.
זה הבן שלי וזה אחיין. גדלו ביחד, כל הזמן היו ביחד.
Laith Abu Saleh lost his 16-year-old son Fajr and nephew Hazem in the attack.
מרגישים אותו דבר, אנחנו מאז ה-27 לשבעי. אני גאה בהם, אנחנו מאמינים בגלגול נשמות, אז אני מאחל להם שיהיו במקומות יותר טובים מכאן וחיים יותר שמחים. ושיהיו במקום שיש בו יותר שלום מבו מהאזור שלנו.
The remnants of July 27th linger in Majd al-Shams. A mangled fence and the chaos from that day can still be seen and felt 8 months later.
What is it like for you to come back to the location where this happened? At first, it was pretty hard, you know, to see, like, when I see, like, what the missile did to the metal, and you know, like you can see the building there, like what it did to the building. Like I can't imagine what it did to the little bodies, you know.
The community has leaned on their spiritual and religious beliefs to make sense of the horrific tragedy from that day.
You found purpose in your brother's death through your religion. Yes, talk to me about it. Religious people from our town, they started telling us that God picked them one by one, 12 stars. He picked them for a reason, you know. As Druze, we say Alhamdulillah for everything. It means like thank God for everything, you know. So even when my brother died, I kept saying Alhamdulillah, thank God for everything. It's like everything happens for a reason. Everything has purpose in life.
How would Milar feel knowing that there's children still playing on this field today?
I think he is pretty happy. The life in this field hasn't died that day with the kids, you know. It's still going. They're still coming here. They're not afraid. It makes me feel so much better.
This story is part of a series we're putting together on the Majd al-Shams community. Tune in the rest of the week to watch the other stories. Our Majd al-Shams series continues. Historic changes are happening in the Druze communities in the Golan Heights, and they're hoping to be the bridge that creates peace in the region. After a group of religious Druze leaders from Syria entered the country last month for the first time in 5 decades, ILTV's Shosh Bedrosian has the full story.
When you're standing on this rooftop in the small Druze village of Kenya, you can nearly see the entire Upper Galilee and even into Lebanon. Mayor Wael Mogarbi says his little village in the mountain has been caught in the middle of Hezbollah's rocket attacks and Israel's response to it since October 7th.
Interception of the Iron Dome, you could see.
In our area, I sit in my home, and I see the rocket and see all the fire.
But his village, the Druze village of Majd al-Shams, and cities in the Upper Galilee are trying to get their lives back on track as the economy took a major hit when people fled their homes because of the war.
The last 2 and 3 months, all the people, they back to work in Mitula and also in Kiryat Shmona. We feel free here.
Over the last few years and since the war started, Mogarbi says more Druze in the Golan Heights are starting to become Israeli citizens.
When I come to be a mayor in Kenya, we have 33 only 33 citizenship in Israel, from Israel. And now, do you know what's the number?
Tell me.
1,000 citizenship, and every day, so the guys, the people here in Kenya, they want to take a citizenship of Israel.
While there is a strong connection between the Druze communities inside of Israel, the Golan Heights, and in Syria, decades of living under different governments have shaped distinct identities. Israeli Druze communities are well integrated into Israeli society, with many of them serving in the IDF and in the public sector. Meanwhile, Druze in the Golan Heights have only recently begun weighing closer ties to Israel because of the changes in the region and likely after the Syrian civil war. Mogarbi believes there could be even more hope on the horizon after the fall of the Assad regime. When Israel captured the Golan Heights in 1967, Druze villages were divided by the new border, separating families and even cutting off communication between them for safety purposes. Although all were offered Israeli citizenship, only a minority of them took the opportunity.
First day when Assad left Syria, so I feel not good with our family there. I sent him a message, and a few minutes I have a call from him, from my family there.
Last month, even more history was made when Israeli Druze welcomed a delegation of 100 Druze religious leaders from Syria as they crossed the border into Majd al-Shams. It was their first visit back to Israel in 50 years as they spent time at religious Druze sites, but locals say it was all made possible after the fall of the Assad regime.
History here. We feel something changed in the Golan Heights and also in Syria. I think they go to do something for this area.
The high-profile Druze visit came at the same time Defense Minister Israel Katz announced a potentially new pilot program that could allow 40 Syrian Druze to work in agriculture in the Golan Heights, according to Ynet. Osama Ajami, a business lawyer, says it could be a turning point for the region as the agriculture industry took a hit during the war.
When we are talking about average salaries of $20 a month for the Syrian citizen, and here we are talking about like $1,500, the minimum salary. That will definitely lead to huge benefits for the both sides. They are part of us, and we want them to be better and be better also economically. And for me, it's like a historical moment.
Israeli Druze believe the Golan Heights could be a region that helps instill peace and stability in the Middle East if opportunities extend beyond its borders.
Now finally we are not at the end of the world. Maybe it will be a bridge for the other side, for the East, and for the global peace, or at least regional peace.
And on our final stop in the Golan Heights for our series we've been bringing you all week long, we are bringing you a taste of Druze cuisine and how the community believes that they can be the bridge in making peace in the region. Let's take a look. When you step inside Nasiba's Druze restaurant in Bukata in the Golan Heights, you'll quickly realize the space is much more than eating.
How the food?
You're actually stepping into this Druze chef's home, not as a customer, but as her guest.
From the Golan Heights.
She invites guests into her home for a traditional meal, sitting on the floor and close to the fireplace. Local tour guide and Druze activist Maya Farhat brought us here to experience the authentic cuisine ourselves.
How do you want them to feel when they come into this space and they taste your food?
Special experience. To eat, also to speak about the truth.
Her Druze cuisine, inspired by her Syrian roots, is all handmade, locally sourced, filled with vegetables, and the crowd favorite, kebab. What you'll quickly learn about the Druze community is their incredible belief of spreading coexistence through their traditions and sharing them with others. That's why our final stop was to Vered's home.
This is the welcoming coffee. We offer you coffee and we offer you some sweet. If we share food together, it means we are family.
This is Maya's grandmother's original home.
This is Vered. She was a kid here. In 1967, the soldiers came for the first visit in the Golan. And for a surprise, they had also Druze soldiers with them. So they explained to them that everything was okay. There's no need to be frightened. Everything's fine. You can go back to your houses. We're going to keep you safe. They even helped them taking back their belongings. And so Vered said her famous line. She said that if this is what Jewish people are people who are worth living with. I want my family to live in peace with this country. Her children and her belongings and came back and opened this house. Families like mine, families who accepted the citizenship later on, identified as Israelis, they were Boy Scouted. They weren't acceptable. They weren't able to go to rituals. It was so important to me to turn this weakness into power.
This is the traditional Druze home, right?
The houses here were built from basalt, how do you call it? Volcanic rocks.
The family preserved this home to keep Vered's message alive of peace and honoring and teaching their culture to others.
Would you like to become a Druze bride? This is the tarbush. It's usually with real gold.
Wow.
This is what they give for the bride, the gift. This is traditional. You will see this still in Sueda, in Syria.
And of course, moments to capture for eternity. Maya's father, Vered's son,
How should I offer you the coffee?
also taught us Druze coffee is not just a drink, rather a way to communicate.
Pick it in your right hand. If you shake the cup like this, I have to stop.
Wow.
That means for you enough.
Wow.
Shake it, please. Okay, that's it. That's enough.
From the beautiful work of Druze artisans and artifacts they preserved, Maya and her father Talea believe Druze in the Golan Heights can be the bridge to peace in the Middle East.
We have to end wars. What I believe that here in this crazy Middle East, it must be done. Should be like a treaty of life assigned by all the people in the Middle East.
I think everyone in the world should come and pay a visit to the Golan Heights to know what harmony is and what connection is. Druze people might be a minority, but it is the strongest minority in the whole world. They know how to build bridges between nations with other people on the other sides of the border.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest headlines coming out of the region. We begin with breaking news from Israel. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have handed over the remains of one of the 3 remaining hostages in Gaza to the Red Cross today. The Islamic Jihad terror group said that the body it had been holding was found in central Gaza's Nuseirat area yesterday. Earlier today, the Prime Minister's office said the delay in handing over the remains constitutes another violation of the agreement. Israel demands the immediate return of the 3 slain hostages whose bodies are still being held in the Gaza Strip. Israel's northern front is flaring up again, with Hezbollah in Lebanon vowing to respond to Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is only a matter of time. Massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Haytham Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's strike on the outskirts of the capital. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabatabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line in Gaza. For weeks, combat teams from the Nahal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. Today, the IDF says 2 more terror operatives were killed after crossing the Yellow Line in northern Gaza, approaching troops of the 188th Armored Brigade and reservists of the Carmeli Brigade, posing an immediate threat.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. כשהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה שתי המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים, ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל, ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם, עד הניצחון.
President Donald Trump says he will formally designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, a move he promises will be done in the strongest and most powerful terms. The decision follows new warnings that the Muslim Brotherhood is advancing a long-term plan to spread its influence across the West. Founded in 1928 in Egypt, the group has been linked to extremist movements including Hamas, which calls itself the Palestine branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is already outlawed in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Jordan. The new U.S. designation is expected to target the group's funding networks and global operations. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has ended its troubled 5 months of aid distribution in the Gaza Strip. Executive Director John Acri says the goal was to meet urgent needs, prove a new approach could succeed where others failed, and hand off success to the international community. The American organization was set up with close involvement from Israeli officials and business leaders connected to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel says the goal was to ensure aid reached civilians while excluding Hamas, which it accuses of stealing humanitarian relief. Despite the challenges, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund distributed more than 187 million meals to 2 million Gazans. By September, operations had shrunk and promises to expand from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. The Bank of Israel cuts interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate by a quarter point to 4.25%, perhaps a sign that Israel is finally emerging from its wartime economy. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Alec Pollard. Thanks for watching.
And so after a politically charged weekend at the White House, questions are raised about where the president is positioning himself in the shifting landscape of U.S.-Israel relations. We're now joined by Ahmed Kuzai, political consultant from Bahrain, and Professor Eitan Gilboa, expert on U.S.-Israel relations from Bar-Ilan and Reichman universities. Thank you both for joining.
Pleasure to be here.
Eitan, President Trump met freed Israeli hostages and called them heroes. Yet in the same weekend, sat with Mayor-elect Mamdani, who openly accuses Israel of genocide. How should we interpret these two very different meetings?
Very difficult to interpret and understand President Trump. It seems that that it depends on the way he wakes up in the morning, the way he handles certain issues. I don't think this was a bad meeting with Mamdani. but he did not object to Mamdani's description of what if Israel's operation in Gaza is genocide, and he did not resist, did not criticize him for promising to arrest Netanyahu if he were to arrive in New York City. So I think this was somewhat disappointing.
And now it seems that there are mixed messages, warm meetings with Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia this past week, and now with Mamdani, but also supporting Israel. Do these mixed signals reflect an actual shift in Trump's approach to Israel, or is he just trying to appeal to everyone at once? Is this his strategy? What do you think, Ahmed?
I don't think that this is how it is. I mean, after all, it's Donald Trump.
Right.
We can never speculate. We can never guess what's going to happen next morning, just like what the professor just mentioned. It depends on how he wakes up in the morning. But let's take it to another notion, which is let's separate the three meetings at least. If we're talking about the freed hostages, that's one. That's a positive message on its own. Mamdani, it's domestic issues that he has to handle one way or another. And then when we're talking about Mohammed bin Salman, I see it as a positive thing, even from an Israeli point of view. The Abraham Accords came at a time where it's much needed to put things in perspective. They have, to a certain limit, of course. But then when we're talking about Saudi, why do we still see Saudi as somebody who is opposing Israel as much as in line with Israel's mission to sustain peace in the Middle East?
Eitan, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with Kazai. I think that the visit of Mohammed bin Salman in Washington was very successful. And I think it sends a message to the Middle East that the United States has two important strategic allies in the region. It is both Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States is upgrading relations with Saudi Arabia, which I think would be a good move. I believe that sooner or later, Saudi Arabia will normalize relations with Israel, and therefore this important axis, getting Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords, would increase security and stability in the region.
Now, Ahmed, let's take a look at the Saudi angle we're talking about it. MBS told Trump in the Oval Office that he would like to join the Abraham Accords, but only with a clear path to Palestinian statehood. Do you believe Trump will pressure Israel to accept some form of Palestinian statehood in order to lock in this historic Saudi normalization deal?
I'm not seeing it as a pressure as much as it's a new way of doing things. Previously, Israel always had the upper hand in handling the Palestinian issue. As of now, I mean, after last week, we see a different way of doing things, which is not necessarily bad. Trump has a plan, a new plan basically, to go about moving on that issue, which is Gaza and the Palestinian issue. Saudi said it from day one, and MBS, I think, mentioned it recently as well. He does not object to the idea of normalizing relations with Israel. He just wants to put an end as well at the same time to the Palestinian issue. So it's not different, it's just a perspective of where are we sitting and looking at the matter and how the end game would be.
Now, Eitan, in your opinion, is Trump positioning himself as the only leader who can deliver both Saudi normalization and long-term security for Israel, or is he just playing both sides to gain leverage here with everyone?
It's still hard to say. I would like to mention that there were certain conditions attached to the idea of establishing a Palestinian state. First of all, this is important today. The main thing would be to preserve the ceasefire, the fragile ceasefire, both in Gaza and Lebanon. But we are talking right now about Gaza. The ceasefire has to be maintained. It seems that Hamas is violating the ceasefire and Israel responding and retaliating. This is not good in the direction of phase 2 of Trump's plan. And then an international stability force has to go into Gaza. Hamas has to be disarmed. Gaza has to be also disarmed. Hamas has to leave Gaza, and the Palestinian Authority, which is designated to take over Gaza, has to go through substantial reforms. So I would say that until we see some progress toward implementation of these conditions, this idea of establishing a Palestinian state is still quite remote.
And you mentioned violations. We see Hezbollah with violations in the north as well. We just see a strike in Beirut moments ago. So
that's right, and I think this is highly problematic. So in Lebanon as well, the main mission right now is to preserve the ceasefire. It seems that Hezbollah is trying to rebuild itself with Iranian money coming in and weapons being smuggled in. This is in violation of the agreement brokered by the United States and France. And Israel just attacked Ali Tabatabai, who is number two, I think, in Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is supposed to disarm by the end of December. This is at least the plan that the United States put inside the agreement with Lebanon. Hezbollah has no intention whatsoever to disarm itself. So I think we have these two major problems with these terrorist organizations, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza. And I think it would need more forceful and aggressive policy by the moderate Sunni Arab states together with the United States to accomplish that important goal of disarming both Hezbollah and Hamas.
Now, Ahmed, from the Gulf's perspective, is Trump emerging as a stabilizing force?
It's hard to say as well, but yes, we're taking it from the Gulf perspective. At least we're taking it from a positive stance. Just like what the professor just mentioned, I'll take from that point. There are too many teams playing the same game, and that's too much. Is Lebanon with the peace or is it not? If it is, just like the professor mentioned right now, the disarmament of Hezbollah has to take place ASAP, which is before the end of the year. Then with Syria, then we're talking about two neighboring countries. We're talking about the Cold Peace Treaty signatories, Egypt and Jordan. Iraq is vague. Iran sending vague messages on daily basis. And then we have the Gulf. Of course, we have Qatar, then we have Bahrain, and Emirates that are clear on their stances. Saudi is leaning towards peace, of course. Then Kuwait and Oman. There's a lot. I think what will make it much easier, the weeks to come, I'm not going to say even years to come, it's too much. In the weeks to come, that people should be clear about which side they are on and take it from there. Being stuck in a gray area for a long time won't help the Middle East.
Well, we definitely all live in a very complex neighborhood. Ahmed Kuzai and Eitan Gilboa, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, to help us break down today's top security headlines from Lebanon to Syria and even Gaza, we're joined now by Dr. Barak Books, the Patterson Chair in Security and Intelligence and lecturer at the Political Studies and School of Communication at Bar-Ilan University. Thank you for joining.
Hello.
Barak, let's begin with Lebanon. How significant, in your opinion, is this latest wave of Israeli strikes compared to previous months of the conflict?
We have to remember one thing, that next week, on November 27th, we're noting 1 year of the ceasefire agreement, so it's highly significant. Lebanese presidency, the prime minister, and other political figures are saying that Israel is violating the ceasefire agreement. But as we saw on the report, they are not dismantling Hezbollah, albeit all of their, let's say, promises to the United States. It had to be finished until the end of December. And we have to remember one thing, the Americans know that the American administration is not working from December 16th due to the holidays. So they have to finish dismantling Hezbollah in 3 weeks.
Now, generally speaking, Lebanon claims the strikes were disproportionate, while Israel says they prevented future attacks. Can the Lebanese government realistically curb Hezbollah's power now or at any point in the future, or is that impossible under the current conditions?
Yes, the Lebanese army is being built by the West and trained by the Americans, by the British, by the Italians, by many other Western countries in order to govern the country. Now, there is a majority in the Lebanese infantry and the armed forces which are Shiites. So there is a dispute whether one Shiite can dismantle his own cousin even, but they don't have any other choice because many Lebanese are fed up, I can say, from the atrocities of Hezbollah, and they're dragging them into war, and there were criticisms even throughout the war. Now, I must add one thing. In the social media of Lebanon, we see many villagers returning to their homes in the villages next to the Israeli border and taking selfie pictures, etc. And these farmers and villagers can be also Hezbollah members infiltrating in a proximity to Metula and other Israeli Shuvim, as was before October 7th. It's highly dangerous.
Now, Israel also struck a Hamas training compound in El Hiloue. We also are seeing a Hamas plot to use terror cells across Europe. Is Hamas growing, in your opinion, outside of Gaza?
There is the well-known method of raising funds to a charity, let's say, for the blind, for the poor, from the impoverished, etc. And these funds and money are going to the weapons of Hamas and other terror groups. Now, they have these organizations, economic organizations in Europe, as was reported, in Canada, at the States, in many other countries. And plain people say, okay, we want to contribute to the civilian population of the impoverished and the poor people. But frankly, the bulk of the money, if not all of it, is going to rearm Hamas. It's highly dangerous because, as we saw, Hamas is recruiting new members in Lebanon. Hamas is regaining control in some parts of the Gaza Strip. And there had to be something done in order not to allow Hamas return prior to October 7th.
What about inside Gaza? What can we say about Hamas regaining control and rearming there?
We can say that there are two parts in Gaza. The yellow line that is practically the border between Hamas-controlled areas and areas that Israel is still inside Gaza Strip. As there isn't any other interim or some international or Arab force enforcing some rule of law in Gaza, Hamas is literally Gaza police, and Gaza mayor belongs to Hamas. And it regains slowly but gradually governing. Mm-hmm. Now, as we saw that there is a publication by President Trump of the future of Gaza, with some sort of an international regime and an international force, I cannot say if it will be purely with the Arab states. There was even a publication yesterday that Yemen, yes, not of the Houthis, but of Aden, was asked by the United States to send some forces, as well as UAE and other countries. Now, we cannot know because these things were not decided, but there is the new headquarters in Kiryat Gat, which is the one that has to implement that. And one last sentence, the peace in Lebanon under CENTCOM is also the peace in Gaza under CENTCOM, the same central command of the United States.
I see. Now, turning over to Syria, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the Israeli-held buffer zone was highly symbolic. What message do you think he was sending with this visit?
First of all, we can see with the Syrians, the foreign ministry immediately issued a complaint that Israel violated the ceasefire agreement from 1974. I just want to tell the viewers that following the Yom Kippur War in 1973, there was a ceasefire agreement in 1974 in the middle of the year between Israel and Syria with the buffer zone on which the UN forces were deployed. And the Syrian civil war disrupted all of that. Now, the symbol is to Syrians that Israel will not allow terrorists to operate. And there are some highly Islamic radicals trying to operate in some areas. And also there was the massacre of the Druze in South Syria. And the talks between Israel and Syria, as the US wants them to talk and decide of a new security agreement, will decide to that the area of South Syria and the Syrian Golan Heights will be without any of these groups. And Israel wants to keep the Keter HaChermon in Hebrew, or the Syrian part of Hermon Mountain, and some sort of verifications that the areas close to the Israeli border will not be a fertile ground to groups as was Hezbollah before or other radical extremists.
Dr. Barak Books, thank you very much for this input, and we will surely continue to follow. We are now joined by Lieutenant Colonel and Reserves Advocate Maurice Hirsch from Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs to break down these latest current events. Thank you, Maurice, for joining.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. So, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman told President Trump that Saudi Arabia wants to join the Abraham Accords, but only with a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. Is there a shift in tone here from Riyadh, and how significant is it?
I think there is definitely a shift in really the recognition that joining the Abraham Accords, making peace as part of the Middle East, is something which is in Saudi Arabia's best interest and not only for Israel's best interest. I fear that what they're saying, that they want a real path to Palestinian statehood, is really, again, putting their own best interests in the hands of the latest Palestinian terrorist/rejectionist. And it's something which they may be paying that lip service to say, you know what, we have to say this. And that's what I hope, that they're just saying that, but they don't really mean it, because otherwise they will never be able to join the Abraham Accords, because there will never be a Palestinian leader that will actually be able to stand up and to say, you know what, we've given up on our desire to destroy Israel. So that's a really, what maybe one, like a tango, 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Very interesting. Now, Israel has not yet responded formally to MBS's comments. How do you expect Jerusalem to navigate demands for a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood while obviously safeguarding its own red lines?
I think it's important for Israel to say that at the moment, and whilst the Palestinian society remains indoctrinated, brainwashed, and hate-filled, and seeks Israel's destruction, there is nothing to talk about a Palestinian state. When we see the implementation of the reforms that President Trump has talked about for many years, that are now part of the UN Security Council resolution, that the JCFA is trying to talk about, well, what reforms need to be actually done and implemented in the Palestinian Authority in order to make it into a body that does not educate to hate, that no longer rewards terrorism. We saw the fake decree back in February that Mahmoud Abbas said, we're abandoning our pay-for-slay policy. And now just recently, a few days ago, he fires his Minister of Finance for continuing to pay the salaries to terrorists. Does he not know what is going on? This is just one big, very, very poor joke at the expense of the international community that seems hell-bent on buying these lies every single time. But these are the reforms that need to be implemented before there can be any discussion of whether there should or shouldn't be a Palestinian state.
Now, reports say that President Trump may offer Saudi Arabia F-35 fighter jets as part of a wider strategic package. Israeli defense officials warn that this could undermine Israel's regional air superiority. Is this a real concern, in your opinion?
This is 100% a real concern. Israel's ability to combat and to repel its neighbors has been based on its not only quantitative but qualitative, predominantly qualitative edge. And by providing the F-35s to the Saudi Arabians, we're bringing them up at least 4 or 5 steps closer to us. Our F-35s are obviously amended and improved by the Israeli technology. I think we're the only country that's actually been given that permission to make improvements into that system. So whatever it is, our machinery will still be superior to the basic Lockheed Martin version of the F-35, but it still is a major jump for the Saudis if they were to get these F-35s.
Maurice Hirsch, thank you very much for this input.
Thank you very much for having me.
And joining us now for more on the latest developments out of Israel and the region and the U.S. is Ari Harrow. He's the former chief of staff for Prime Minister Netanyahu, and Ron Campius, he's the former Washington bureau chief for JTA, the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Ari, let me start with you. Prime Minister Netanyahu trying to putting a positive spin on this plan that was approved by the UN, saying it could bring peace and prosperity to Gaza. But clearly there are some problematic elements in this plan for Israel. How should the government be reacting and dealing with it?
Well, firstly, I think that, we have to choose whether we want to look at this from an optimistic lens or a pessimistic lens. Anytime you have a plan that both the Israeli opposition and the coalition partners to the right attack equally, then you have to understand that somebody was trying to strike a balance here. What was passed in the United Nations yesterday really was, with a little additional detail, the plan that President Trump presented here in Israel that the entire nation stood and applauded for. It brought about the return of the hostages. We're still waiting on the remaining bodies that are in Gaza. But ultimately, this is the plan that Israel sought. It is the plan that Israel worked for, and it's a plan that Israel received. I think the mention of a Palestinian state is not inconceivable when you look at the co-sponsors of this plan to the United Nations. You look at countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Indonesia and other Muslim countries in the region. It's clear that you had to present them with sort of an olive leaf so that they can justify this type of activity in Gaza. And I think ultimately the proof is going to be in the pudding. Is Gaza going to be demilitarized? Is Hamas going to be dismantled? And is Israel going to respond and react if its security is threatened in the future?
Right, and you hear Ron Ari use that expression, an olive leaf, but I think that, as he says, that really depends on how much the Trump administration is going to press on issues like the disarming of Hamas and also on moving ahead on some kind of political horizon for the Palestinians. So in your view, how serious is the Trump administration on those key elements as seeing it as part of the overall plan?
I think that the Saudis make the Palestinian component more prominent. I don't think that the Saudis can move ahead without a pathway to some kind of pathway to Palestinian statehood, something that they can tell their constituents, and even though it's a monarchy, it's a dictatorial monarchy, they still have a constituency in the Muslim world. They consider themselves to be the guardians of the holy places of the Muslim world. I think they need something substantial. So as far as that goes, I think that Trump is gonna be quite serious about pressing towards the disarming of Hamas, the conditions that will pave that way, because his vision hinges on a comprehensive Middle East peace. That's what he sees as his ticket to the Nobel Peace Prize next year. And for that, he really needs the Saudis on board, and the Saudis need the path to Palestinian statehood.
Right, Ari, and let me ask you about that. Ron bringing up the importance, the prominence now of the Saudis and the influence they have. Certainly in the White House, and we see this. We can relate this also to the sale of the F-35s, which is also something that could be problematic for Israel. How much do you think that influence that MBS has now in the White House may impact on decisions that, again, could be problematic to Israel?
I think we have to remember that the talks between the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Israel did not start in the last few weeks or in the last few months. They started in Trump's first term in office. These are talks that have gone on and have gone into great detail by both sides for a very, very long time. I think that both sides at this moment are trying to, turn the screws a little bit further in their own direction, and everyone's trying to extract what is in their greatest interest from their own domestic points of view. And I think that it's not shocking from that perspective that Saudi Arabia has made these requests, and will make other requests as well. But don't forget that Israel remains the closest ally of the United States, definitely in the region and probably in the world. Trump has made it very clear, not only in word, but in action. And I think that ultimately we have to remember that every time that media and the public discourse questioned that support of Trump to Israel, it's been proven to be false. And I think that ultimately we will see Trump and his administration continue to support Israel in its vital needs. And it's a tightrope that they're going to have to walk with Saudi Arabia.
Ron, I think we can agree with Ari's point that you can't really question President Trump's personal commitment to the U.S.-Israel alliance, but the political atmosphere in Washington, the U.S., has changed regarding Israel overall, even in his own Republican Party. For example, I think we're both old enough to remember the AWAC sale by the Reagan administration to Saudi Arabia, which generated a much more of an active response from Israel, from its supporters in the U.S., AIPAC, the Jewish community, which does make me perhaps wonder about, beyond President Trump, that's U.S. support for Israel.
Yeah, I think Ari's right. I think, at the end of the day, that as long as Trump is president, it's going to come back to a strong support for Israel. The problem is that he's presiding over a Republican Party that is radically changing at its roots. There's a war going on now in terms of just all sorts of identity issues. So how the Republican Party defines itself in the grassroots, and Israel's a big component of that. I point to somebody who's very close to J.D. Vance, Rod Jer, the philosopher, who wrote a long piece the other day about how he came to Washington and he had an assessment that 40% of the Zoomer age, the Generation Z age, Republicans are Groypers or Groyper adjacent, and that refers to the anti-Semitic, very anti-Israel movement led by Nick Fuentes. So, if we're talking short term, the prospects of something coming out of this now, I think it's pretty positive. Long term, Israel has a problem here.
Right. And Ari, certainly you could respond to that, but I also want to just get a sense, okay, so these deals, this plan is moving forward, the F-35s are going to it. What should Israel expect realistically now from the U.S. in terms of pressing either the expansion of the Abraham Accords or some kind of further actions against Iran?
So, firstly, I definitely think that anyone who does not agree with Ron's caution as far as the day after Trump would be blind. I think that he's 100% right, and it's something that has led to tragedy for us here in Israel when we did not think a little bit further down the road. It is important for us to remember what Israel's strategic threats are at the moment. Obviously, strategic threats can change over time, and there's obviously some new ones on the horizon. But today, as we sit here, there still are two fundamental challenges that Israel faces. The first and foremost, from an existential perspective, is Iran. And Saudi Arabia is a key component of any type of action or any type of deterrence that both Israel and the United States want to create vis-a-vis Iran to deter them from rebuilding, renewing their nuclear aspirations. And I think that this fits into that immediate strategic need that we have. So that's point number one. Point number two, and to answer your question, is really with regard to Hamas. When we talk about Palestinian statehood or the path towards Palestinian statehood, what does that mean? Well, it means a lot of things. And I think that the immediate challenge and the immediate strategic imperative that Israel faces is showing the terrorist organization and showing any future leadership that terrorism not only does not pay off, but that it will be wiped out and dismantled from our vicinity. And I think that the challenge that Israel puts back in the United States' lap is really validation and verification that Hamas will not only not play a role, but that it will be demilitarized, that Gaza will be demilitarized, and that a better future can exist.
All right, gentlemen, I'll just conclude. As President Trump is so fond of saying, we'll see what happens. Certainly, these are going to be some challenging months ahead of us. Ari Harrow and Ron Campius, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you leading voices in the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war to hear from stakeholders, thought leaders, and decision makers. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with one of Israel's leading journalists who's been reporting on this war from the very start, Lital Shemesh. Lital is a news anchor at Israel's Channel 14. She's also a former combat soldier in the IDF, and she's the author of the book, Pay for Slay, Exposing the Palestinian Authority's Scheme to Pay for Terrorism. Lital, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Emily, for having me.
Just to start, can you describe what your October 7th was like? How did the series of events that day as a journalist impact you?
So I think for all of us in Israel, that was a traumatizing day. I don't think we're really still understanding the, how large this terror attack was. Basically, the largest terror attack from the establishment of the State of Israel. And I think for us at the beginning, especially for me as a journalist, we didn't fully understood the enormous, the number of terrorists who were entering Israel, the numbers of cities who were invaded. So we immediately covered it from the base. We had reporters being sent to all the different cities. And I think for us in Israel, it will take a long, long time to really heal and understand what we've been through.
Now, for you personally, where were you on October 7th when you realized? Were you woken up by rockets? When did you start your job as a journalist on that particular day?
Yeah, so I was actually at my brother's house with all of the family up north, so I wasn't at the range of the rockets. And I work for Channel 14, which is a Shomer Shabbat channel. So we only start airing at the end of Shabbat, unfortunately, at the end of Shabbat of that evening. We started broadcasting immediately.
I think it's interesting, actually. Some of the people who especially abroad, who keep Shabbat, who observe the Shabbat, they didn't know. They didn't know anything, and they woke up to this shocking news.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, in regards to the types of content that has come out, I mean, on that day, I think journalists, perhaps more than anyone, received awful, horrific, shocking content. What was it like for you to have to see that? I mean, it's your country that's under attack, and you're getting these awful scenes. I mean, you yourself were a combat soldier, so what was that like?
Yeah, exactly as you said. I think all of us were getting that information to our WhatsApp. We're not used to see this enormous terror attack with everything on film. You know, the terrorists were filming it. We were starting getting footage from journalists on the ground, from surveillance cameras, and basically everyone around the world was getting that harsh footage into their phones. And I think, Emily, what shocked me is the fact that everything was filmed, that everything was put out there, and still the world is criticizing us for the operation in Gaza, for our right to defend ourselves, for our right to get into Gaza and to do what's needed. After seeing that horrific attack of innocent civilians were taken from their homes, of poor people, young people who were just celebrating in a music festival and were murdered, innocent people. And I think it's a disgrace to see how the world still has the audacity to criticize Israel to do what it takes to knock down Hamas, because I don't know any other country would have a terror entity invading its territory, butchering over 1,000 people, and not respond and not react.
Now, one of the issues in this war has been the disparity between what's happening on the ground and what the international media has been reporting. What is the most difficult or challenging part of reporting on these issues firsthand? In some cases, you're on the front lines, and then seeing sometimes the complete opposite being told by the international media.
Yeah, I was actually covering this war from inside of Gaza. So I've asked my editor not just to stay in the studio, but to enter Gaza, to cover the things from the ground, to talk to the combat soldiers, to talk to a female paramedic who was serving inside of Gaza, and to show how the IDF is going to the extent of not harming innocent civilians. And then you open CNN, day in, day out, you see stories about Palestinians constantly showing the Palestinian side, when I think the average person who is watching television is not really aware of the full picture. So when you start and painting a black and white situation of the poor Palestinians and the strong Israelis who has a strong army, you completely don't get the full picture. We are in a situation where we have 5 countries attacking us. We have rockets from Lebanon and rockets from Yemen, and Iran funding proxies all around our territory. We're fighting for our existence, for our right to have a tiny, tiny Jewish country among 300 million Muslims, and we still have the international media criticizing us for fighting to survive, to basically maintain a country, and that's what I don't understand. You yourself know how it goes on U.S. campuses, how they're being brainwashed to, polarized as the strong and the weak side. With a matter of fact, we are the underdog. We are the only minority in the world who has security guards outside of their synagogues, outside of their museums in Europe. We are the most threatened minority in the world. So I think the international media should really stop with the hypocrisy and show the truth.
I think at the diplomatic level, we've seen initially President Biden was very supportive of Israel. And then as the war continued on, we saw sort of shift. I don't know if shift is even the right word, but new discussions being had that are somehow they view as being related. For example, Biden has been very loud about advocating for a Palestinian state, for the two-state solution, which I think, whether you agree or disagree, isn't even related to this conflict. This conflict is about dealing with Iranian terror proxies. What is your take on Biden's recent statements about two states, about a Palestinian state?
As you said, I think we're very grateful for the cooperation of Israel and America. We're very grateful for them helping us fighting this war, supporting Israel in this war. But I think it's pure disgrace to give the Palestinian an award, literally an award, as a Palestinian state after we've seen the greatest terror attack in the history of the state of Israel. And I'm sure not many people know, but the Palestinian Authority, and that's actually what my book is about, is giving money to terrorists. The third largest ministry in the Palestinian Authority is the Ministry of Shaheeds, the ministry who gives money for prisoners who went and murdered Jews. The more you butcher, the more your salary the more salary you're going to get. If you're sentenced to a life prison, you're going to get 12,000 shekels a month, every month, just by sitting in the Israeli prison. The Nukhba terrorists, the Hamas terrorists who butchered our men and women on October 7th are also getting paid by the Palestinian Authority. So I'm asking you.
Wait, you're telling me that the Palestinian Authority is paying Hamas terrorists for the acts of rape, of murder, of kidnapping on October 7th?
Exactly that. They're paying Palestinian terrorists, Gazan terrorists, and Israeli Arab terrorists who are murdering Jews are getting monthly salaries by the Palestinian Authority. Just recently, we heard the voice of Abu Mazen, Abu Alul, saying, if we will have the last shekel, we would give it to the families of the prisoners. This is the next generation that they're teaching. They're indoctrinating their kids to hate Jews, to murder Jews. You know today that the most profitable occupation in the Palestinian Authority is being a murderer, is being
second only to working for UNRWA.
Yeah, maybe second only to working to UNRWA. But I think the U.S., instead of giving the Palestinians a reward, telling them, here, you can get a country, because you're basically saying to them, the terror attack, this huge terror attack has paid off. We're giving you what you want. And that's exactly the opposite. It's a disgrace for the free world. And by the way, 2018, Donald Trump has passed a law, the Taylor Force law, who says the U.S. will not pass on money to the Palestinians as long as they're paying their terrorists, as long as they're paying people to go and murder Jews. And then Biden came into power, and he decided he's going to transfer the Palestinian money through an NGO called USAID. So he's bypassing the law, giving money to the Palestinians without demanding a very basic demand: stop paying terrorists, stop educating your kids to go and murder Jews. Is that too much to ask?
Now, why do you think that is? Obviously, we're assuming here, but why is Biden sort of playing both sides on this issue? Why isn't he taking a stronger stance? We saw Trump cut funding to UNRWA, for example. Biden brought it back. Now, you gave another example about USAID. Why this infatuation almost with giving money to people who are clearly paying terrorists?
I think the Palestinians and the Arab world has done a very good job in painting a picture of a weak and strong side, showing the world that the Palestinians are the poor side, that the Palestinians need to be treated. When you drive today into Ramallah, which is basically a city equals to Tel Aviv, you see houses with swimming pools, but alongside Ramallah, you also see refugees camps. And it was enormously important for the Palestinians to maintain those refugees camps so the world will keep and sending millions of dollars to UNRWA, which just recently we've discovered what UNRWA has been doing and how it was participating in terror attacks, and also sending millions of dollars to the Palestinians, hundreds of millions from each country in Europe. So the more the Palestinians were working on maintaining the poor side story, the more the world feels sorry for them without asking for demands to stop funding terror. And I think this thing has to stop. And I think it's also a combination of purely anti-Semitism. You see how the international media has been covering what is going on now in Israel. For many years, we inside of Israel had a tendency of thinking we don't do enough advocacy, we don't explain our story enough. But after October 7th, when you had everything on film, everything was out there, everything was in every single person's iPhones, you're asking yourself, how can the international media not just show the truth of what is happening? And my answer is just purely anti-Semitism and a lot of money, a lot of Arab money who is involved, as you know, in universities, in all different research institutes, and that's a big problem.
Shifting gears a little bit, an image of you went viral, actually internationally, while you were broadcasting, while you were anchoring the news, carrying a weapon. Now, that's not that uncommon. You yourself were a combat soldier, but people seem to be very triggered by the image of a strong combat soldier, news anchor, successful woman. What is your response to some of the comments that have been made, both positive and negative, in regards to this viral image?
Yeah, I think I basically explained, and as you said, it went viral. I got interviewed from the entire world, basically, South America and India. Everyone were asking me about it because it's not a trivial to see a news anchor sitting with her gun. But I think it was important for me to emphasize that I was afraid. I was afraid for my life. I was afraid for my people. After October 7th, I saw what my sisters were going through. I've heard the horrific testimonies about the rape, about the women who's been abducted into Gaza, and I felt I need to defend myself. I was a combat soldier. Just recently, after October 7th, the government allowed people who were serving in combat to carry guns. Up until that day, only 1% of Israelis were carrying guns. It's not as easy to get a gun here as in America. And I think it's our duty to be able to defend ourselves.
Now, regarding Hamas and journalists, I'm sure you know Hamas is using journalists as cover, using them as human shields in some cases, even with international journalists. And then, of course, it was recently revealed that an Al Jazeera journalist is actually a active terrorist with Hamas, a Hamas commander, in fact. What is your response to this cynical abuse of journalism as a cover for terrorism?
Yeah, in this case, not only covered, they were participating in the October 7th massacre. We saw one journalist driving on a motorcycle holding a hand grenade. We saw that on a video. So I think this thing needs to be taken care of. UNRWA activist, a teacher of UNRWA who was holding hostages in his house. Journalists who were participating the October 7th, just like cheering from the side, taking footage of a terrorist taking a poor grandmother, putting her on a motorcycle and driving her into the Gaza Strip.
Incidentally, some of those photographers, I'm sure you know, were actually paid by major news sources, New York Times, BBC.
Yeah.
It's craziness.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it just shows you just look back and think of the coverage of those journalists in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years. How were they covering the situation where they're actively participating in terror acts? Do you really get a true coverage of what is happening in Gaza? Do you really get a true coverage of what is happening in Israel? Or you just get one side, the side that maybe the news outlet wanted to show?
Why do you think that the international media is so happy to take these statistics and the reports from Hamas themselves? Obviously, the most obvious number that comes to mind is the casualty count. The numbers they've been reporting from the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is the Hamas Ministry of Health, have just been regurgitated without any fact-checking, any research on the ground from pretty much every major international media source.
Yeah.
What's your message to these news sources about doing things like this?
Yeah. So, you know, there's a term in journalism that says it bleeds, it leads. And we've seen that throughout the recent operations in Gaza. We were getting rockets, thousands of rockets in every different escalation round. We have the Iron Dome. We have people sitting in shelters. It's not as interesting to show the scary Jewish kids who are sitting in shelters as to see the bombings of the IDF in the Gaza Strip. But I think what is important is to zoom out, to give the people the opportunity to hear the full story, not just a 5-minute segment of what has happened today in Gaza, especially, as you said, they're getting false number from the Ministry of Health, the Gazan Ministry of Health, but to give people the full story of throughout the years, Israel has been using the money to develop all these amazing defense systems like the Iron Dome, while Hamas was building tunnels, was buying rockets, was using all this money for terrorism. And that is why we have the opportunity to defend ourselves while the Gaza Strip or the Palestinian Authority is still wasting millions of dollars on terrorism instead of allowing their people to actually live in wealth. If you ask me, Israel care about the Palestinians more than their leaders care about the Palestinians. And that is what the world just don't understand. Just look at the 20% Israeli Arabs who are living in Israel, who can go to work, who are serving in the Supreme Court, who are serving in the Israeli parliament. This is
even in the army.
Even in the army. This is a perfect example on how Arabs could live in the most, flourishing area in the Middle East. So if you ask me if anyone is chanting in those pro-Palestinians demonstrations across America is not really a pro-Palestinian, it's just a pure anti-Israeli demonstrations. Because if you care about the Palestinians, go and demonstrate against Hamas. Go and demonstrate against the corrupted Palestinian Authority who is preventing its own people from getting the money and just using it to fund more and more terror. This thing has to stop.
When it comes to Al Jazeera, in Israel, there has been a push to kick out Al Jazeera from the state of Israel due to their associations with Hamas, as well as several other scandals that they've had before, incitement to violence, especially in their Arabic channel. It's been a major problem. In the United States, Al Jazeera has begun to feel the heat with calls to force them to register under FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, because they are funded by the state of Qatar, which we know has been very controversial in this conflict, as well as on American campuses. What do you think should happen, both in the state of Israel and internationally, when it comes to dealing with media that's unbiased like Al Jazeera.
Yeah. So we know the problem with Al Jazeera for so many years, and I have to tell you, Emily, I have a lot of criticism towards the state of Israel from allowing them to even cover the stories from the ground. Israel should have kicked out Al Jazeera journalists a long time ago. We know the way that they're covering this area. It's so easy to just get a press card and to travel Israel and to go wherever you want, because Israel is a safe place for any journalist to come here. And we've been getting unproportionate journalists from all over the world coming to cover Israel, more than any large city in Europe, basically. And I think Israel should have done it years ago and kicked out Al Jazeera journalists from its territory. And I can
now, obviously, a critic of Israel would say that this is a form of violation of, freedom of speech and, of course, freedom of press. What would be your response to that? Why is Al Jazeera different than perhaps people who are simply critical?
Because Al Jazeera is basically educating their people for terror. They're supporting terror. They're supporting what is happening in Gaza. They're spreading lies about what has happened here on October 7th. They're spreading lies about what is happening now with the war. And I think Israel shouldn't just, hand out press cards to journalists who are not really doing their job. It's as simple as that. I'll tell you another thing. I think Israel should also kick out the UN offices from East Jerusalem, because once you're seeing UNRWA, once you're seeing UN workers actively participated in the October 7th massacre, Israel should tell the UN, take your offices from East Jerusalem and come back after you deeply do research about what is happening within your organization. And after that, to call for the closing of UNRWA.
Final question. When it comes to the international media, how do you think they should be reporting this conflict? What are they lacking? You spoke a little bit about it, but if you could elaborate a little more on what they should be speaking about when it comes to this conflict. What's not being heard?
What's not being heard, I think, is the truth, is basically the story of a tiny Jewish country, a democratic country, a Western country who's fighting this war not just for itself, but for the entire free world. We're talking about freedom, about values of democracy, about women's rights, about all these things that you don't see in any Arab countries around us. And by the world being so hypocritical about what is happening in Israel, I think it's a pure disgrace. And I'm not just saying stand for Israel. I'm saying stand for the truth, stand for the facts. Don't forget what is happening in Israel. Whilst you're showing coverage of the Gaza Strip, show also the rockets that we're getting. Tens of rockets every day from Lebanon, the rockets that we're getting from Gaza, the rockets that we're getting from Yemen, the chanting of the leaders of Iran for the destruction of the state of Israel. Every single day, terror attacks from the Palestinian Authority towards Israel. That's our day-to-day life. From the moment I remember myself, I was in constant wars in Israel. Iraq was sending rockets at us when I was in preschool. Lebanon, Syria, this is how we were raised in Israel, constantly fighting for our right to exist. And I think the world should wake up, because if they won't stand next to Israel, they will find it knocking on their back door.
Lital Shemesh, news anchor, Channel 14, Israel, and author of Pay for Slay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Emily.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest headlines coming out of the region. We begin with breaking news from Israel. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have handed over the remains of one of the 3 remaining hostages in Gaza to the Red Cross today. The Islamic Jihad terror group said that the body it had been holding was found in central Gaza's Nuseirat area yesterday. Earlier today, the Prime Minister's office said the delay in handing over the remains constitutes another violation of the agreement. Israel demands the immediate return of the 3 slain hostages whose bodies are still being held in the Gaza Strip. Israel's northern front is flaring up again, with Hezbollah in Lebanon vowing to respond to Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is only a matter of time. Massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Haitham Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's strike on the outskirts of the capital. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabatabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line in Gaza. For weeks, combat teams from the Nahal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. Today, the IDF says 2 more terror operatives were killed after crossing the Yellow Line in northern Gaza, approaching troops of the 188th Armored Brigade and reservists of the Carmeli Brigade, posing an immediate threat.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. כשהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה 2 המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים, ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל, ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם, עד הניצחון.
President Donald Trump says he will formally designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, a move he promises will be done in the strongest and most powerful terms. The decision follows new warnings that the Muslim Brotherhood is advancing a long-term plan to spread its influence across the West. Founded in 1928 in Egypt, the group has been linked to extremist movements including Hamas, which calls itself the Palestine branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is already outlawed in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Jordan. The new U.S. designation is expected to target the group's funding networks and global operations. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has ended its troubled 5 months of aid distribution in the Gaza Strip. Executive Director John Acri says the goal was to meet urgent needs, prove a new approach could succeed where others failed, and hand off success to the international community. The American organization was set up with close involvement from Israeli officials and business leaders connected to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel says the goal was to ensure aid reached civilians while excluding Hamas, which it accuses of stealing humanitarian relief. Despite the challenges, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund distributed more than 187 million meals to 2 million Gazans. By September, operations had shrunk and promises to expand from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. The Bank of Israel cuts interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate by a quarter point to 4.25%, perhaps a sign that Israel is finally emerging from its wartime economy. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Alec Pollard. Thanks for watching.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Welcome back to Hadassah on Call, New Frontiers in Medicine. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman, and I'm thrilled to kick off our 7th season with you. Over the past year, we've explored topics that really resonated with our listeners, from ageless intimacy to navigating the autism spectrum to paging Dr. AI. If you missed any of these episodes, I encourage you to check them out on our podcast websites. Today, we're diving into an issue that affects millions of men and their families around the world: prostate health and prostate cancer. Our guest is Professor Ofer Gottfried, Chief Neurologist at Hadassah Medical Organization. He's not only a leading expert in the field, but also comes from a family shaped by resilience. His mother is a Holocaust survivor and author, and his daughter is currently serving in the IDF. In this conversation, we'll cover everything from early warning signs to myths and misconceptions, lifestyle choices that matter, the latest in precision medicine, and even what it means to live well after treatment. I'm looking forward to an open, practical, and very human discussion. Welcome, Professor Gottfried.
Thank you.
Now, I want to get started, actually not with medicine, but a little bit about your personal life. I understand that your mother is a Holocaust survivor and author. Did her experience at all influence your decision to go into medicine?
Actually not. And actually, when I took the decision, she was not a Holocaust survivor at the time. And I may explain, it will take 1 minute.
Okay,
is that
please.
okay?
Yes, please.
All right. So she was born in 1935. And she lived in a small village like 70 kilometers away from Warsaw called Biała-Rawska. It's now famous because of this story. And she lived with her father and mother, she's an only child, in a very secular life there. And the war started in the 39, and for 1 year nothing happened. And then the Germans came, and then they understood that their life is in danger and then they have to run away. The mother and the daughter managed to hide. The father joined the partisans in the woods and lost. Nobody knows what happened to him, probably killed there. And then the mother and the child that was like 5-year-old managed to get to an attic in Warsaw in Żelazna Street 64. I've been there several times, and just across the street was the Jewish ghetto. And there they spent the war hiding, and a family supported them. And I met the family later and the 2 daughters a couple of times, and they've been in Israel. And after the war, my grandmother married a man. He was a Holocaust survivor, Auschwitz, hardcore with the number, and he was the Holocaust survivor, not my mother. She was a child. Actually, only after her mother died, she started talking, and then the book came out. But during the time when I took the decision, she was not a Holocaust survivor. She was a nurse, a head nurse in Tel Aviv, and this had nothing to do with my decision. My decision was based on my interest in science and the inspiration I got from Galilee and from Semmelweis and Lister and all the great Pasteur, and nothing to do with the Holocaust. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. That's why we ask. I always want to learn about people a little bit and their family. I also was reading about your daughter being in the IDF, being in a very good position in the IDF. So now I want to jump into the questions that obviously relate to the core reason for this podcast, which is about prostate cancer. So I just want to start simple by asking you, what is prostate cancer and are there different types?
Yes. Well, prostate cancer is a malignant tumor of the male population, actually the most common malignant tumor in men. More than twice its next in line. We are still studying this fascinating disease. The risk, well, if a man dies in, let's say, car crash and he's been cut to pieces, like a 70-year-old man dies in a car crash, about 70% of them will harbor prostate cancer. And this will not affect their life, or they will not know about it. And this is like a big shadow over our clinical work, but that always we are always afraid that we're treating those that do not need any treatment, and finding out which one does and which one doesn't is one of the main core interests in prostate cancer. And of course, there are ways, or we believe there are ways, to discriminate these clinically significant from the clinically insignificant tumors, and maybe we'll get to them a little later.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, because I definitely think people, it is very common, as you said, and people are concerned about whether or not they should be treated or they shouldn't, and when should they be checked. I mean, prostate cancer, though, is, as you mentioned, often thought of as an older man's disease. Would you say that's true, or should men maybe start screening earlier in order to preempt it?
Yes, good question. The current guidelines recommend start screening for prostate cancer at the age of 50 and getting early diagnosis. But early diagnosis does not necessarily mean early treatment, because follow-up, or as called professionally active surveillance, is very common practice today, and this may be the solution for overtreatment that was so common in the past.
Do people have a good prognosis when they get prostate cancer? Like, if they have that early screening, do people generally survive?
Yes. Early diagnosis in prostate cancer usually means cure or follow-up, good follow-up, and we know when to stop the surveillance and to move into active treatment. And if you are under surveillance, then nothing bad will happen, really.
What are the most common signs or symptoms of the cancer?
There are none. No. The symptoms and signs of prostate cancer are bone pain, which obviously is very late sign. And if you're being diagnosed because of bone pain, it's like it's too late for cure. There's still very good remedies and all kinds of treatments, even at that step of the disease.
Wow, that's actually interesting. So in other words, if you don't do the screenings, though, you really might not know until it's too late.
Correct.
So screenings are clearly very...
If it's clinical disease, it's always too late.
So that makes sense. Now, what protects against prostate cancer if you wanted to not get it? I mean, like vasectomies, for example, frequent ejaculation, maybe a good sex life. What those things help?
Well, that's a good question. There's nothing specific that you mentioned. But whatever is good for the heart is also good for the prostate. So having balanced diet and a regular aerobic exercise and keeping your weight, all these are very good precautions or things to do to postpone or to not get prostate cancer. And this is proven. Overweight men have higher risk of prostate cancer and sedentary life. So whatever is good for the heart is also good for the prostate. That's the easiest answer.
seems to be the trend. I think, in all these interviews over the years, whenever I say, well, what is the thing that you can do to prevent it? They say, eat right, exercise, be healthy, and then you won't have all of these other, diseases as well. But what about family history and genetics? Does that have any impact?
Yes. If a relative, father or grandfather, or more relatives have had prostate cancer, that's a very important risk factor. And screening should start earlier, like at the age of 45. But then I follow many people with relatives, and if they keep on coming and the follow-up is okay, nothing happens. It's amazing.
So it's interesting because lifestyle, you said, is impactful, and genetics is also, but then could it possibly be, like I know with like type 2 diabetes, it's a little bit genetic, but it's also more lifestyle. And so while your father might have it, if you're healthy, you probably won't
Absolutely.
get it.
Absolutely. Yes. It's exactly like this. So,
what about like vitamins or supplements? Is there anything that you would recommend that people take that adds to that healthiness?
the vitamins and supplements are good for the company that manufacture them, not for the consumers. For the customers, no, none.
Nothing needed.
Personally, I do not take anything. And
makes sense. What is PSA testing? I was reading about that. What is that?
Oh, PSA. PSA is actually an enzyme, a protein, an enzyme manufactured by the prostate, and its physiological role is to liquefy the semen. After expulsion, the semen coagulates, and the evolutionary idea behind this is to coagulate it in the cervix, the uterine cervix. And once the egg will arrive to the uterine tube, she will meet a sperm there. The egg is very sensitive and has a very small range of life that it can be fertilized, and the compensation for that is the male that brings millions of sperm cells, and the coagulation, a fascinating process by itself, very different from the coagulation of the blood, keeps it in the uterine cervix, and the PSA, the enzyme, it breaks the coagulum little by little, and there is a continuous supply of sperms to the tubes. Once the egg will arrive, it will meet sperms. But this is far away from what we are concerned now about prostate cancer. So it's a physiologic enzyme. Now in the 80s, it was found that these enzymes can be located in the blood, and that patients with prostatic conditions like benign prostatic hypertrophy or prostate cancer have elevated levels in the blood. So this became a tumor marker. From an enzyme, it became a tumor marker, and now we use it to early diagnose prostate cancer. But it's far from being specific.
But I understand somewhat controversial, like there are pros and cons to it, right?
Well, there are, because its levels in the blood are high, even in patients with enlarged prostate, benign enlarged prostate. So there is like overlap in the levels between prostate cancer and benign prostatic hypertrophy, which every man has if he's older than 40. So there is interpreting the results of the PSA is not very easy, not trivial, and that's part of the urology occupation, to understand the meaning of it. There are better examination blood tests today, like 4K score or ISO-PSA, that are more predictive of prostate cancer. And we use them quite a lot to avoid biopsy, or MRI, which are the next steps.
Yeah, and I was looking at that. There's such a breadth or a depth, I guess, of different kinds of ways that one can be tested. What would you say is the most common here at Hadassah? Like if somebody is going to come in for that 50-year screening and get started, what is the test that they're going to receive?
Well, the guidelines, and in Hadassah, we use the PSA and the rectal examination, which still holds an important part of the practice. So he'll get these two,
These two,
PSA and rectal examination, digital, by finger.
Wow. And then if the PSA is elevated, would you do an additional test?
Well, it depends on the patient and on his prostate. The patient general health is very important, and risk factors like family history and the level of the PSA and the size of the prostate. But many men with elevated PSA do get MRI of the prostate, and this serves as additional screening. And also, if there are lesions that are suspicious, as target for targeted biopsies, we know how to biopsy from the lesion that is seen in the MRI.
So now let's say, God forbid, that you discover that somebody does have prostate cancer. What is the initial treatment they're going to receive, and what in general does treatment look like for it?
All right. So the diagnosis of prostate cancer does not necessarily mean treatment for prostate cancer. As we discussed earlier, there are active surveillance, and I follow many men with prostate cancer and nothing happens to them. They just keep coming, and I keep smiling at them. But there are criteria where you have to move to active treatment, and these are based on PSA, on the finding of the biopsy. If it is high grade, then no doubt that this man is at risk of metastasis, and treatment should be done as early as possible. There is another important imaging test called PET PSMA, and in PET PSMA, this a tracer is injected which trace the prostate and its metastasis in lymph nodes or in bones, and we use it in patients with high-grade disease to discriminate metastatic from non-metastatic disease, and those that will get localized treatment, surgery or radiation, and those that will get systemic treatment.
Okay, so I want to also, I guess if you're getting this treatment, then you're monitoring it during the process. Is prostate cancer generally fast or slow growing once it's become metastasized, once it's active? Like, is there a stage 4, like we talk about with other cancers?
All right. The localized prostate cancer is extremely slow disease with doubling time of months and years. But once it's metastatic, then it's a different ballgame. And this could be quite fast disease with a month till it's doubles. But generally speaking, prostate cancer is a slow growing tumor. There is time to diagnose it early.
And you said that generally speaking, as you said, that people can have a good prognosis and they live. But what is the percentage of people who are diagnosed with prostate cancer and survive?
Well, I guess most of them survive.
So in the 90s,
yes.
or
yes,
uh-huh.
And they are left to die from other reasons.
Like everyone
But that's
else.
medicine, yes, to postpone it and to.
Right, for sure. Now, if a man is treated and he goes into remission, so he's going to survive the cancer, does that affect his daily life in any way, or his sex life even?
Yes, unfortunately, many of the treatments do affect the erection, because the erection nerves, the cavernosal nerves, they really cross on the prostatic capsule. So if you do radical surgery, you can preserve the nerves. They are microscopic. We know where they are, but we don't see them in surgery. So we can keep them, preserve them, nerve-sparing surgery. But nerve-sparing surgery does not mean erection-sparing surgery. And because they are very sensitive, and just one touch will damage them. So I always inform the patient that erection post-surgery will not be the same as erection pre-surgery. Now, radiation also, the nerves are sensitive to radiation, but it takes longer. The injury is, the loss of erection occurs later. Now, in the more advanced disease where we use hormonal therapy, like in metastatic disease and in radiation in patients with high risk. It's very common to use both to provide radiotherapy and hormonal therapy. The hormonal therapy really affects erection, but not only erection, also the libido. And once you take the testosterone, then the man is not interested, and it becomes a non-issue anymore. Actually, the finding that prostate cancer is sensitive to hormones by Huggins and Hodge in the 40s was really a breakthrough, because they connected endocrinology and oncology, and they showed that prostate cancer is sensitive to hormones, and you can reverse prostate cancer by taking the hormones. Getting Huggins a Nobel Prize like 40 years later.
Yeah, wow. So what signs should a person watch for if there could be a recurrence? Like if they're they go into remission, but maybe it comes back, or does that ever happen?
Post-treatment PSA is very good marker. Now, we as we talked earlier, for diagnosis, it's not so good because there's very large overlap with the benign conditions. But after treatment, let's say after a radical prostatectomy, PSA should be 0 or close to 0. And a rise means recurrence of the disease. After radiation, it's not that accurate as after surgery, but still there are criteria to use PSA. PSA is the best follow-up, no symptoms, no thing like this.
Now, let's talk about research just for a moment. You've been involved in some very fascinating research, like exploring possible links between bladder cancer and the BCG vaccine, Alzheimer's disease. Can you tell me a little bit more about that work?
Well, if moving from cancer to Alzheimer, which is really the malady of the Western world, and we are expecting high numbers and financial cost, enormous financial cost. If we can postpone Alzheimer even by a few years, this would be a major achievement. And the idea is that there are 3 processes in Alzheimer's disease. And one is the beta amyloid accumulation, which is mainly outside the cells. The second is the tau accumulation, the tangles. And the third is the immune system, which takes a major part in the pathogenesis of Alzheimer's disease. And BCG, the tuberculosis vaccine that we use so effectively for more than 40 years now to treat bladder cancer, to prevent the recurrence of bladder cancer, actually modulates the immune system. And it modulates the immune system in a way away from Alzheimer's disease. And we've shown by exploring data from Hadassah that the risk of Alzheimer's disease is reduced 4 times in patients that got BCG, a treatment for bladder cancer, nothing to do with the Alzheimer. And these findings were then studied in 4 other populations in Europe and in America. And the results were verified in different populations. And this sparks interest in this old vaccine that modulates the immune system. And hopefully it will progress. Maybe we will use kind of vaccine against Alzheimer.
Right. It's interesting. I do a lot of work with the Davos Alzheimer's Initiative and George Vandenberg, and he's really into the idea of being able to have an Alzheimer's vaccine. He speaks a lot about that. And this is interesting because this is an existing vaccine rather than having to develop one. And you came onto this because of your work as a urologist with bladder cancer. That's what led you to kind of put this together.
It's not my idea. It's the idea of some crazy old folks from the medical school that approached me, Berkovier, who is now not with us, and Klein and Greenblatt, the 2 old guys that are with us and are still very active and very bright. No Alzheimer with these 2 guys.
Did they get the vaccine?
I got the vaccine, but actually I got it in when I was born. And yes, it was customary to give the tuberculosis vaccine to newborns. In the delivery room, I got BCG. Nobody asked me or asked my permission.
But I guess you're grateful
so I
now.
got BCG, and I'm still immunized now. When I arrived at Chicago for the fellowship, they did some kind of test, including MAN2, tuberculin test, to see if I have tuberculosis. I told them, don't do it. I'm positive. I'll test positive. And they say, oh, no, we do it for everybody. And I was positive, and everybody said, oh, I got tuberculosis. I told you, I got BCG vaccine. Said, take a chest x-ray, and they'll see nothing. And they did x-ray, and okay, you're fine. So I'm positive, but at that time, when I was born, they were doing BCG vaccination in all Israel except in Jerusalem. They were not doing it in the States, and the strength of the Hadassah women in Jerusalem stopped this vaccination. He said, what is good for America is also good for Jerusalem, which is usually right. And maybe this was also right. So I'm got the BCG myself, and I'm still positive. I still carry these bacteria in my lymph nodes, in my cells, lifelong. And maybe I'll not get Alzheimer.
Well, I was going to say we should check in about 10, 20, 30 years. And
but the idea was not mine. It was the idea of the old folks from medical school, and I was just their tool to prove it. Because I had the database and the patients and this fascinating idea.
Yeah, and so it's really could be groundbreaking if it comes to fruition.
But the credit is for Greenblatt, Klein, and Berkov from medical school.
So now I just want to go back to prostate cancer for a moment and look ahead at AI, precision medicine, these kinds of things. Are they changing the way, or will they change the way we detect or treat prostate cancer at some point in general, but also here at Hadassah?
Yes. Well, the guidelines from 2025, both the American and the European do not hold anything about AI, but the patients do. And patients come to me ready and with the right questions, and they are educated, which is good. I love educated patients, but in the current clinical daily life, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it will.
It will. Yeah, there's a vision for it. Yes. So just to wrap up, I was wondering if you could share something like a story of a memorable patient or piece of advice, maybe that you want to leave our listeners with.
Well, the advice that I can give is go to a big hospital that has all the facilities and all the options, especially if you're doing a surgical procedure. Most procedures go well without any complication, but if something does happen, you would like to be in a big hospital like Hadassah that has all the facilities and can cope with all complications and all events. This is the recommendation I give to my patients and to everybody, I guess.
Go to Hadassah is always a good recommendation. Well, Professor Goffrey, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that are coming out of Israel from this past week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, New York City outgoing Mayor Eric Adams visits Israel. ILTV joins Israeli police for a thrilling exercise. And check up on this week's sports roundup. Eric Adams, the outgoing mayor of New York City, has visited Israel, and ILTV was here to cover his entire visit. Take a look.
I had the privilege of coming today to Jerusalem to meet with Mayor Eric Adams. He's about to become the former mayor of New York City. Mayor Adams stood steadfast throughout his tenure with the State of Israel, building ties strategically, economically, and of course, working with the Jewish community, protecting them and fighting anti-Semitism. Let's see what he has to say.
This week, multiple mayors are visiting Israel as part of a joint delegation organized by the American Jewish Committee. Their goal, to deepen cooperation, show solidarity, and see firsthand the realities facing Israelis after 2 years of war. Among them is a high-profile guest, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Adams made Israel his first international trip upon taking office. And now, as he prepares to leave City Hall on January 1st, he chose to return.
It's great to be here to just really, as I started my time in office, visiting Israel, and now as I conclude, I wanted to come back and just send the right message that Israel will always have a supporter in me as the mayor or not as the former mayor.
For Adams, the visit comes amid deep concern in the Jewish community following the election of Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, a candidate he has repeatedly warned could embolden anti-Semitism in New York.
Going after all of those items I put in place to let Jewish New Yorkers know that there's no place for hate. As you stated, the IRA definition, having an office to combat anti-Semitism. We are not going to allow hate to fester in our city in general, but specifically for Jewish New Yorkers, which has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel.
Adams has urged Israelis and Americans alike not to panic, but to mobilize.
So important for New York, for Jewish New Yorkers to fight. People need to know the true story of what happened on October 7th. To reclaim our young people, we must utilize social media. Social media has been used to spread anti-Semitism. We must use it to ensure that we build tolerance and love and respect for all groups, particularly to stop the spread of anti-Semitism.
He has also called on Israel's leadership to send a powerful symbolic message on New Year's.
What I encourage the Prime Minister to do is to join me on January 1st when we bring in the new year. We do not threaten to arrest leaders of sovereign nations and our probably closest partner in this region.
Beyond politics, Adams warns that severing ties with Israel could damage not only Israel, but New Yorkers.
Israel is one of the leading countries when it comes down to technology and advancement of technologies, from artificial intelligence to cybersecurity and so many others. And so many devices and innovations they made that save lives. And so when you stop the progress of that continuing innovation and the partnership, you're not hurting Israel, you're hurting Americans.
Adams is leaving office under scrutiny, including a federal investigation. But he says he stands by the choices he made.
I was defending a city that I love, and when I saw a migrant and asylum seeker crisis that overwhelmed our city in the tune of over $7 billion, I knew it was my obligation. They came after me because I protected the city that I love.
As for what comes next,
I want to go back to school, get my doctorate, I want to write a book, and I have some great business opportunities that are waiting for me.
While Adams drew most of the attention on the mission, other U.S. mayors told ILTV they came for the same reason, to stand with Israel and with American Jewish communities back home.
We feel it's like probably the most welcoming place for Jewish people outside of Israel. We're reaching out to our brothers and sisters in New York and saying, if you don't feel comfortable, which is right now we're hearing a lot of, come to Miami Beach.
And for Aventura, Florida,
Aventura stands with Israel yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
And Israeli police are conducting exercises to prepare for any type of potential attack, including in residential areas. Now, ILTV's India Naftali joined one of these exercises, which, if you ask me, is pretty cool. Take a look.
Today, Israel's specialized police units are training for a mass casualty event in a residential area. It's something we hope will never happen, but something the country must be prepared for nonetheless. What's taking place here today is part of a 2-day district-level drill bringing together some of Israel's most advanced police units, including Yamam, Yassam, and Magav. Unlike standard counter-terror training, today's exercise is built around unpredictability. Officers are being tested on how they think, how they react, and how they adapt when nothing goes according to plan. The goal is to force split-second decisions under intense pressure, the kind of moments that can determine the difference between life and death in a real urban attack.
We are here to train for a first urban attack scenario. Israeli police force is the first responder on all the scenes. We know that from October 7th. So we are here doing dynamic training to prepare our people for every situation that can rush to us in the real life.
On the ground, the drills are intense and highly technical. Officers are moving through streets, maneuvering around parked cars, schools, synagogues, and residential buildings. This morning's scenario began with reports of gunfire, triggering a rapid search operation. Minutes later, a simulated red alert was declared, meaning they are under rocket fire. One officer was marked as injured by shrapnel, and teams had to treat him under pressure while continuing the mission. These are not routine situations. The scenarios are designed to be messy, chaotic, and real, pushing officers to use critical thinking, check their gear, and operate in conditions that are impossible to replicate in a classroom or a shooting range. Commanders here say that timing is crucial. After nearly 2 years of constant operations during the war, this is one of the first opportunities for multiple units to spend 2 full days training side by side. They are taking the lessons of October 7th and building them into the curriculum. Because, as they tell us, what becomes natural in training is what saves lives in real life.
And speaking of security, you have to check out Israel's latest installment of aerial security. Meet the Iron Beam, advanced technology based on laser beams that are now joining Israel's fleet of aerial defenses. You have to check this out. This is the Iron Beam, Israel's latest development of air defense. Co-developed by Elbit Systems and Rafael, the Iron Beam is a laser-based system built to destroy incoming missiles, rockets, mortars, UAVs, and aircrafts, so any aerial threat can be intercepted by the Iron Beam. The Iron Beam will join Israel's other aerial defense systems, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, and the Chetz. But what makes the Iron Beam stand out as the most effective air defense system? Each interceptor of the Iron Dome for short-range missiles and rockets is estimated to cost the IDF approximately $40,000 to $50,000 per interception, while the Chetz 3, which is geared to intercept missiles outside of Israel's atmosphere, is estimated to cost around $4 to $8 million US, this according to Globes. With Israel close to ending a second year of war against hostile neighbors, Israeli defense spendings have skyrocketed, significantly impacting Israel's economy. But now, with the newly functioning Iron Beam, each interception of the laser system will cost only a few dollars in energy, meaning not only are interception capabilities now significantly better, the IDF also saves tens of thousands of dollars per interception in the process. The Iron Beam has also been dubbed Or Eitan, or in English, Eitan's Beam, this in memory of fallen soldier Eitan Oster, who fell in combat in Lebanon and whose father Dubi Oster helped develop the system. And recently, ILTV hosted the executive director of Kolel Chabad as he shared recent operations of the organization and even shared some inspiring messages. Have a look.
For over 200 years, Kolel Chabad has been a lifeline for those in need across Israel, providing food, medical care, and critical social support. Joining us now, all the way from New York, is Zalman Duchman, an executive director of Kolel Chabad, to share how the organization is continuing its mission of compassion and care, especially during these challenging times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So, Kolel Chabad has been serving the community for decades, well, more than decades. What makes the organization's mission so vital today?
Kolel Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel, the oldest continuous Jewish charity, started in 1788 by the first Chabad Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman. And we've been working through ever since, continuously operating, serving the land of Israel, working from the diaspora, raising money within the diaspora to serve the land of Israel. Over the past 2 years, we've experienced the war, etc. And I think that what is most vital today is the continued long-term support, that we're here for the long run. During the war, there was emotional outpour of support from the lovers of Israel. And obviously, there's the flip side that we see very strongly. But those people that love and care for Israel have been there, outspoken with their voices and their dollars supporting Israel. And now that we hope that we're going to enter a time of quiet, that we have to remember that has to continue. And this is something that represents Kol Chabad specifically, that there's a lot of pop-up programs that popped up during the war, but now we're in it for the long haul. So I think we've been there for the long haul, and we plan to be there for the long haul going forward.
Absolutely, for another 200 years and beyond. And what are some of the biggest challenges of those you serve that they're facing right now, and how is Kolel Chabad addressing them?
One of the most affected populations, besides the many widows and the orphans and families and the trauma, is the elderly. The elderly population, especially those people that this is not their first war, especially Holocaust survivors, that their childhood was during a war and the traumas that it affected them. People don't know, but there's over 100,000 Holocaust survivors still living in Israel. And this is really, so to speak, our last opportunity to see them off their last years in dignity. And we've been with this generation for a very long time. And I think it's it's a very vulnerable population as they age and as they get older. And even some of the most basic things of food is they are relying on non-governmental organizations to provide for them food. Non-government NGOs are much more effective and efficient at doing it, especially when you have non-governmental organizations working together in collaboration. We believe that is one of the most important populations that we focus on, especially with making sure that they have daily meals. They live alone. In Yiddish is word fargin. They don't fargin themselves to dirty a pot for one piece of chicken. They can't afford it sometimes. Going shopping is a problem with them. So delivering a hot, fresh, cooked meal to an elderly survivor. But then there's more than that. There's an entire young generation that weren't exposed to Holocaust survivors. They don't know them, young students. So we have a project that every single Friday we have volunteers. It's done from college-age students and high school-age students, that they go visit elderly and they bring them a meal for Friday and for Shabbat. But the objective is more than just a meal. It's for them to sit together and to spend time together, to talk to each other. Sometimes there's a language barrier. These speak Russian, the young generation speaks Hebrew, but love knows no language barrier. And it's an extraordinary program. And we're now leading up to a few weeks before Hanukkah. We hope to reach literally tens of thousands of such volunteers to find that are going to go visit, to light the menorah with the elderly people. A lot of them did not live their life through it because they lived their life through communist Russia and didn't experience what Hanukkah is. And they only came in older in age. They came to Israel, the blessings of celebrating Hanukkah, and we plan to do that. And the reason why we could do that is because we have an ongoing connection to these, because we visit them every single day and we bring them food every single day.
So a beautiful program. And I want to ask, because I see that you've brought with you also a very special coin. So can you tell us about this coin?
I brought a special coin that was minted specially for Kol Chabad, a challenge coin. And it says on it, Vayilbash Tzedakah Shiryon. This is a verse from the Bible that he garbed himself with tzedakah.
Hold the coin up so our viewers can see. Oh, you have two. Great.
I brought two. He garbed himself with tzedakah as scale armor. The scale armor, and the Talmud explains that just like scale armor, every single piece overlaps each other. And if it's missing one piece, it allows a vulnerability in that section. Same too when it comes to the challenges of helping the poor. No one person could take the entire responsibility on their own. But no one could say, oh, my part doesn't make a difference, because every single part is necessary. Just like scale armor, if you're missing one section, it creates that vulnerability. That is what this challenge coin is, that for those that participate. And this is something, a unique gift that we would like to give to anybody that wants to participate in the food security project of helping the elderly to feed elderly people. You could go to either on the QR code, I understand, on the screen, or they could go to our website.
So that's my question. If our viewers who are watching right now, if they want to help, I mean, what's the best way that they can do that?
So obviously, if they're here in Israel, we have Pantry Packers, a volunteer project where we have thousands of volunteers. But all those people that watch around the world could go to our website, or they could go to the website on the QR code, and they could sign up to be able to serve an elderly or Holocaust survivor. And the first 1,000 people to click this code, we will send them in the mail a challenge coin that says on it, that has it inscribed, "Vayubash Sakak Shiryon," for them being part of this scale armor, this protection of protecting the elderly, especially within their older age, in this special thing.
Incredible. So our viewers, you can scan the QR code on your screen now and donate and receive, the first 1,000 receive a special coin. Zalman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. And one other thing we must always remember, that is our opportunity that we have to help these people in the most vulnerable days of their life as they age and they get older. And we will be able to tell our children that we made sure the heroic generation that built Jewish life what it is today, that generation of the post-Holocaust, the Holocaust survivors and that elderly generation, we took care of them until their last one around.
Absolutely. An important mission. Zalman, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And now it's time for our weekly roundup of sports news. And let's be honest, what update is complete without mentioning the incredible Deni Avdia, who is already being hailed as a true basketball star.
Avdia will settle for the three.
Just to clarify, Avdia just had back-to-back games with over 25 points and over 10 assists, with a career-high 13 dimes in last night's win alone. He is currently averaging 48.2 fantasy points per game, meaning he is being backed by the entire basketball community, so not just in Israel, but around the world.
That's a tough take and finish.
And Avdia is not the only athlete turning heads. Israel's Rivka Bayech is now a Taekwondo bronze medalist. This is Bayech's fourth European Championship medal. She recently secured medals in the 2021, 2022, and 2023 European Championships, making this year her fourth. Bayech competes in the women under 49 kilos weight class and is second only to the two Taekwondo megastars, Serbian Andrea Bokan and Russian Irina Rogozina. We absolutely love to see Israeli representation in European events. And finally, here's your way to support Israeli businesses, especially those of the brave pioneers of Judea and Samaria. Have a look at Blessed by Israel and indulge yourself in the goods created by Israel's heartland. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time. And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news and put a smile on your face, and the news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Devo Klein. Take care of yourself, and thank you so much for watching.
We now turn to a special report from Central Israel, where specialized police units are conducting an intensive two-day training exercise designed to prepare for the most unpredictable and high risk of scenarios in the most of the country. Israel's police are the first line of defense in the case of a major security emergency. Our correspondent, India Naftali, was on the ground as officers ran through a series of drills meant to simulate a mass casualty event in a residential area. Let's take a look.
Today, Israel's specialized police units are training for a mass casualty event in a residential area. It's something we hope will never happen, but something the country must be prepared for nonetheless.
What's taking place here today is part of a two-day district-level drill bringing together some of Israel's most advanced police units, including Yamam, Yassam, and Magav. Unlike standard counter-terror training, today's exercise is built around unpredictability. Officers are being tested on how they think, how they react, and how they adapt when nothing goes according to plan. The goal is to force split-second decisions under intense pressure, the kind of moments that can determine the difference between life and death in a real urban attack.
We are here to train for a fast urban attack scenario. Israeli police force is the first responder on all the scenes. We know that from October 7th. So we are here doing dynamic training to prepare our people for every situation that can rush to us in the real life.
On the ground, the drills are intense and highly technical. Officers are moving through streets, maneuvering around parked cars, schools, synagogues, and residential buildings. This morning's scenario began with reports of gunfire, triggering a rapid search operation. Minutes later, a simulated red alert was declared, meaning they are under rocket fire. One officer was marked as injured by shrapnel, and teams had to treat him under pressure while continuing the mission. These are not routine situations. The scenarios are designed to be messy, chaotic, and real, pushing officers to use critical thinking, check their gear, and operate in conditions that are impossible to replicate in a classroom or a shooting range. Commanders here say that timing is crucial. After nearly 2 years of constant operations during the war, this is one of the first opportunities for multiple units to spend 2 full days training side by side. They are taking the lessons of October 7th and building them into the curriculum. Because, as they tell us, what becomes natural in training is what saves lives in real life.
Located at the southern end of the Judean hills, the Yatir region has a rich history of wine production. The impressive ancient wine press here stands as a testament to the developed wine industry that dates back to the reign of the kings of Judah. From the destruction of the Second Temple to the onset of the Islamic period, Jewish community thrived in this area, growing and processing grapes and olives. The region was renowned for its fine vines, with wines exported to Egypt, Rome, and across Israel. David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, envisioned the Negev blooming. Against expert advice deeming the region too dry for planting trees, he persisted. Replace the experts, he declared. Today, the Yatir forest, spanning 40,000 dunams, is one of Israel's largest forests. Named after the ancient Levite city of Yatir, the forest is a green oasis, a hiking site, and a model for combating desertification. Nestled within this forest are the Yatir winery vineyards. The Yatir winery, founded in 2000 at the foot of the Israelite Tel Arad fort, is a collaboration between local wine growers and the Carmel winery. This exclusive winery produces 150,000 bottles annually and has become a symbol of the region. Yatir wines are celebrated both locally and internationally, consistently receiving high scores and medals.
המלחמה תפסה אותנו מיד לאחר חג סוכות, שאנחנו עוד היינו באמצע העברת היין לחביות. חלק מהצוות יצא למילואים, אבל אני חושב שהצלחנו לעמוד בכל היעדים שרצינו.
The Yatir vineyards are planted at altitudes up to 900 meters above sea level. Each plot has unique soil compositions, slopes, and angles, creating ideal conditions for quality red grape varieties. Cool mornings, sunny days, and cold nights contribute to the distinctive land.
חשוב לנו שהיין הישראלי ימשיך לשגרר את ישראל באופן הטוב ביותר ולהביא את המיוחדות שלנו. אנחנו ממשיכים לייצר פה יין על גבול המדבר, ואנחנו כאן.
With over 70 different plots, each vineyard in the Yatir forest has its own identity. This careful attention to detail, combined with innovative technology, ensures the highest quality wines, from the meticulous cultivation of grape varieties to the harvesting, fermentation, aging, and bottling processes. Yatir Winery is committed to excellence.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. Hezbollah weighs response after IDF successfully eliminates wanted top terrorist in Lebanon airstrike. White House to designate chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations. As ceasefire wavers, IDF eliminates Hamas tunnels and infrastructure in Gaza. A volatile northern front and reports that Hezbollah is weighing its response after Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. More from ILTV's Devil Klein.
Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is, quote, only a matter of time. And massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Ali Tabtabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's airstrike on the outskirts of the capital, Beirut. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabtabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. The strike comes just days before Pope Leo's arrival in Lebanon, a visit many hoped would signal stability. Israel continues targeting Hezbollah arms depots and its rebuilding efforts under the fractured ceasefire. Tonight, a senior Hezbollah chief at the funeral warned the Zionists should be worried. Israel has reportedly told the Lebanese government it will press ahead with operations to weaken Hezbollah and expects cooperation on removing the group from south of the Litani and beyond. Despite high alert status, no new instructions have been issued to residents of northern Israel.
We are holding the hope that one day the Lebanese people will get along with their problems and we can be friends again. So, yeah, we are here to hold the borders and also to hold the hope.
Well, the White House on Monday ordered the start of a process to designate certain chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations, marking a major shift in U.S. policy towards the transnational Islamist movement. Here's more on the latest developments. U.S. President Trump signed an executive order directing the Secretaries of State and Treasury to submit a report within 45 days on whether to designate specific chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization. The administration says the Brotherhood is not a social movement, but a transnational network that has spent decades financing and enabling terror groups across the Middle East. The fact sheet identifies possible targets in Egypt, Lebanon, and Jordan, while notably excluding chapters in Qatar, Turkey, and Syria, which have long provided political and financial cover for Brotherhood operations. The Muslim Brotherhood operates a global command structure known as the International Organization of the Brotherhood, which functions as a strategic hub, coordinating branches across Middle East, Europe, and North America. This body guides the movement's political operations, its financial networks, its global propaganda, and its support to violent offshoots, including Hamas and Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Under federal law, a terror designation means anyone providing material support to the group can face criminal penalties and sweeping financial and travel sanctions. That includes individuals, charities, and any foreign national linked to the organization. The Muslim Brotherhood, founded in Egypt in 1928, is the ideological source code for modern Islamist terror. Its doctrine has directly inspired Hamas, Egyptian Islamic Jihad, and the early founders of Al-Qaeda. U.S. officials say Brotherhood networks continue to recruit, radicalize, and fund operations that directly target Western allies and American interests.
Supporters of the designation call it a long overdue step that finally acknowledges the Brotherhood as the central hub of global jihadist movements. By triggering the FTO process, the U.S. can freeze assets, shut down funding channels, block travel, and prosecute anyone providing support to the organization. The order states that this move comes as the Brotherhood branches, including Hamas, have escalated violence across the region and pose a direct threat to regional stability. The designation process is not yet final, but once certified, it would mark one of the most significant U.S. counterterrorism actions in years.
Well, joining us now to explain a bit more about the Muslim Brotherhood and how they operate is Khalid Hassan, a national security and foreign policy researcher. Khalid, great to have you with us today. Can you explain, just for context, a bit about how the Muslim Brotherhood operates in the Middle East and why it's so dangerous?
Hi, Emily. Thanks for having me. I think the main reason the Muslim Brotherhood is very dangerous is because it mostly relies on essentially non-official funding. So it has funding from the zakah, which is the charity that's given by Muslims, and they use this to fund their activities. And because they don't really have, like an official sort of written hierarchy or membership, it's very, very difficult to actually prove who is a member, what they're doing, where they're getting funding from. Which is why it's, I think, President Trump's executive order is going to be really quite, I think, restricted and limited in its impact on actually countering the Muslim Brotherhood.
Now, what is your take on the fact that we see Trump specifically singling out, for example, Egypt and Lebanon were mentioned, their chapters, yet Turkey, Syria, and Qatar were all absent when they, of course, do have very problematic ties with the Muslim Brotherhood organization. Is there a method to this for the White House?
I'll be very honest. I think it's extremely inefficient. I think it's political theater. This is not actually serious. Because if you look at, Egypt, essentially they have been hunted down, they have been dismantled since President Sisi took over in 2013 and 2014. If you look at Jordan, they're dismantled and banned, they don't have public offices. If you look at Lebanon, they're largely irrelevant because you have Hezbollah, which essentially dominates. I think, to be very, very honest, and I, as an independent researcher, I actually get to say this openly and publicly. I think President Trump is trying to look tough on terrorism without actually upsetting his allies in Doha and in Ankara because he just doesn't want to. He sees Turkey and Qatar as, allies, very significant and key allies, and he doesn't want to do anything that seems to be like interfering with their domestic politics or something that could get on their toes, basically.
Well, we've seen the Muslim Brotherhood damage the Middle East, of course, and many Arab states have flatly outlawed this organization. As you mentioned, Egypt had a big crackdown on the Muslim Brotherhood that's ongoing. What threat would you say that the Muslim Brotherhood itself poses to the West?
Well, this is actually the main reason I find President Trump's executive order to be really challenging because, they have a plan, and that plan is mainstreaming Islamism. Everyone who's done this, and, there are people who have been fighting the Muslim Brotherhood in the West long before I was even born, and they've been fighting them on campus, they've been fighting them in, academia, media, business, and they built this empire across the West that is extremely efficient, extremely well organized, which is why I'm really disappointed. I'm not going to hide my disappointment. This does not even address Canada. It doesn't even address the US. It doesn't address the UK. And again, I want to remind your audience that we now have the largest concentration of the Muslim Brotherhood in the UK and in Turkey. So that doesn't really affect them at all. This executive order is, in my view, really also legitimizes the Muslim Brotherhood's argument when they say, we are not all violent. It's only, a rogue minority of the group that is violent, which is what this executive order does. It basically suggests that this narrative, the Muslim Brotherhood narrative, is correct, and the group generally is not violent. It's just, a legitimate political movement.
Now, as an independent researcher, I want to ask you, what do you think would be a better method, both for the United States, for the United Kingdom, Canada, a lot of these Western democratic countries? What should they be doing when it comes to designating the Muslim Brotherhood and all of its affiliated organizations?
I think it's very clear. We have two examples. We have the UAE, we have Egypt, we have Saudi Arabia. I would most certainly advise that, the role model on how to counter the Muslim Brotherhood is actually the UAE, because the UAE is the most serious. and Saudi Arabia definitely. I'd argue that there are some sort of gaps in the Egyptian model. But do as the UAE is doing, and we also see, another example from, targeting specific chapters or segments of the Brotherhood. We see this in Israel. It's not very successful. I would argue, actually, it's almost, really very limited. So you can see the examples. One example is Israel, which targets, the few chapters or few segments, not efficient, or you have the UAE model, which is the most efficient and the most actually strategic and very concentrated and focused. That's what you should do. Go to the Emiratis and say, how can we do this? And do as they say. That's my opinion.
All right, well, let's hope the White House hears your advice. Thank you so much for joining us today, Khalid Hassan.
Thank you.
Well, as we move forward here at ILTV, we're not just delivering the news, we're carrying out a mission. Every day we work to strengthen Israel's global voice and stand firm for Zionism with factual pro-Israel reporting. By subscribing to our app, you're joining us as a partner in this mission, and you'll get access to our new 24/7 channel with live broadcasts at the top of every hour. Scan the QR code on your screen to subscribe now. A new development in the search for the remaining hostages in Gaza. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad claims it has recovered the body of one hostage in central Gaza and announced the transfer of the remains to the Red Cross this afternoon at 4 p.m., after which Israel will conduct forensic testing for identification. The news comes as Hamas and Islamic Jihad continue search efforts for the last remaining bodies still missing. Here's more from our correspondent, India Naftali.
The Palestinian Islamic Jihad said Monday that it recovered the body of a hostage in an area north of the Nuseirat refugee camp in central Gaza. The group claims the body was found during excavation work earlier in the day. But hours after the announcement, there was still no indication from the Islamic Jihad or Hamas on when the body would be transferred to Israel. The news comes as both groups continue search operations for the final 3 hostages whose bodies still remain inside the strip. 2 Israelis, Dror Or and Master Sergeant Ran Gvili, and 1 Thai national, Suthi Sakrin Talak. All 3 were killed on October 7th and abducted into Gaza. Arabic language media reported that the digging operations have intensified since Friday. Footage from central Gaza showed Islamic Jihad gunmen standing next to excavators, some bearing Egyptian flags as the group claims to be searching for burial sites. Under the terms of the ceasefire agreement, Hamas and Islamic Jihad are required to return the bodies of all deceased hostages. But both groups up until now said they have been unable to locate the remaining 3, despite what they called repeated efforts. Israel questions these claims. For Israeli families still waiting, there is no clear timeline for when they will finally be able to bring home their loved ones for burial.
The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line. Troops are destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. More from ILTV's Devil Klein.
For weeks, combat teams from the Nachal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. IDF engineers, together with Yahalom, have encircled multiple underground routes, collapsing hundreds of meters of tunnels and crushing the infrastructure above ground. In just the past week, more than 60 targets were hit, including 15 shafts and 40 buildings used by Hamas. Inside these areas, troops found rifles, explosives, magazines, and stockpiles of weaponry, proof of a terror network still operating beneath Rafah. Commanders say dozens of Hamas operatives remain trapped since the collapse of the previous truce, led by a battalion commander and company commanders. They are running out of food, running out of air, and running out of time. Some emerge from the tunnels desperate for supplies and are immediately targeted.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. כשהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה 2 המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים. ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל, ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם עד הניצחון.
Just last week, troops eliminated 4 operatives who broke above ground. Over the weekend, 17 more terrorists crawled out of 2 tunnel routes. 11 were killed in intense fire exchanges and 6 were captured for interrogation. Today, the IDF says 2 more terror operatives were killed after crossing the yellow line in northern Gaza, approaching troops of the 188th Armored Brigade and reservists of the Carmeli Brigade, posing an immediate threat. Earlier, the Israeli Air Force struck 3 operatives in southern Gaza who had attempted to approach troops. The IDF remains deployed across Gaza to remove any immediate threat under the current ceasefire agreement.
Well, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, confirms it has ended operations in the Gaza Strip after a troubled 5-month tenure distributing aid. More from ILTV's Devo Klein.
GHF Executive Director John Acri says the organization's goal from the beginning was to meet an urgent need, prove that a new approach could succeed where others failed, and hand off that success to the broader international community. Acri notes that the creation of the Civil Military Coordination Center, or CMCC, and reinvigorated international engagement means that moment has arrived. GHF, an American organization, was established with close involvement from Israeli officials and business leaders connected to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel says the goal was to ensure aid reached civilians while excluding Hamas, which it accuses of co-opting humanitarian relief. Netanyahu said the plan was for the GHF to eventually become the primary provider of aid in Gaza, replacing UN and international agencies allegedly exploited by Hamas. Despite these challenges, GHF says it distributed more than 187 million meals to Gazans, who number around 2 million. However, by September, it was distributing only a small fraction of the aid entering Gaza, and promises to scale up operations from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. GHF now hands over its model to the CMCC, hoping the international community will carry forward aid distribution while keeping it out of Hamas's control.
Well, joining us now to discuss the latest developments in Gaza and beyond is Senior Fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism, Colonel Miri Eisen. Colonel Eisen, thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. Well, the ceasefire in Gaza is holding, sort of, but the IDF is also actively hunting down the Hamas terrorists hiding in Gaza in the areas they still control. What is the Army's general strategy here, and does it threaten the future of the ceasefire agreement?
Emily, I think that we all get the term ceasefire incorrectly. Ceasefire is not the end of the war. Ceasefire is certainly not peace. This is what ceasefire looks like. And I say that because what Hamas terror operatives are trying to do is to act as if it's peace, to try peace as if it's not war anymore, and to come out and to challenge the agreement that they agreed upon when Israel realigned on that yellow line. They're coming out of the tunnels. They're trying to expand their areas, and the IDF is not having any of that. As I said, it's a ceasefire. The conditions of the ceasefire were that all of the hostages would come back. And as you mentioned before, 3 of the hostages dead, but 3 hostages have not yet been brought back to Israel. And every single day, the Hamas terror operatives continue to challenge the deployment that was agreed upon. So I don't see this as changing the situation. What I want to hope is that the last of the hostages come back, and at that stage, you can already talk about that second stage, which would be an additional Israeli redeployment and the possible entrance of some kind of other force, not the IDF, to go into the areas of the Gaza Strip to try to take control, to try to turn it into a place that is run by something other than Hamas.
Well, you brought up something interesting. I mean, what do you expect to see from the international force that's supposed to be being assembled right now to keep Gaza out of Hamas's hands? I mean, the million-dollar question still remains, who is going to disarm Hamas?
Nobody's going to disarm Hamas, and I say that very sadly. I think that what we can expect is for it to be demobilized, and I don't want to just play around with words. That means that Hamas won't control. They won't be the ones distributing the food. They won't be the ones that are running water, education, trying in its own way, even if it's by itty-bitty steps, to rebuild some of the Gaza Strip for the 2 million people who live there. That doesn't turn those 2 million people into exactly supporters of Israel, and that's me being sarcastic, but I say that because the international, somebody has to come in to run the day-to-day life, and it cannot be Hamas. But you asked about disarming. I do not think this international force will disarm, and that is one of the gaps. The devil in the details. When it comes to that stage 2, when you read carefully, it says first demobilize. The disarming is not as strong in the wording. I don't know what I hope for, but I would like a better future for people in the Gaza Strip, and I can't have it include Hamas ruling. And let's take it stage by stage. I do think that somebody else has to come in there, so it isn't Hamas rebuilding itself now as the one ruling in the Gaza Strip.
Now, if Israel is indeed forced to act, whether to disarm or demobilize in some sense Hamas from maintaining control, how is that going to be received internationally? Will Israel ultimately be forced to choose between defending itself and maintaining even U.S. support?
So that's the devil in the details about any kind of international force being inside the Gaza Strip, because immediately that does limitations. And all we have to do is look at southern Lebanon, 1979 until and including 2025, where we have a United Nations force that was boosted after the Second Lebanon War, and all it does is hinder, not the Israeli activity against Lebanon, the Israeli activity against Hezbollah. And so you're absolutely right, that is one of the biggest challenges. Having said that, I state clearly, Emily, I don't want us, Israel, to be the one in the Gaza Strip. It needs to be run. There are 2 million people in there, and it isn't something that you can do easily. And when we're looking for a happily ever after, where everything is wonderful, I think that letting the international force in there, and yes, that will hinder Israel, and they may not disarm Hamas, but you have to have somebody else running the Gaza Strip instead of Hamas.
Well, when it comes to the next stages of the ceasefire, I do want to ask, why is so much responsibility being placed on Israel when Hamas was very explicitly ordered to return the hostages and hostage bodies within 72 hours? That was done by President Trump himself. The living hostages are home, thank God, but Hamas has continued to play games and delay, even in cases where they knew where some of these bodies were. As of now, 3 hostage bodies do remain in Hamas' hands. But where is the pressure on Hamas from the international community?
There is no pressure on Hamas and the international community, and I would say in its own way that if I want to pinpoint the one success that I abhor of Hamas in this 2-year war is that they've managed to legitimize themselves. And you know what, Emily? I blame very much the international community that allowed that, but that is Hamas's success and to a certain degree also Israel's failure, because there is no separation between Hamas and the Palestinians. So right now it's seen as you can't pressure the poor Palestinians, and you know what? They are the poor Palestinians. But you absolutely can pressure Hamas, but nobody does that separation anymore. Legitimizing Hamas by doing so in so many different ways has really put this into a place where right now that's going to be our biggest challenge in the day after, to delegitimize completely a terror army that is in the Gaza Strip, just like Hezbollah is a terror army, and there are other ones. Nobody in the world wants to legitimize a terror army.
All right, thank you so much, Colonel Miri Eisen, for those insights today.
Thank you.
Well, the Bank of Israel has cut interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate by a quarter point to 4.25%. The move comes as inflation continues to moderate and the economy shows signs of recovery following last month's ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza. The central bank cites a stabilized inflation environment and stronger economic activity as reasons for the decision. The last rate cut was in January 2024 when the bank sought to support households and businesses hit hard by the war triggered by the October 7, 2023 Hamas onslaught. Governor Amir Yaron says geopolitical risks and supply constraints still pose threats, but the cut will provide relief to mortgage holders and loan borrowing households across Israel. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich had pressured the bank to act, warning of tax measures if borrowing costs remained high. Well, overnight, we did see heavy rain, including flooding in several areas of Israel, with some streets still blocked off. But now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 17 degrees Celsius or 63 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies and partly rainy showers alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 25 degrees Celsius or 78 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time. ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
I think that we raise a flag. We raise the flag that speaks about the need for centrality and about the boundaries of the Zionist state. And I think that if the government of Israel will adopt it, that would be a wonderful thing. We are being led in the last few years, and we all know it, by the most extreme government that Israel ever had. So I'm not looking up to this government to make the change. I am looking to the coming Knesset, when we will have elections, hopefully sooner than later, in order to see what we did there and try to implement it in the Knesset. This is something I'm yearning for.
Hello and welcome back to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we are so happy to have back our viewers and our listeners. Now today we have a very interesting guest, somebody who you've probably heard of. His name is Yizhar Hess. He is the vice chairman of the World Zionist Organization. Welcome.
Toda rabba. It's glad to be here.
Great. Now, I want to get started by talking about the World Zionist Congress that took place at the end of last month here in Israel. Now, of course, there was supposed to be a very unifying moment for the Jewish world, but there was quite a bit of chaos that went on, some of which is culminating at this period of time as we finally established who will be the rotating chairs of the organization. Tell me a little bit about what actually was happening behind the scenes.
So the Congress, the World Zionist Congress, it's the parliament of the Jewish people. Almost 300,000 Jews all over the world participated in democratic elections to elect their delegates to the Congress. And it's a political entity. Herzl left us with a gift. It's the World Zionist Congress, and he, from the Second Congress on, insisted that that body would be a political one, that would be organized in a democratic fashion. And, in politics, like we know, sometimes it gets heated. And it's not the first time. This is almost always the way things are in the Congress. And historically even, please allow me to say something about the Fourth Congress, when Chaim Weizmann, in order to fight Herzl, took his party to the balcony and didn't vote in order to... So these kinds of political, heated moments are part of the Zionist history every time. And this time, we know that we are living in a world where things are polarized in more than one way, and we are not living in an island. And it definitely had an impact on this Congress. I'm happy to say that, I'm part of the more liberal part. I'm one of the leaders of the center-left wing of the Congress, and we had a huge success. The resolutions that we were able to pass, the constitution amendments that we were able to pass, and other achievements that we'll get to in a moment, really gave all of us a sense of optimism. I know that from the outside, it looks like a chaos. The energy that the delegates took home to their communities is unbelievable. They felt, rightly, that they are fighting the good fight for Zionism, and the results are definitely showing it.
Amazing. And I've certainly, as we talk about Zionism has so many definitions, and people see Zionism in different ways and relate in different ways. So in some sense, it's very healthy, I think, to have such a robust conversation. I do want to talk about the resolutions that were passed. I do want to, at the same time, though, just before we get to that, unpack a little bit about what the leadership model is now going to look like. And just recently, we had this announcement that Doron Peretz, who's from the Mizrahi camp, is going to be in rotation with Yaakov Agoel. You're also part of the leadership. How does this shape up? And what was this whole story with Yair Netanyahu trying to get some kind of leadership role that would then crash the ability of a rotation?
So let's start with the leadership.
Okay.
In the previous Congress that was concluded in 2020, and up until now it's the same one, the key position of the head of Keren Kayemet Li'Israel, KKL, and WZO was in the hands of the right wing.
Mm-hmm. And right wing, you mean Likud?
Likud and Mizrahi.
Okay.
Today, meaning the new Congress, it is split 50-50. 50 to the liberal side, 50 to the Orthodox right-wing side, both in Keren Kayemet Li'Israel and in the WZO.
Wow.
Doron Peretz was elected to be chair, but it's temporarily. He is moving. He will resign according to the agreement and will become the president. It's an important role, but more ceremonial. And Yaakov Agoel will serve for the first part of the term, and then someone from the liberal camp would be the chair in the second part of the term. So it is split evenly between the two blocks, the liberal one and the Orthodox one in the Congress, which is quite good, quite impressive, an achievement if you compare it to the previous Congress. Now, you did raise up a name that surprised us during the Congress. The Likud wanted to submit to be one of the department's head, Yair Netanyahu. And you know what? I'm so encouraged by the way it was not received. Yeah. The fact that it crashed in a second, the coalition agreement, and we had to start all over again because many of us felt that this is simply not done.
Well, he doesn't have any qualifications, does he?
Usually you do not interfere in the nominations of other parties. These are their roles. They can nominate whomever they want. But, even for that, there is a limit. And it wasn't something that even we coordinated because we were surprised. But it is something that so many of us felt, and it fell in a second. And one of the things that I'm proud in this agreement that will be signed hopefully today, that Yair Netanyahu is not there and won't be able to be there because any nomination needs to pass a vote. And second, this is another thing that I'd like to mention, that Otzma Yehudit, Ben Gvir's party, is not part of the coalition.
And that was also a lot of chaos. If I remember, I saw many videos, a lot of fights going on. And generally speaking, with the political situation, the government is represented in these parties. But here, the far, the extreme right, and as you mentioned, Itamar Ben-Gvir's party was actually also eliminated. How are you able to achieve that? Because it's not something that's obvious that certain parties or people would be left out in such a heated, as you mentioned, political environment that we live in here in the state of Israel.
Well, they are not left out. They are part of the Congress because according to the Constitution, if you are a Zionist party in the Knesset, you have representation in the Congress.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that you need to serve in the government of the Congress, meaning in the WZO executive. This is a negotiation of a coalition agreement.
Okay.
And we insisted. The liberal side of the Congress insisted that there is a red line. When Kahana was a member of Knesset, he once wanted to give a speech at the Congress, and he was not allowed to get in. Like Prime Minister Shamir left the plenum of the Knesset when Rabbi Kahana gave a speech. And we felt that the right attitude of Zionism today is definitely to draw a line, that racism could not be part of the coalition agreement. They are represented in the parliament of the Jewish people. Okay. That's fine. We cannot do anything about it. But once you get a coalition of your partners, you can choose. And I'm happy to say that the Jewish people decided what are the limits of the Zionist discourse.
And on a very positive note, the ultra-Orthodox or the Haredi parties actually are more involved this time, if I understand correctly. And that's actually very representative of the divide, the makeup of the state of Israel, and a very important probably constituency, considering the discussions going on about the draft bill and about the future of the economy of Israel, even, and the stability of Israel, which is definitely, it's necessary to have Haredim involved.
So we passed a resolution in the Congress that calls the government of Israel to legislate a law that it would be obvious that everyone should serve in the army. It passed in a vast majority. Interestingly enough, the Haredim are now more represented in the Congress. So one could say, wow, how could it happen? Because for sure they didn't vote for that. This is true. But yet, the majority of the delegates are representing views of Zionism that are way more liberal than you might think. Having said that, it is true that the Haredim are now more represented in the Congress. They joined the Zionist movement, the Ashkenazi 5 years ago, the Sephardi 10 years ago, and they grew in numbers. They didn't grow in numbers that took votes from the liberal side of the Congress, but from the more legacy parties, from Likud and Mizrahi. So Likud and Mizrahi shrank, and the Haredi parties grew in numbers, which is true. I say it with lots of respect. They were able to mobilize their people more than other parties in the right wing.
And it's fascinating when you talk about, again, the different visions of Zionism, because historically, ultra-Orthodox parties were not necessarily Zionist, let's call it, and you're starting to see them get more active. It could be a good sign in some ways as well. One of the other things I wanted to really talk about was this idea of the coalition agreements and having the center-right and the center-left work together is really where the state of Israel in many ways needs to go. We had unity governments in the past. We obviously have a very different government in place now. We've been dealing with 2 years of a very, very destructive war that is hopefully coming more to a close. And, I thought when I remember the night that the decision was made, back when the Congress was happening, thinking to myself how incredible it is to see Yesh Atid and Likud working together and hoping that was some kind of vision for what might be in any future election. Tell me, do you feel that the World Zionist Congress and the organization can be reflective of what could potentially be, let's say we do have early elections, would Netanyahu be looking, in your opinion, to become back to more where we were before in the government, maybe to not marginalize, but to get rid of the Ben-Gvir parties and some of these other extremists and to come together? What are your thoughts on that?
I think that we raise a flag. We raise the flag that speaks about the need for centrality and about the boundaries of the Zionist tent. Mm-hmm. And I think that if the government of Israel will adopt it, that would be a wonderful thing. We are being led in the last few years, and we all know it, by the most extreme government that Israel ever had. Mm-hmm. So I'm not looking up to this government to make the change. I am looking to the coming Knesset, mm-hmm. when we will have elections, hopefully sooner than later, in order to see what we did there and try to implement it in the Knesset. This is something I'm yearning for.
And do you see hope that could occur?
If you analyze the polls, I am optimistic. Yes, I'm optimistic. And, in this context, I'd like to remind us that one of the resolutions in the Congress that I'm so proud of, by the way, it's a resolution that my party, Merkaz, initiated, is to demand the government of Israel to have Vadat Hakira Mamlachtit, and a state commission for investigate the events of October 7th. And this decision also was adopted in a vast majority, in a huge majority. It tells you something about the involvement of world Jewry in what's happening in Israel, and it tells you something about the sentiment. Because if you would poll the Israeli society, you would see the same kind of sentiment. Most Israelis and most diaspora Jewry would like to see an independent investigation committee in order to know what really happened there.
Well, it's essential in order for it not to happen again, and you don't learn from mistakes that you don't know if you don't know what mistake was made. Now, it's very interesting. You mentioned again this idea of world Jewry. Now, so the organizations that make up the key of the World Zionist Organization is JNF, Keren HaYesod, right, KKL, and the Jewish Agency. Am I getting that correct? Those are the four key organizations?
Yeah. So the World Zionist Organization, it's the umbrella. This is the Congress. And under that Congress, we have two daughter companies.
Okay.
One is the Jewish Agency. One is Keren HaYesod, and one is Keren Kayemet LiYisrael.
Okay.
The one who has the largest budget is Keren Kayemet LiYisrael, with a budget that is between $1 billion to $2 billion a year, which is significant, and 100% of the board of directors of Keren Kayemet LiYisrael, JNF, it's the Congress. It's a reflection of the Congress. So the elections that we had in the last year all over the world, with more than 300,000 people participate, are really serious elections about how, not only about values, but also how to allocate the Jewish people's assets.
And that's what I wanted to know. So what happens now? You've got these billions of dollars now to allocate. What are the kinds of activities or programs that we're looking to fund? Where does that money go, and how does it impact not only us in Israel, of course, but also world Jewry?
So most of that money at this stage is invested here in Israel. I'm proud to say that in the last 5 years, we invested hundreds of millions of shekels in the south and in the north. Due to what happened to Israel in the last 2 years, really many hundreds of millions. We invest also in Keren Kayemet LiYisrael in environment. We tripled the sum of money that is invested in fighting the climate change. And of course, we invest, not enough money in my eyes, but we invest significantly in Jewish education outside of Israel. In my eyes, the investment of the budget of the national institutions in Jewish education and in Jewish engagement programs outside of Israel is essential. When Herzl founded Keren Kayemet LiYisrael in 1902, it was to buy land in Israel. Today, it is still important, but the tangible task that we need to deal with now in world Jewry is, of course, the engagement with the Jewish heritage and the Jewish identity. And this is something that I would hope, and this is what we will be working on, that in the next few years we will allocate way more funds for Jewish programming outside of Israel.
And so you traveled all over the United States, not just to LA and New York, I was hearing, but so many, many communities in order to talk about the vote before it happened. What did you find when you were there? I mean, before the war started, we spent a lot of time speaking about the divide between the Jewish diaspora and Israel. Now, obviously, since October 7th, we've learned that has changed. But of course, there's also this vast frustration, as you mentioned, with the government of Israel, and there is some disillusionment, and there's a massive spike in anti-Semitism. And some people feel, gosh, if I'm tied to Zionism, I'm going to experience anti-Semitism, and that doesn't feel so good, and maybe there's no way around it at this stage. But what did you hear on the ground from the Jews that you met with?
So I was meeting, I was visiting many communities, JCCs, federations, and I must tell you that I was a little, I didn't know what to expect, because what you just described, Maayan, is something that I was bothered by. And I was surprised. I was surprised to see how curious people were about what Zionism could mean today, and how relieved they were that there is a way to speak about liberal Zionism in a way that would make them proud. That we can talk about liberal Zionism without feeling that it's not, it is something that cannot be. This is something that what you read in the media, it is something that gives people the reasoning to remember why the dream of Zionism is the right one, why the state of Israel represents it, and to understand that in order to fix what needs to be fixed in the arena of civil rights in Israel, in the arena of state and religion in Israel, and in the arena of the judicial reform that was just almost imposed on us a year before the war. This is something that could be dealt if we are represented, if the liberal voice is next to the table. And the fact that, the conservative movement is not the biggest stream in North America today, the fact that we grew in numbers, we doubled the numbers of voters. We increased worldwide in 15% in the number of seats in the Congress. It's a significant change. It means that people got it. People understood that activism in Zionism is something that could make a difference, and this is now our task. We have 5 years to make that difference.
And do you feel that some of that fire was lit because of October 7th? I mean, I never like to talk about silver linings from the war because I don't know how you can find something positive about 2 years of war. But yet, on the other hand, some of these shifts, I mean, I feel like if you had had the election before the war, you might not have seen that growth. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Could be. During the, it's interesting. It's a very frank conversation. I'm happy that we have a chance to do it. During the judicial reform, a year before the elections, we felt a very strong sense that people are furious, like you saw in Israel, in the Israeli streets, also in other places in the world, and would like to have their voice heard. And we didn't know what would be the effect of October 7th, because it was like something that calls us all in the first months for sure, like to unify all of us under one flag. What is politics and elections which is also true. Right. I'm happy to say that we saw it all over the world, but that people could combine these two messages. People understood that when it comes to fighting our enemies, we need to be united. When it comes to the nature of the state of Israel, to the soul of the state of Israel, we need to be clear about our values. This is not something that you can camouflage. This is something that you fight for, because this is what politics is all about, right? It's a dispute over assets, over values, and this is something that you need to be engaged with. People got it.
Amazing. And I was reading, some of the works that you've written, certainly, in the last year and also right before the Congress. And one of the things that you wrote in the Times of Israel column was about this idea that we're at a turning point for Israel's national rebuilding. So do you still feel, after having gone through those several days of the Congress and the infighting, and yet, as you said, the unity and the passion and the Zionism, that the leadership that we now have in place, that the Jewish world, the 300,000 voters voted in, can handle this task of national rebuilding?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, because the delegates went home, and I'm talking now the majority of the Congress, meaning the one who passed those resolutions, went home very energized. Very, their Zionist identity, was in rise. Yet we need to remember that as much as we want to be influential when it comes to the state of Israel, our budget is limited. Okay. Even between $1 billion to $2 billion, if you compare it to the budget of the government, it's marginal. Yeah. Okay, so we can do a lot, but we cannot replace and should not replace the government.
Right.
Therefore, we should find the programs that have an added value. This is our task, not to complement what the government is doing, but to find the added value that we can, in order to make things that cannot be achievable by the establishment. This is what we'll try to do, to tell you that we will be the key player in rebuilding now Israel. I'm not sure, because our resources are limited, but where we can be very influential is in Jewish communities outside of Israel. Mm-hmm. There, the investment of the government of Israel is marginal, and there I feel that this is our task. Okay, the majority of the Jewish people do not live in Israel. Okay, Israel is the second largest Jewish community in the world. The biggest largest Jewish community in the world is North America. 8 million Jews there, 7.5 million Jews here. We have 1.5 to 2 million Jews in other parts of the world. The majority of the Jewish people are not living in Israel. Yet, we are the nation state of the Jewish people, in order to justify our name, in order to justify the reason that we convened here, we need to find a way to work jointly, to work with one, with a pluralistic agenda, but with one vision in order to make sure that we will remain the nation state of the Jewish people, that we will be able to represent Judaism in a way that would dignify who we are, and vice versa. It's a work that both sides needs to work on.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the resolutions then that were passed that feed that agenda. Obviously, we can't go through them all, but what were the few key resolutions that were moved forward that you feel will enable that agenda to be achieved?
So from the coming from this Congress, all the members of the Board of Governors of the Jewish Agency, all the members on behalf of the WZO, all the members of the KKL Directorate and of Keren HaYesod, etc., would need to sign and to declare that they are committed to Megillat HaAtzmaut, to the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, including, and it's specified, including a commitment for equality that is not, and to fight this when it's not equality, when it comes to gender orientation or to men and women, or to not gender orientation, to gender equality and LGBT rights and everything. Everyone who is now feels an office in the building, in the establishment, needs to sign this kind of commitment. This is a constitutional amendment that we passed. In order to pass a constitutional amendment, you need to have 2/3 of the votes. Not an easy task. It passed. This is one resolution that I'm sure that would define the representatives of all parties, including the Haredim. They would have to be committed to this. Otherwise, they cannot get into their positions. Important. Something that bothers us for many years, 7 years now, is a resolution that we submitted that has to do with the Kotel.
Okay.
You know, the Kotel agreement was signed almost 10 years ago and never implemented.
That was the one under Jewish Agency chair at the time, Natan Sharansky.
Exactly. Okay. But what is even more bothering than that is that 7 years ago, a stone fell from the Kotel.
I remember that.
Immediately, there was all the money in the world and all the professionals in the world in order to make sure that it goes back. Yet, the platform that it hit when it fell was never fixed. And today, in the egalitarian Kotel, there is no possibility to touch the wall. For 7 years now, the people that are coming to have their bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah or just to daven in the egalitarian Kotel cannot touch the wall. Wow. That kind of a thing would have never happened in the other side of the wall. And it's not by chance that it didn't happen. The municipality of Jerusalem is dragging its feet. The Israeli government is not interfering. The mayor says it's the government. The government says it's the mayor. You know, we talked in
welcome to Israel.
Welcome to Israel. We talked with the secretary of the cabinet in the last board of governors of the Jewish Agency, and he said, "Listen, it's not us. It's the mayor of Jerusalem." We met with the mayor. He said exactly the opposite. It is something that intentionally is not solved. Now, I cannot tell you how humiliating it is to come to